Whether at the top, whether at the bottom, there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, here's the thing. Like, I was talking to the Turkey players after the event yesterday, and gave them congratulations, of course, because they just had a stellar day. And they were like, yeah, if we could have just avoided that, really bad first day, we'd very much be towards the top, potentially right now. And I said, I think you guys could still do this. I mean, I think if you guys have another day like that, but we've got an interview first with Mika from Germany. Actually, let's see what he has to say.
Our biggest enemy is Korea, obviously. We all knew that Team Korea was a strong team, but they're really showing how good they are on this event. And they're way in front right now. Like, not too much, but they're like hard to get right now. So, and they're really good players, but like, I still think we can catch up on them.
Yeah, Korea, definitely the team to beat right now. All eyes are going to be on them as we start day 3 here, the final day of PUBG Nations Cup. In Germany, they were really hot there in day 1, slowed down just a little bit in day 2, but they've been so consistent overall, map to map, picking up wins when they need them. And this edge style that they've been showcasing really from the get-go has been netting them a lot of placement points, a lot of Riley kills.
Yeah, Germany is...
They're crafty.
They're so fun to watch. Again, my favorite team to watch just purely from like a macro perspective. The way that they approach the game is so unique. It's so fun to watch. But going back to Turkey real quick, I told them I think you guys have a chance because if like Korea, Vietnam, Denmark only put up like 20-point days, which can happen, any team could have those bad days, and they have another big day, they're right in it. Potentially, who knows? So, a lot to play for here. Of course, like we mentioned earlier on the show, every placement matters. The money changes each placement down, so you want to finish as strong as you can. Even up to the final game, no matter what's happening in that final game, you want to have the best performance you can to get yourself more money, no doubt about it, especially with that crowdfunding.
Yeah, and if you guys want to continue to support PUBG Esports, go on there, get some skins. Of course, it contributes to the prize fund here, supports your favorite players, your favorite teams, and really one of the best esports of all time here. PUBG, so much fun to watch.
That's right.
So dynamic, and PUBG Nations Cup just showcasing the talent that it is all around the world, excuse me, not these worlds just
these
yet.
These worlds?
Maybe
like,
in a couple millennia paper then.
All right, Doctor Strange, like we're in multiple dimensions. I see how it is. These worlds, I love it. I'm a multiverse fan. I'm okay living in that reality. So anyway, so a lot of teams are going to be fanning out around the outer edges of Los Leones here. So India has actually opted for the western side. Pretty interesting that they're going to go for that edge. China already taken off out of Picado, setting up kind of to the northwest. Turkey down to the south, or excuse me, to the even more west of India. You got Thailand, you can see them down to the south. Canada went east. So everybody's kind of trying to get as close to Los Leones as possible because, again, there's some interesting stuff going on. Now that we have a brand new Miramar, maybe the calculus for the land ratio isn't quite the same. So you got to kind of play it a little bit closer to the best.
Yeah, it's hard to predict exactly where that circle is going to go. It's not quite the science that it was before, as everyone is still figuring it out, even the pro players. So hedging their bets there, playing on the edge of Los Leones, a very smart move as we see Denmark clip. I mean, day 1, day 2, he was absolutely popping off with the bolt action rifles. We didn't get to see too much of it on screen, but on day 2, definitely got some shots there with the AWM. This guy can bolt with the best of them.
It's been really exciting to see the bolters really shining this event, and that's the cool part about an event like this. Like, it's all about the individual players and their skill, and the bolt is really an encapsulation of that. The grenade was out, I think. Yeah, Glory's got one. Didn't even need the grenade. Had the bullets. Is going to throw another. Wasn't cooked at all, I don't believe, but it didn't matter. There was a knock actually from Amix, and he's going to clean up that point. So Glory's throwing out that grenade. Seemed like it was a little bit early, but he got a little bit of help from Argentina from afar.
Yeah, it's a really nice pickup right there for Vietnam. China not quite expecting that compound to be occupied, and Glories was just waiting for him. Able to rack up 2 kills and push Vietnam past that 100-point mark.
This seems a little ambitious from China. I mean, they were really aggressive yesterday, and it paid off for them. Definitely their best day so far. But this was like, it's not even phase 2 circle. Like, this wasn't even like a pre-rotation. This was just them, like, I think, misidentifying that compound was open.
Yeah.
Is my best guess as to what happened there.
I think if they had any inkling that compound was occupied, they would be rolling up with all 4 members of the squad so they can trade those one out and not get flushed. But, All said and done, Vietnam picking up 2 more points, and we've seen both in day 1 and day number 2, they are not ones to shy away from aggression, where many teams would kind of back off and try to rotate or play more conservatively, especially Germany kind of being on the opposite end of that spectrum in terms of playing the edge. Vietnam, they love to fight. They've been racking up the kills, racking up the damage. Hamas actually almost at 5,000 damage in total on this event coming here into day 3. Just insane stuff.
It's bonkers, man. Hamas is just absolutely goated with those DMRs in particular, but everything he does so impactful. Reg should be coming through here for Pongsker. I missed what was going on because I was looking at some like stat sheets and stuff.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah, right. I know. I was like looking at. I didn't think anything really would be going on this early. Maybe there's just a bit of a whoopsies there, a knock maybe from Canada or the UK there. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Japan quick. They haven't gotten a win yet. Now, historically, they've actually gotten wins. It's not like Korea, hilariously enough, like we mentioned, had never gotten chicken dinners, whereas Japan had. You think back to PNC 2019, Depths 1v3 for Japan back then, absolutely insane. Over Germany, in fact, the team we're looking at here right now, near one of the firehouse compounds on this map, in fact. I remember that moment very, very well, casting it, very excited, because at the time, the Japanese casters were here in Korea with us, and they were right below us. Like we had like a tiered platform, and they were losing their minds.
Yeah, of
amazing.
course. I can imagine, man. This place explodes when Korea wins, so I'm sure the Japanese casters were really happy with that. But you know, the flavor of PUBG that they play, which is a little bit more conservative, kind of similar to the way that Chinese Taipei has been playing in this event, often does lend itself to a couple of wins per event. Because you know, if you hunker down in a compound, Mark 14, by the way, medkit, ghillie suit, a lot of really good loot in this one, as we're going to see who picks up back here for Germany. But going back to Japan, I mean, they haven't really been able to hold on to these absolutely clutch compounds that you can leverage into a win.
No way they're passing that up.
Wait, they're passing it up?
What?
I was wondering. I thought they were debating over who was going to take it.
Well, they were all 5-5, so I think they maybe just didn't feel like they had enough 7s, or I don't know. That's shocking to me. That is absolutely shocking to me that you would pass that gun up.
It's one of the best guns in the game, in my opinion. I love that MK14.
Now I'm worried about PUBG Karma, man. Like, that's...
The gods are going to frown on that one. It's like we gave you this gift, and you denied it.
Second best gun in the game in my book right now, behind the P90. That's the only one that I think is better. Whew. All right, well, the circle did shift east now, but still all of Los Leones in it. And then the outer edges, of course, you know, just to the west of Puerto Pariso and those kind of things. So the hills out here are going to be the playing ground. Shrimsy is going to find a knock onto LA. And Argentina now going to have to play a little bit of defense from the encroaching American squad.
Yeah, some more reinforcements coming in here for Team Argentina, as a lot of these squads on the western side are going to have a hard time rotating through. And blood like this one, pretty much inevitable. For a second, I was wondering whether Argentina would actually decide to stick this one out, but already being a man down, they don't want to take that engagement. And oh my goodness, that spray from Schofield, so good. Gets Loki there on the rotation. Bad for both of our fantasy teams, paper thin, and also bad for Korea, who's going to be down a man coming in with this rotation. And this is kind of the way it goes sometimes when you have to make these big moves coming in all the way from the west side of Los Leones onto the east side or into the central part of the city. It's dangerous with so many teams occupying different parts of these compounds.
Yeah, I was actually watching it on the map and kind of like gritting my teeth a little bit, because I knew that was going to be dangerous for Korea, having to go right through Los Leones like that. Losing only one, though, isn't the end of the world, but they're going to set up shop in the center. Meanwhile, Germany on the edge, scuffling a little bit here with Brazil potentially. We'll see. But it doesn't, you know, again, Germany doesn't like to fight early. Even though they play edge, they're a very cautious, calculated team, especially in the early game. They don't want to engage. Like, we've seen them get caught up with some teams like Vietnam, and it's really cost them because they are quick to pull away. They are quick to say, nope, we don't want to do this engagement that early, and you know, try to retreat.
PNC वाली तो स्ट्रीम ही नहीं दिखा रही आज.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's the nature of the game, and Germany right now not really getting too invested with Brazil just yet, although I do see a couple cards from Brazil maybe drifting in the direction. We'll see.
Yeah, co-owned company over there on the north side. I wonder if we're going to get a shot of it. Is Brazil just roaming past the map? And yeah, here we go. Seems like Brazil just going to try and roll over here to the compound to the north. Meanwhile, Australia, Waikigamukau, one of the goated esports names of all time
goated. Not one of, the goated.
I'm actually struggling to think of anything that's better, but yeah, coming in here for Germany and just trading a little bit of gunfire right here with Team Brazil. They're not going to be going for any big exchanges. I don't think either of these teams right
भाई
now,
अपनी
sitting where they
team
are in the
जिंदा है,
standings,
baby!
Position 5 and Position 6 are going to want to go for a big fight.
Oh,
Instead,
yeah.
just going to try and safely
अरे यार
rotate
मैं chat
in.
on
And
करना
speaking of
भूल गया।
rotating in,
Where are these guys
Argentina.
gonna go, man? This is... there's stuff available, but nothing center. Everything in the center is basically claimed. Players are pretty good, by the way, at shooting
Sorry,
these
opening chat.
emergency pickuppers out of the air. So you got to be pretty careful. Looks like they are going to get past Canada, who is, I think, kind of the last ones until they get to the UK.
मैप दिखा दो, मैप बंद हो रहा है
Looks like
भाई।
they've identified something, and they have found basically the only part of the circle that's unoccupied. So good job here by Argentina using that E-lift.
Yeah, moving there to the southeast of Germany is Brazil and Turkey trading a little bit of gunfire right there. Actually,
भाई आज ये वाला सर्कल बहुत बढ़िया होने वाला है इंडिया के लिए।
Opening salvo was fired here for Turkey, who's looking to
भाई
continue
कनाडा ने
their
अच्छी
hot
पोजीशन
run here
पकड़ी हुई
after
है।
day number 2, where they
High
racked
ground
up
पे।
50+ points.
It's a big loss for Brazil early, sparking the superstar. Well, all the players on Brazil are superstars, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're all really, really good, but sparking, probably the one that most people globally are familiar with. Guy is absolutely nuts at times, but going down here early is a heartbreaker.
हर्षित कोई नहीं यार,
Very
at
much
least
in the
गए
hunt
तो
at
हैं।
79 points.
दरवाजे तो खोले
Even
हमारे लिए।
today, I mean, yes, we've got 5 teams that are kind of a little bit separated, but if
Guys,
Brazil come
75
out
people
swinging
watching,
again,
फटाफट
they
like कर
will
दो
be
stream,
right
please।
in it, with a couple big games. Denmark, speaking of teams that are right in
यार,
it, no
फोन
doubt
कहाँ है
about
मेरा?
it. These guys
तो
have
कर
been
देते कि आज हम stream
absolutely
कर रहे हैं।
just phenomenal to watch. Getting a win yesterday, their first ever as a region. So exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, it's their debut here at PUBG Nations Cup, and coming into this on day 1, we were expecting Denmark to really show up, but maybe not quite like this. Being in contention in top 3 actually right now is Germany and Brazil continuing to square off. Oh, a nice angle there as it's Chris and Micah able to get a kill on Brazil as their woes continue right now.
भाई आज तो इंडिया खूब खेलने के मूड
We'll see
अबे यार
Germany.
इंडिया वर्सेस कोरिया होने
Oftentimes
वाला
they
है।
don't want to go for these early engagements, but this is a rare opportunity to mount up some early points.
And the top of this hill is really dangerous. You can be seen
भाई
from a
इंडिया
couple
कोरिया से
different
पंगे ले रही है
angles. So for
full
Brazil
on।
getting stuck here, you're going to have to rely on the cover of this shack. Pray to God no one has a blue zone.
आज पता नहीं इतना गट फीलिंग ऐसी हो रही है ना कि आज इंडिया कुछ मजेदार करेगी भाई।
From the hills to the east of Los Leones, that is getting that knock, and you basically have to plant yourself in this shack. Pray to God that no one's going to be able to get any utility in there.
Yeah, Nate gonna come here and get the flush as that Molotov. Oh,
did
for
it
a
go
second
in?
I thought it went in, but no. Then he's gonna go okay. In fact, he's gonna throw a nade of his own. Looks like it's on the other side of that rock, so Micah for now is okay, but the pressure really on Vinny. Germany wants to clean this up before they rotate on.
Thought maybe that follow-up molly here from Vinny was going to be good, but not quite on the market. Yeah, Keenan's
Man.
still watching this fight. It's like
200 plus meters away.
आज जो तुम्हें देखने को मिलेगा ना ब्रो, आज इंडिया फुल मूड में है। देख के लग रहा है भाई, मैप पे देख के लग रहा है। आज मूड में है इंडिया। इंडिया इज लाइक आज साला हम नहीं छोड़ने वाले। भाई कोरिया को जो सूता है ना अभी इन्होंने, काफी डैमेज दिए कोरिया को।
Savior with a 249, able to get Keanu and Gustav as well. A lot of good picks there. And Brazil behind all this is going to be
ओ भाई ट्रांसलूसेंट सिक्योर कर गया ब्राजील की किल।
running through between a couple of good
नाइस
clubs,
ब्रो।
as the Americans also able to take them down.
Argentina, Germany, Korea.
आज तो डू और डाई फेज में है भाई इंडिया।
Seeing Denmark.
इंडिया का कैमरा दिखाओ।
In the kill feed early, just Beamy left now for the Danes. Savior looking to recover a little bit of ammo. Gonna make sure there's
अभी ये मैप चल रहा है।
Again, you'll see a lot of players do this. Set up
और
potential
इंडिया के
pushes
पास
when they're
पोजीशनिंग
holding
अच्छी खासी है। अभी सर्कल बंद होगा
locations like
देखते
this.
हैं।
But this one's on the edge. There's a couple teams. America's might be, excuse me, the United States might be trying to make
अब इंडिया के पास
an
सर्कल नहीं है।
entry
अब
in
रोटेशन के
here. Their breaches have been
देखना पड़ेगा
decent,
कैसे
but
करनी है।
sometimes a little bit off here on this initial spray. Pongsker can't find one.
अब या तो
Repeats for another.
गड़बड़ हो
He's
जाएगी,
got backup from
फिर मजा
Savior.
आएगा।
They're going to get the flush. Going for a third, and he's going to find it. And the United States is wiped out.
We saw it
United
on day
States
1,
guy?
we saw it on day 2. Chinese Taipei so good at defending compounds such as this one, and the crossfire there absolutely massive. Just cleans the USA. They get rinsed out of this lobby, and now it's just beaming
अब
here
इंडिया
for
क्या
Denmark.
करेगी ये
Last
देखने
hope he's
लायक
able to
होगा।
find one. Gets the knock there on the Xenon with a good headshot. That AUG very trusted and true. Looks like he's trying to rotate around and potentially get the flush here. Would love to pick up at least one more point in this lobby. But instead, he's brave, man. He's going for it. He's waiting for Savior to peek.
He's got to fight it now, hoping that they would push that angle there, trying to pre-fire a little bit.
क्या खेल रहे हैं
Not
भाई
gonna be
ये
able to do
लोग।
so. Didn't get
Oof.
caught by the stun too much. Now going for another decent damage, but he's on low health. The repeat wasn't good
Unforgiven
enough.
scout कर रहा
Finally,
है।
the flank from the side is going to take Beamy down. Chinese Taipei holds firm once again.
And I love to see
बस
the
ये
MC49 just
position
absolutely
मिल जाए
popping
ना।
off now as Germany Fighting Turkey a
Tough
little
हो
bit
गया
over
यार,
here
पूरा
on the western side, still outside of the circle. Might could pop you some tires as well, as China also has been bogged down in this kerfuffle. 2 players left for China. On Team Turkey, they got 2 apiece as well, but with Germany having oversight like this, it's going to be hard for either of these teams to rotate out of this vicinity.
Yep, exactly. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. You can play these hills eventually, but you know Germany has the backside of it.
भाई pressure mount हो रहा है इंडिया पे अब.
Do what they got to do. Australia dusting it up. Actually, Tiggleton.
ये देखो इंडिया की
Shinboy
सिचुएशन
there
अभी क्या
after
है.
getting a knock onto him. Did get knocked himself.
देखो.
Duckjuice gonna fall.
अभी
for
कहाँ पे है
Vietnam, and I
सर्कल
don't
में
think
इंडिया,
they're
वो
gonna
देखो
be able
फ्लैग.
to stop and pick him up.
ओ ले भाई कनाडा के लग गए. बस बस कनाडा की जगह ले सकते हैं अब ये लोग. बट हिल चढ़ना मुश्किल होगा यार. I think edge ही खेलने वाले हैं. Pure possibility भी नहीं है.
It's a great grenade from Waikikamukow that finds the knock. Let's see if Australia can recover.
But Vietnam's right behind him. Glory's with another good spray, has been so good on this, and they're going to rain down on the party that Australia was setting up after that fantastic nade on the second deck. Glory's now going in for the flush. Haisaki coming in from this angle. Oh, finds Savior with a quick shot, but the knock comes through.
France knock हो गया.
Actually from the UK, Fexa and Varro getting on this action.
Yeah, it's a third party here. The UK needs points, and they know it. So they're going to swoop in and try to claim some. This has bought enough time, I believe, for the res to come through onto Tiggleton. Honey Badger trying to harass Chinese Taipei. Savior, the only one on his feet for that squad, and Glory's there. Nothing he could do. A little bit lucky with the timing on that grenade. It was in the invulnerable state, I believe, or just missed, not sure. It doesn't matter. Still going to be cleaned up anyway. And Vietnam is falling apart. Just one player left.
Haisaki, the lone survivor right now for Team Vietnam, as he is
entrenched
around Australia and the United Kingdom, plus TPA Savior, who is not going to survive, gets shot down there in the blue. Chinese Taipei eliminated 13th out of 16 here in this lobby. So Australia, they really want to salvage this situation. Now the circle just going to perfectly center up on this one. Thailand holding the main compound in this area, the best defensive position, arguably. And a lot of teams still outside the circle are going to have to fight for the edge.
Yeah, China is just in a really tough spot, along with Turkey. Not much they can do. Keenan here tapping away with an AK, finds a headshot onto Unforgiven, looking to spray down Salman. Salman, nothing but a vehicle, and that is it for cover. And I don't think he's going to have much hope there. Amali was coming his way as well. Doesn't seem like it connected. Probably would have burned him down by now. China falling apart. Show trying to do what he can to survive a little bit longer, but not much hope here for the Chinese squad.
No, very deep in the blue with the circle getting ready to close in again. Turkey now eliminated from this lobby, and it's very worth noting that Vietnam, behind all of that, their last player was eliminated. So Korea alone right now in the top 3, still surviving with 3 men up at 107 points. A rare opportunity for them early on in the final day of PNC 2023 to add to this lead.
Still no kills for them. Germany, in the meanwhile, has a bunch. Argentina is going to try to take a bit of a fight to them, see if they can soften them up on this high ground, keep them from doing critical damage. But instead, wisely, it's Chris, the veteran, one of the all-time greats in PUBG esports history. So smart. We've seen so many clutch plays from him, able to avoid disaster. And Onyx and company, though, going to be pushing up the hill. Heaven there for backup. Soul going to play the anchor position from behind. Seen Mika, I believe, just for a moment. I don't think Korea wants to overextend.
No, they want to wait until the right moment to strike here on Germany. They don't know exactly what the lay of the land is there on the top of the hill, and so they're going to be waiting for Soul to come in. As it's Chris just continuing to pop off. Some nice covering fire by DraftKings, who has just been one of the MVPs for Team Argentina so far. Behind all that,
like
Soul
India
eliminating Show, who was struggling to get in from the blue. Looks like Show got a ton of damage there onto him, but not enough to get the knock.
Yeah, exactly. Nice recovery
Next
there
वाला कौन सा है Miramar?
Could have been disastrous to have him knocked.
AC130 noob तो नहीं है यार. ये लोग बहुत एक्सपीरियंस और अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
South Korea feels like they're going to have to take a fight here on this edge, and might as well try to take it now, pinned out in the blue, but it's Chris, comes up and over, knocks in Onyx, that's one down, gets shot in the back from Argentina. Is that going to buy enough breathing room here for Korea to do anything, because the blue is right on their heels?
Yeah, blue's on their heels. They're going to have to go for the res right. They're actually just going to pick up an Onyx and try and use this smoke to provide enough soft cover to get him into safety, but Germany, they feel like they're on the hunt. Usually a little bit more timid. In fact, they might be turning around. Korea seems to just be keen on vacating this position and just trying to go for this corner, but is the blue going to get the flush? It's so close, paper thin. Maybe one tick. If you drop him now and go for the res, you might get him up.
It has to be right here, right now.
Oh my goodness,
clutch
it's one tick.
That is unbelievably.
But ये देखो कोरिया के लिए भी कितना मुश्किल होगा अंदर आना, ये
from
देखो
heaven. The calculations absolutely
कहाँ पे
perfect.
देखो
That
कोरिया,
guy's got the graphic calculator.
थाईलैंड
No
देख
doubt
रही है,
about it.
जर्मनी
So
देख रही
well
है,
done
कैसे
there,
अंदर
but,
आओगे?
I mean, okay, you get this res, but
मुश्किल है।
state, it doesn't look good for Korea.
Well, I feel like if they stayed and tried to fight Germany out of that position, they would have all been dead or right. So at least they have some chance here, but they are surrounded by Thailand. Thailand just barely doesn't have an angle on them. This rock doing the heavy lifting here for Korea's defensive positioning. But once this circle
यार
closes
मलंग
in,
पता है
keep in
आज
mind, Korea, they just need a
पोजीशन
ton of utility,
थी
a
यार,
ton
थोड़ा
of
और बेटर
smokes
कर
to try
सकते
to
थे इस वाले
escape
मैप
that
पे। देखते
situation
हैं अगले
where
में
they
क्या
had
करते
one
हैं।
player down and Heaven was able to save him. I don't know how they're getting out of this one.
Well, they might have got a little bit of help here from
आज कुछ तो
Argentina,
डिफरेंट है
and it
वैसे
gets a
मलंग,
knock
मुझे लग रहा है
onto
आज
a player from
कुछ ना कुछ तो
Germany,
होगा हल्का
but they
सा।
have to get there, and Onyx knocked once again.
कल
though
से ज़्यादा मुझे
quickly.
बेटर लग
It's
रहा है।
Australia now, raining fire down on top of Korea. That's a
कोरिया
knock
को
and a
ऑलमोस्ट नॉक कर
kill.
दिया था उन्होंने
Another
अभी,
kill could be
जब
coming.
इनिशियल
Soul
फाइट
trying
हुई थी
to
वो
get
दिखाया नहीं,
out in the open. The
बट
helmet
मैप पे
gets
काफी
popped,
दिख रहा था।
and I think Soul is no longer for this game.
No, that's going to be it pretty much for Team Korea, I think, as Seoul would have to make the right of the Valkyries really to get down into Team Thailand and survive
जो
that
कोरिया
blue.
बाहर हुई है ना, ये इंडिया की
So
वजह से
for
हुई है।
Germany, Argentina,
इन्होंने बहुत स्लो
Thailand,
डाउन
and
कर दिया था,
Australia
बहुत सारे
right now
हेलमेट
in this
वेस्ट तोड़े
lobby,
उनके
as well as the defending champions, the
रोटेशन
United
में।
Kingdom. A nice opportunity here to start to close some of that distance. Germany, they still have 4 men up. They're making a big rotation right now with
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
Micah
देखो पिन हो
coming in.
गया,
They want to take a key position here in this circle. They're going to play this little lift
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
of
देखो
the
कैसे पिन होने
terrain.
वाली है अब।
It's not even a dip really, but it's something certainly
3
playable.
टीम फ्लश करेंगे
Exactly.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया को।
That is a really nice maneuver there for Germany. Puts themselves in a winning position. Still 4 up. Thailand 4, UK 4. Japan quietly hanging on the edge of this circle as well. Could have a
Thailand
little
भी
play
redemption
flood.
mode
Gonna
में
get
है
taken
आज
down
तो।
by a grenade from Thibaut Tiggleton.
Thailand
Wiped
कह रही है हम भी
out
जीतेंगे
as
आज।
well. And now Australia, such a good game here. 6 kills. This may be the end.
Yeah, Luke 12 alone right now in that field with UK looking to find him.
Oh, DraftKing though.
एक पॉइंट इतना मैटर कर रहा है अभी
Yeah, DraftKing has a
हर टीम के
nice
लिए।
angle. Oh, from that rock. That's a perfect vantage point on a Team Germany. It's the one weakness of this position they find themselves in right now is Germany has 2 players knocked.
कुछ भी कहो यार,
Now,
देख के तो
luckily
लगता है
for
यार
Team
कितनी
Germany,
experienced teams हैं।
UK Vard actually has a sight line there on DraftKings, so he's going to be
The
shelling him a
decision
little bit
making,
there, taking
rotations.
some of the pressure off Team Germany. They might be able to get these reses to come through.
Oh, the grenade
Oh!
from Japan! Pure Boy strikes from the side and wipes them out. All of a sudden,
भाई
Germany is gone. And all the hard work done by DraftKing is scooped up by the
भाई
squad.
पूरी रोटेशन की ले ली
across the
भाई
scene.
पूरी, कितनी प्यारी
Yeah, that was
रोटेशन,
some
कितनी
timing
टाइमिंग
when
अच्छी
they might
पकड़ी
get the
थी।
reses up and then the nade coming
जापान
in.
ने एक ही रेड में सब
poor
वाइप कर
Team
दिया।
Germany, Japan just with a perfect nade able to clean
और
them
जर्मन
up.
जैसी टीम
And now
ऐसे बाहर
Japan,
हो
I'm
रही है।
really liking their position here as Luke 12 finally succumbs to the blue zone.
भाई
4
कोरिया तो
teams
मचा रही
remaining.
थी
It's
आज।
going to be UK, Japan, Thailand, and Argentina here in map 1 of the final
गाइस
day
वोट का
of
समय आ
PNC
चुका है,
2023.
फटाफट
The UK
अपना दिमाग
gonna
दौड़ाएं
climb the
और
leaderboard,
वोट
see
करें।
if they can get back into a position
U
to
for
repeat
UK, T for Thailand,
as winners
A
of
for
PNC.
Argentina, and J for
Argentina
Japan।
Still has something to say about it as well. Only 1 kill for
क्या ये
Argentina
जापान का
despite
पहला
doing
चिकन
a
हो सकता
ton
है?
of damage. Japan, who knows? Maybe they're going to get their first win. They always seem to find one chicken dinner somehow, some way at PNC. A center circle position
जल्दी
here
वोट करो,
now
जल्दी वोट
for
करो।
Argentina. Going to have to set up a bit of a car
T for
fort
Thailand,
around the
U for
static
UK,
truck.
J for
That is
Japan,
part
A
of
for
the map
Argentina।
itself, and a few smokes are expended to see if they could buy a little bit of space and time.
Now the
भाई ये
angle that the
सारे
United
UK वाले
Kingdom is
खा
coming
देंगे
in from
भाई।
here, unless they're able to get some
और
big
जापान भी
knocks
बहुत
on
अच्छा
a
खेल
Team
रही है, पीके
Thailand,
नहीं ले
this could
रही।
be precarious as they don't have very much hard cover to be found, and even the slope of the terrain, it's not that substantial. So instead
ले
of
भाई Thailand versus UK होगा क्या?
is going to be able to find, looking
Yep।
at the mini map, a crate to use as hard cover and potentially get some
बहुत
loot. And now
मुश्किल कर रहा है
Thailand
यार।
making a play, Fex with a spray down, able to get 1 headshot, but no knock just yet.
Oh!
Repeats and he
दो
gets
knock कर
2.
दिए।
Rusted and Poochills both going down. Thailand
nades
right
आ
now in
जाएंगे।
a lot of trouble.
And they're doing damage across the road. T-Bone hitting Argentina hard in the side.
ले
Now
भाई,
he
इनकी तो
turns
लग
his
गए।
sights down onto Thailand.
UK तो farm
They
करी
are
भाई इसमें।
falling apart, and that grenade just barely
10
comes
kill
up short
भाई।
of Emic. But it's Japan once again. Kane
ले।
strikes, takes down Argentina.
Japan
Japan
को
is
देखो
on a
बैच
roll
के
with
आगे।
these grenades.
Man, from
Japan is like,
across the
who
street,
need
these things
weapons
have
when
been
you
so
have
clutch for
grenades,
Team
Habibi?
Japan. They got Germany, they got Argentina. Now they're one of the full 4-man
Fighting
squads
Vipers।
up here, but the United Kingdom, they've been looking so strong. 11 kills
दिखाया
in
नहीं
total
क्या?
right now in this lobby, and it looks like it's time for Japan to start to plan a move.
Exactly. Japan's going to have to find a way to get in, and they have found the corner of the crossroads. It's going to be their spot.
भाई सब क्या
UK
हो
wants
रहा
to
है?
eliminate Thailand from the equation, and they do. A good grenade there, and now you've got a straight-up 4v4. The tremendous firepower here of the UK versus the tenacious Japanese squad.
T-Bone right now manning the forward position in a 1-3 split. UK, they have Vex, Honey Badger, and Vard kind of fanned out on the northern side of this circle. Japan clustered all the way down into the southeast. You can see Vex trying to find exactly what the position is of his rivals.
50-50.
Yeah.
50-50. It's a coin flip according to our
भाई जापान को तो लग रहा है पहला आएगा J for Japan होने वाला है.
I tell you what though, I've got concerns here for Japan. This UK team has 13 kills already. They're really feeling it.
I really like the position of Team UK as well. They're able to reinforce T-Bone. It's now a 3-1 split with Vex being the anchor all the way to the northwest. And T-Bone, if he's able to find an anchor, or not an anchor, excuse me, a position, an angle on this Japanese squad that has crossed the street, it could be very dangerous for Team Japan. Now you see Imhockey's trying to get the lay of the land and find out exactly where UK is set up and how they can utilize this terrain. T-Bone doing the same thing, gathering some reconnaissance on the United Kingdom side. But as you said, it's a straight up 4v4. United Kingdom, though, with 13 kills, they are on a roll, paper thin.
Yeah, exactly, but I'm seeing some helmets missing for some players on the UK, and Vex has been spotted. This kind of dangerous angle that he had flanked out for has been identified by Japan now. Are they going to be able to deal with it? And again, a lot of utility expended by both teams, but I saw a few frags still floating in the backpacks of Japan. Kane thinking about letting loose with a smoke here. Eventually, Japan is going to have to push into this next circle, but it looks like they're going to want to wrap more towards the western edge based on these smoke placements.
Japan has been so clutch with the nades in these last moments here of map number 1 on the final day. We'll see if they can do it again if they have a frag in the pack. Now Run, he's trying to find an angle here with a Mini 14. The smokes from his teammate Kane, able to give him a pathway through the road. T-Bone looked like he might have gone through with a peek there, but instead it's going to be Japan clustering together. It's a straight up 4v4 over this hill.
I don't think the UK realizes that Japan wants to take a fight right to their faces. You
can
see
they think they're going to try to swing
the western edge with those smokes over to the other end of the road. Japan maybe going to try to surprise them a little bit here, come up underneath their noses. UK doesn't have a ton of info just yet. Now they're starting to kind of figure it out. T-Bone watching a little bit, has swapped over to that Scar up close and personal, and they're going to try to counterflank Imhawk. A lot of pressure potentially going to be on him.
Worth noting that a lot of players on Team UK very low on ammo, so they have to be very careful. They have to hit it. He's forced out of his position. It's doing a ton of damage. Will they be able to find the angle? And yes, Honey Badger actually fighting back against 2.
That's a huge play here for Honey Badger. Found it, perfect timing. That's another one for Vex. Just Pure Boy left now for Japan. He's gone. The UK has done it. A big-time win for them, coming in here to the final
the
day
OGs
and shooting
of PNC.
Right up the leaderboard.
And look at this player cam, man. They are cool as cool can be, but what an impressive win. 17 total kills with a chicken dinner. Paper thin, starting today. You were mentioning that these teams on the lower rankings in the pack, if they have a big day, like the UK is setting up for, they do have a chance of coming back and becoming a champion. And now, the reigning champs, the United Kingdom, with a full 4-man squad, putting up 17 kills on Miramar and climbing all the way up, ready to join
price pool
the likes of Germany, the likes of Denmark, Argentina, Vietnam, and Korea at the top.
I think by the end of tournament शायद 1 million हो जाए. 750k तो मैं नहीं देखा था. अब पता नहीं कितना बढ़ गया. 800 तो cross हुआ होगा.
17 kills to boot in this one. Absolutely. Just crazy good stuff from them. The way they controlled those zones, the damage they were putting down. T-Bone absolutely nasty with that.
Choked
with that position.
Why UK outplayed? I don't think they got choked. They just got outplayed.
And that big flank there at the end.
They had a good positioning, yeah, Japan.
Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, man, I was really worried for T-Bone once those blue zone nades
came through, but his teammates were able to carry the load as
Japan just focused on his position, and instead it's going to be the UK taking a clean win. And man, I don't even know who the man of the match from that one is going to be. Every single player on Team UK stepped up.
I think maybe T-Bone, but we'll see, yeah, because it was all over for them. They were having a phenomenal, just phenomenal game. Of course, in the early part of the game, China.
Ashwin, welcome. 13 kill कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं, भाई बहुत ज़्यादा है. 13 plus 10, 23 points तो यही हो गए. UK तो सीधा bounce कर गई भाई.
Defending these compounds doesn't give an inch
यार थोड़ा कोरिया जीते तो मजा भी आए.
Despite their tremendous firepower.
Yeah, Pongsker and Savior just absolutely clutched.
आज कोरिया मतलब मचाएगी, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कोरिया भी अच्छा खेलेगी.
Vietnam and Denmark out early, we were looking to see whether
एक चिकन डिनर हो जाए ना तो ऊपर आ जाएगी कोरिया.
But instead they just get caught between a rock and a hard place there. Team Thailand.
भाई इंडिया का नीडल कभी लेगा यार.
Dominating the top of their hill means Korea exits with only
भाई विकास इज लाइक देखो इंडिया सही है. अब हम जरा स्किन्स पे फोकस करें दोस्तों.
I think they got
जरा स्किन्स का सोचे हम. वोट भी तो किया है हमने.
No, I mean, but the weird thing was a lot of teams got caught up fighting over.
I think is this the biggest tournament? Yes.
It thinned out the
Like,
herd
it's
a
like
little bit early.
one of the biggest.
Also,
The major
Argentina,
one is the PGC,
that
right?
early
PUBG
move
Global
they
Championship.
made, with the,
Before that, it's
with the
PGS.
emergency pickup really got them
PUBG
a lot
Global
deeper
Series.
into this game than maybe they would have gone otherwise. So you got to give them a ton of credit.
PGC
for
is the like one of the
on
जैसे
that and the
CS:GO में होता है ना
decision
grand finals
and
वाला.
the patience to make sure they
Major.
found a spot that was open.
एक होता है minor, एक major. ये minor वाला.
Argentina in that game and Team USA, either on day 1 or day 2. They've been so cool. We've seen some very creative movements. Honestly, fantastic play calling from a variety of different teams representing their countries and regions in this event, as we really are looking at the best in the world that PUBG has to offer.
Exactly. It's so awesome, man. What a way to start this out. I love it. 17 kills. And this is what I'm talking about. You can have one of these 70-point days, and if you're the UK and Korea continues to struggle, Vietnam continues to struggle, look, you're going to be in the thick of it. You are absolutely going to be in contention towards the end of the day, so we'll just have to wait and see.
17 kill थे.
The top of this leaderboard is super heavy.
भाई मैंने तो ध्यान नहीं दिया, मैं तो गेम देख रहा था. बाप रे भाई.
This was our biggest one.
They got 15.
नहीं पर मैच में 13 किल थे नहीं. 17 कैसे हो गए? 10 तो तभी थे. उसके बाद 3 ही तो मारे इन्होंने जापान वाले. 3 या 4. 17 कैसे हो गए?
Phenomenal start for them, man. I mean, for these teams, with the UK now coming
पता नहीं यार,
in,
मैंने ध्यान नहीं
suddenly you're
दिया.
not just
अगर 17 है तो बहुत ज्यादा है भाई.
placements, man. You're playing the
राजकरण
potential
शायद सही कर
champion.
रहा है.
Fax is going to be the MVP from this one, and now I see why. 700 damage, 6 kills.
Topping every possible stat except for the points contribution.
Honey Badger
Everything
भी
else
अच्छा
was
खेला.
him. Absolutely one of the all-time greats here in Fex. The phase
उनको तो
legend.
slot भी है
Absolutely
PGC में.
nuts stuff from him. God, what a fun game there. I just love to see them pop off like that. You can see Honey Badger on stage was absolutely loving it. His first chance here at PNC to showcase his skills.
राज क्या लगता है कुछ होगा आज?
Come through here with a big
क्या
win for
मौसम
the
बदलेगा आज
defending
हमारा गेम में
champions.
इंडिया के लिए?
Who knows? Anything is possible.
Yeah, look at
Malang,
this
क्या लगता
leaderboard
है
now, Paper
next
Thin.
game में?
South Korea still on
What is
top,
your
but
gut and
with
your
UK entering the fray
gut
here
saying?
in position 6.
Siddharth ji,
They're
welcome,
just
welcome.
inches behind Germany, Denmark, Argentina, and Vietnam. Where we're talking about, potentially 5 teams
अपनी टीम में किल
contesting
किसके
for
ज्यादा?
that top spot, but now the UK with a
Translucent.
phenomenal opening statement. It seems like they're ready to rumble here. They want to be
इस वाले मैच में
back-to-back
ब्राजील की एक किल
champions.
And the good
स्टील
news for
की थी.
everybody towards the middle, of this leaderboard was that the top teams did not put up many points at all. Nobody really came away with a big,
भाई गौरव
big
तुम तो
game
कुछ ज्यादा ही
here.
मजे ले रहे हो.
So teams like the UK, Japan had a really nice one.
How can we join that? You
missed
can
about talking about that phenomenal
how
performance there
can
had.
we join?
At the end there, just
बस
kinda got
स्ट्रीम
boxed in
देखो
by
और
the
क्या.
UK. I mean,
अब बाकी
UK
अगले
just
साल
had a little
टूर्नामेंट
bit of a
होगा.
better position advantage
जब
on them
मैं
with that
हर बार
top
की तरह अनाउंस
kinda
करूंगा कि
shelf to work with
क्वालिफायर्स
still.
आ गए हैं
Was
तो
able to get
रजिस्टर
a
कर
little
लेना
bit
टीम
more
के साथ.
info and rotate a little
बस
bit
कोई
more
इतना बड़ा
around
वो
them
नहीं है.
from this position. But still, Japan,
यूके वालों का
beautiful
टीम
grenades.
वर्क भाई
Pure Boy
यार
Kane,
अच्छा टीम वर्क
just
सबका
having
ऐसा ही
the
है.
perfect timing.
बहुत
Yeah, the nades
बट यार ये देखो जापान तो भाई नेड मार मार के उड़ा रही है टीम.
Pick up Germany in that.
भाई अर्जेंटीना
Where
जैसी टीम को
Argentina
उड़ा
set
दिया.
up, I thought they might be a
जर्मनी जैसी
little
टीम को
bit
उड़ा
more
दिया.
safe, but the nades came through nonetheless.
आज पता है
Japan
सब
picking up a lot of
पूरा
points in
बिना
that
फियर
one
के
game.
खेल
Never
रहे हैं.
seen a
इवन
lot of
इंडिया भी
this
बिना फियर
defense
के खेल
here
रही है मेरे
by
हिसाब से
the
तो.
Team United Kingdom
बस थोड़ी
was
सी
out of this
strategy और
world. No, all
positioning
eyes
और
were Japan right there.
rotation का
They were on
issue हो
T-Bone
रहा है
after the 2 blue zone nades popped, but they weren't able to
ये
get
लोग पहले ही
enough,
यार
and then
सर्कल वर्कल ले लेते हैं बहुत
cavalry
जल्दी
came
स्काउट
in
आउट
for
करके.
Team UK,
बहुत स्पीड तेज है
especially
इनकी
by Fez.
डिसीजन
That
मेकिंग
was
की.
just fantastic.
अगर मैं
Yeah,
सिर्फ
Fex
आप लोगों को
was
सिर्फ मैप दिखाऊं ना
absolutely
तो आप
nuts
देखो
there.
कितनी जल्दी टीम्स
And,
मूव हो रही है रोटेशंस के लिए. ये
It's
इन्होंने भी देखा
really
होगा बट गेम में
awesome
करना
to see
मुश्किल
them come
होता
out
है.
here. I think Japan probably just kind of, I think, got a little bit unsure of what they wanted to do. It almost felt like there were two attempted decisions being made at the end of that game. I think half of them wanted to go west, and the other half wanted to just take the fight up the
यार
hill and
सही
just try to win
बताऊं,
it that way.
I have
And I
played
think they
this.
just kind of got stuck,
अच्छे आईजीएल को मैंने ना
trying to figure out which one was going to be
खत्म
the
होते
better
हुए
of the
देखा है गेम
options.
में.
'Cause with those smokes
तो
they set up, they had the
it's
option to
not
go one way or
easy.
another, and then they reinforced back up towards the east and
अपने आप को ही सेकंड गेस करने लगते हैं बंदे एज एन IGL, क्योंकि प्रेशर इतना होता है ना। और एक बार अच्छा चल जाए फिर तो भाई आपका जो दिमाग दौड़ता है, ओए होए होए।
The final circle, they're often decided in just a fraction of a second, and the UK absolutely pounced on that opportunity to lock down the win in tremendous fashion. All 4 players out.
देखो मानो या ना मानो, इनमें और हम में डिफरेंस तो बहुत है।
It's going to be a very
बट ये भी सत्य है कि इतना भी डिफरेंस नहीं कि हम अचीव नहीं कर सकते अगर इंडिया में रेगुलर टूर्नामेंट्स होंगे तो। हमने बहुत ज्यादा ग्रो किया था जब एसिस के रेगुलरली 3-3 महीने टूर्नामेंट्स हो रहे थे। कितनी सारी नई टीम्स आई, कितनी सारी नई टीम्स परफॉर्म करने लगी, बहुत फर्क पड़ता है उस चीज का। बट अभी तो दिमाग में वही रहता ना यार, कोई फ्यूचर तो है नहीं तो ग्राइंड क्यों करे, वही वाली बात है।
I don't want to take credit for that.
All right. Well,
I mean, I could. You know what? Never mind. I'm taking credit for it.
Take that jab at him.
Loss ही जाएगी शायद इंडिया।
I mean, I saw him tweeting about saying your fantasy team's in the dumpster, so he deserves it. It's karma. Coming back to pay.
Yep. Yeah, they're going loss.
Anyway.
This playing path coming in right from the Eastern Islands all the way up to Alcantara. We'll see where players
drop.
We haven't had too much hot action here in day 2 and starting off in day 3 on Miramar.
How many times you played tournament? यार ऐसे मैंने गिना तो नहीं है, but I played almost all important tournaments other than this PNC and some Acer ones.
I'm not expecting them to make the same kind of mistake here on this map.
Well, they had to try something, and there weren't easy rotations to be made, so they thought maybe they found a lane through Los Dones.
कोई नहीं, देख लेंगे PNC 2024 में। वही तो यार, बहुत सारा अब तो पता है ना कि 2024 होना ही होना है, तो बहुत सारी टीम्स करेंगी प्रिपेयर। ये तो ये वाला स्लॉट एकदम ऐसे मिला था। अभी लोगों को पता है what the stakes will be। लोग यार, मुझे याद है जब गेमिंग मॉम के टूर्नामेंट्स होते थे, people used to grind, including me, for tournaments such as 50,000 a month. और these tournaments are quite big. और जो क्राफ्टन के प्लान्स लग रहे हैं इंडिया के लिए, अगर वो सही होते हैं तो भाई it won't be as same as BG में, but you'll see a lot many teams coming up now. Lot many players open up their mind and play with people who where they can get results. थोड़ा भाईचारा शायद कम होगा.
Up to Alcantara and potentially those hills and play from there, or maybe rotate down closer to the crater fields. But United Kingdom, they have a long journey ahead of them to get into this next circle.
Yeah, they do, absolutely. It is very, very far away for them. So maybe if they can find an E-pickup, find themselves a little bit of an easier switch up. Of course, the risk with E-pickups is, even though you can get like a better spot in the circle, theoretically, potentially, sometimes you drop into a spot, there are people already and they don't reveal themselves and you kind of misidentify it. And then, of course, the other problem is you're not going to have vehicles when you first land, so you either got to find them or deal with it without. So
maybe someday we'll be able to put vehicles on the E-pickup too, man. Just see some buses flying through the sky.
It's like Operation Dumbo Drop, man. Like putting an elephant on a plane.
Oh, now I want to see somebody like in a Jeep or something, or some kind of vehicle falling out of the sky and shooting while they're doing it.
Well, that would be super fun, actually. I've always said that I think from the E-pickup, you should be able to use pistols.
From pistols?
Yeah. Russia की जगह slot मिला था.
So like, and also smoke grenade launchers, like when you're like,
that's true.
Smoke something, maybe. You know what I'm saying?
इसका दूसरा सत्य ये है कि रशिया की जगह कोई और कंट्री थी, उस कंट्री की जगह फाइट करके इंडिया को दिया गया.
I don't think you should be able to use grenades.
Slot.
I think just pistol slot weapons only.
All right, well, Team Australia rolling up here on Brazil a little bit. Haven is going to vacate this.
ये क्राफ्टन की मैनेजमेंट चाहती थी जो ई-स्पोर्ट्स संभालती है इंडिया में.
And unfortunately from this slip he will not have one, but with a 4x bolt.
अब वो बोलना थोड़ा ठीक नहीं रहेगा कि किस टीम को स्लॉट था. जो सोचा जा रहा था, 2 टीम्स की बात हो रही थी, उनको हटा के इंडिया को दिया गया.
Nothing too scary for Brazil there.
बस यार फटाफट लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को. पता नहीं मैंने तो लाइक भी नहीं देखे कितने हो रहे हैं, तो गेम में घुस गया था. वी हैव 62 लाइक्स. कम ऑन यार, 100 तो कर दो यार फटाफट, जल्दी से लाइक कर दो. यार ये बोरिंग है, ये देखते आ जाओ, मैप देखते थोड़ी देर. अभी तो सब लूट रहे हैं ना, मैप देखते थोड़ी देर. मुझे बताना ये मैप तुम्हें बुरा तो नहीं लग रहा? FPP सोलो एसेस रॉक शोडाउन ऑनलाइन टूर्नामेंट
quite to hit
पार्टिसिपेट
them,
करो,
but just so
करेंगे
they don't
करेंगे।
know where
अनिकेत
the
मुझे
bullets are
मैसेज
coming from.
भेज दो यार
It's
डिस्कॉर्ड पे
awesome,
अगर आप हो तो,
paranoia. Well, I can't
या
usually
इंस्टाग्राम
get
पे
this.
अगर
I'm
भेज
not-
सकते हो।
I'm not that
I'll
good at
also
the
sign up.
game,
कब
but
है ये?
if I can cause
Aces
mental
वाला
trauma to my
tournament?
fellow players,
Solo
I've
हो रहा
had
है। I'm
fun.
pretty
Yeah,
shocked.
you-
Aces
okay,
made such
confirmed.
moves.
Psychopath confirmed.
Ideally,
it's
they
PUBG,
just
man.
go
What are you
for
gonna do?
tournaments like squad tournament and be done with it.
what we live-
Psychological
That's a
warfare.
big leap.
It's true. Psychological
Aces
warfare
is
does
actually
work in
doing
this
it
game.
solo
I will
tournaments.
say you can do things. to
That's
mess
like a
with- mess with
like a
opponents
ballsy
and,
move, I
definitely
would say.
kind of make them second guess their
From the
decisions.
organizer
China, though, not
point of
going to be
view.
interested in
That will
taking an
actually
early
nurture
fight
a lot
here.
of
Once
players.
again, the USA going to show their force on this Prio compound. Which again, a lot of teams are going to want compounds like this because of the way that circles usually work in this area. That compound in particular.
भाई इंडिया का
tends to be a
स्लॉट
bit of a
दे नहीं
circle
रहे थे
magnet,
लोग, ये रियलिटी
so
हाँ, बट
early
इस बार भी है और अगली
stake
बार भी मिलेगा, तो
for the USA.
इसमें कोई संकोच नहीं होना
Be a
चाहिए।
really nice position for them to work from after having the best start
और अगले
there.
साल
It's
एसर
team
भी
number
होगा,
one
जहाँ तक
today,
मुझे
and
लग रहा
China,
है। तो दो
also
टूर्नामेंट्स तो
one of
पक्के
those
हैं ही
teams
हैं।
that, you know, bled a lot of players out early, weren't really able to recover from it, is actually Germany with an emergency pickup. Oh, look at this. I wasn't expecting this.
और ये तो बहुत
considering
दूर
how
की
close
बात है,
they
ये
were
तो
on the
टूर्नामेंट
north
बहुत बाद में
side,
होंगे,
but
तभी और
it
इतने
seems like
बीच में
they're going for a
टूर्नामेंट्स आएंगे
2-2
तो
or a 2-3 split.
पूरा
Oh,
साल बिजी
look at
रहेगा।
this angle that Tiggleton has right now.
भाई टिगल्टन
Spraying with
हेलो,
a 4x mini. Gets a ton of damage done. Almost a knock. Micah on 1 HP.
इसका दिया, सॉरी,
Tiggleton, so nasty with
देखना
that
चाहिए था
mini
तुम्हें,
14.
my apologies।
I think I am not remiss in saying that he is the best with that gun in the world. And you
थोड़ा
just
सा
saw
विजन
right
दे देता हूँ।
why right
एक
there,
बंदा
folks.
इमरजेंसी
That
पिकअप
is
से
not-
उतर रहा था
those are
और
not
टिगल्टन
easy
ने 3
shots.
शॉट कनेक्ट कर दिए, एक शॉट में नॉक हो जाता, हवा में
Tap, tap, tap.
बच जाता, बट
Crazy
और
fast.
बार बार बचा है।
That is unreal that he can
क्या
almost get an
पोजीशन
knock like
पकड़ी है
that.
भाई।
Oh, now, if you try to reinforce, I'm sure a sigh of relief here for Team Germany. Not losing a player with that emergency drop.
सोचो पहले लोग कह रहे थे इमरजेंसी
Instead,
पिकअप
it's
कितना
Chris
बेकार है,
and
बट
Poe
देखो
just gonna be
कितना
moving on foot
बेनिफिशियल है
right
जिसको
now
मिल
through
जाए।
the sandstorm,
हाँ, थोड़ा ओवर पावर्ड हो
going
जाएगा,
to
बट
west of El Pozo and
भाई बाद में
trying
भी
to
तो
shore
नीचे
up the
उतरना होता
defense
है।
there. Center of the circle, really not playing
But
the
भाई
edge
जर्मनी की
quite as
पोजीशन
much as
देखो
they
भाई
would like
इसका।
to. I guess probably because there's so much unplayable terrain, it will be really hard for them to rotate later on.
यार ये बहुत सही गेम है, पता है अगर इंडिया में ई स्पोर्ट्स आ जाए
See how it
इसमें,
all shakes out in the
पूरी
next
दुनिया
circle. See
खेलेगी
how much
इसे,
of the
लेकिन इंडिया
edge of
में
the
हर
map
बंदा
is still
खेलेगा।
in. Of course, the areas
जितना
you
प्यारा
cannot
ये गेम
cross,
है,
that
ई-स्पोर्ट्स में
cannot
तो और
leave the map on
एम्पलीफाई हो
the
जाता है।
western side, could potentially play a role in this. For all intents and purposes, they're like water, except you can't even go in it. Marco.
भाई लोग पबजी
try
मोबाइल
to
खेल
put
रहे
some
हैं
shots
यार,
into Nurens.
4-4
Nurens, though,
उंगलियां
in
घुमा
this
रहे हैं भाई छोटी
seems
स्क्रीन
to be
में।
relatively well protected. That Coupe's a great car, man. Not only is it fast,
ये तो फिर भी इतना
but it has
अमेजिंग
a
गेम
lot of
है
protection with, you know, the hard cover top. Of
यार। ये
course,
गेम
anything
डिजर्व
that
करता है
isn't
यार इंडिया में एक चांस।
Windows.
क्या लगता है?
Pretty sure everything but Windows block bullets in this game.
Yeah, even if it's just cloth, it works.
Most shocking part is
Level
like
2,
brands are
yes, I
so
call it,
interested
you know,
in
you
like
go
for
from
PUBG
the
PC।
no shell to the soft shell to the hard shell, still a very good
बस अपना
vehicle.
viewership
Also, that coupe
कम है
handles the
PUBG
off-road
PC
better than you would expect. It's
It's
not too bad.
Yeah. I agree. I love the coupe, man. And I also do turn it into other vehicles, like you know, a little bit of a Aston Martin, maybe. These days.
Get a fancy
ताइवान की
one.
जगह चाइनीज तपाई
May or may
लिखा
not have some
है,
fancy
वो
cars
भी
in my
गलत
garage, I
है।
don't know.
तो
Nice,
यार इतना दिल पे
impressive,
मत लो
flex a
यार
little
प्लीज,
bit.
Heck yeah.
एंजॉय करो
I mean,
गेम।
that's what
कभी
you
कभी
do,
तो
right?
मौका मिलता
Same
है
thing with skins,
साल
just
में एक
gotta
बार सब
flex.
बैठ के
Yeah,
मिलके
dog.
एक साथ देख रहे होते हैं।
Oh, that reminds me. Anyway.
भाई इंडिया कहाँ है?
What does it
जिंदा है,
remind you
जिंदा
of?
है,
I
किधर है?
forgot to equip my PNC skins.
ओ भाई साहब इंडिया तो
Oh,
फाइट कर
so
रही है
sad.
भाई।
Okay, translucent now coming in.
अरे
Wait-
नहीं,
waited for the
नहीं।
first car to pass, but oof, a whiff. I mean, it's hard on those really close angles because you can the momentum from the vehicle just you gotta spray fast on those. So
बच गया भाई ये।
not really a failure on the part there of India, but in fact UK just playing that one really close to the vest and speeding on by.
Yeah, your sensitivity
बच
there
गया भाई।
is so hard to, even if you're
पास
playing
से
on a
निकला
pretty
था।
high sense, it's
मिराडो
really
में
hard to
मारना
keep
भी
up
थोड़ा
with cars
मुश्किल होता
flying
है।
by you that close.
I mean, the closer
कार
it is, the faster
छोटी
it feels
में
like
लगा
it's
है।
moving, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. That's not easy for anybody. Even, you know, it's been a struggle for India. We're so happy to have them here, of
Oh,
course,
ले
at
भाई।
this event. This is
अरे
not the best.
भाई गाली
But
पड़ेगी भाई
you know
दिल
what?
से।
Fine. Honestly, that's the Bronco's probably the car you want anyway because it handles better off-road here for Chinese Taipei. So you lose the
Oh.
Murado. Oh wait, hold on.
ले भाई।
Kickstart. Why in the world is somebody trying to get in here?
You think this compound's not going to be occupied? What's going on? I'm a little bit confused by that one.
This is a big
Counter
risk from
guilty.
Argentina that they took to try to get in there. Japan trying to drive away from
वो
the
खुद
sight
थोड़ी
lines of
घुसा हुआ
Denmark,
है।
and a little bit of help maybe from this dust storm might allow them to get away.
Man, I'm feeling really bad for Argentina with that one. Or that's not the
भाई
best
कैड़ा
situation to
मैच
find
चल रहा है
yourselves in.
भाई।
Japan rolling on through.
इंडिया कहाँ है अपनी?
Denmark here through La Cobreria.
अब देखो मैं तुम्हें एक चीज दिखाऊं, एक तुम्हें अलग अंदर पीओवी देता हूँ।
I'm always stressed when I try to
ये
get
मैप
one.
है, टीम्स को देखो कहाँ है और हमारी इंडिया टीम कहाँ है।
I was gonna
अब
say,
देखो
just
कितना
pronounce
मुश्किल
it
होता है
right
उनके
too.
लिए नेविगेट करना अंदर जाने के लिए।
I mean, I do miss Torre Ahumada.
बहुत मुश्किल होगा इनके लिए नेविगेट करना।
That's a fun one to say too. Very sad that we lose that city.
Hard one to say.
But instead we get a better Campo Militar. So you know what? Worth.
देखो कैसे हार्ड
Good
रोटेट
take
कर
right
रही है,
there.
which is nothing wrong.
If I'm not mistaken, he was bled out quite early there for team.
काश ये नीचे शिफ्ट हो जाए यार, वेलर दिमाग की तरफ। भाई हनी बैजर इनके पीछे आ रहा है। भाई साहब ये तो सूट देंगे भाई इंडिया को अगर पता लग गया। चलो सर्कल शिफ्ट होने वाला है।
Duck Jews on the pre-rotation with the next circle.
Yeah, luckily for him. He's going to work his way out of that.
चल सर्कल तो बढ़िया है यार,
This is so
बस यूके
garbage.
रुके
I love
ना।
it.
The Americanos coming in
भाई
clutch.
यूके रुक
That's
गई
right,
तो
baby.
लंका लग जाएगी अपनी। ले भाई देखो
The fans
टीम्स
buying
देखो
me
कितनी जल्दी
coffee
जल्दी मूव
is
हो रही हैं,
fun.
देखो फटाफट फटाफट।
Bad circles to bear, and I love it.
Fans bought you coffee. I bought you coffee. Staff bought you coffee. And
भाई
They all
तुरंत
know, they
रोटेट
all
होती है
know,
तुरंत।
everybody
थाईलैंड
knows.
देखो
we've
भैंस
been
क्या।
rewarded with this. And
That's right.
Thailand's going to be really happy.
Thailand
with
को
this
देखो
one, too.
भाई।
Looking at the map feed, they are quite centrist. T-Bone trying to come in.
कहाँ
That
थी
spray
थाईलैंड
was
और
really
कहाँ
good
है
with the
थाईलैंड
angle,
अब?
I guess probably hit a bit of that hard shell on the vehicle, so not too much.
हर
damage,
बंदा
but
गाड़ी
it's
उठा के
gonna be
भाग रहा है
okay.
भाई, हर
We're
बंदा।
gonna have some street battling here between team
अब इंडिया
China
वर्सेस
and
यूके होने वाला है,
Vietnam.
चाइना।
I guess not, as they just honk as they roll by.
Some sound battles there.
Yeah.
Now, teams are going to want to go more
भाई
towards
सलमान
the Western
हनी
Coast
बैजर को
because of
उठा
this
सकता
circle.
है।
I don't know why Brexco might
पॉसिबिलिटी है
have...
अगर सलमान ने देख लिया
I
कि
can
वो आ रहा था।
theorize why that happened, but I won't. Over towards Korea, who's under a bit of pressure
नहीं,
here, and
निकल
Onyx is all
जाएगा।
out on his own. Brazil coming up the other side of the hill. He has got to get back to the rest of his team now, and it looks like he will. That was dangerous because here comes China around the other side. They are driving by. The cars are on fire. This is show just done and dusted.
Yeah, Show just takes so much damage right there. Loki getting a lot done with the Mark 12 as China just continues to roll by. They're going to lose one player here for their trouble, but they should be able to make this compound all the way on the western side. And South Korea, for now, at least safe in that compound.
Loki trying to keep Brazil in check around the edges here, letting the rest of his team deal.
अबे इंडिया का पीओवी दिखा दो
anything that might, you know,
प्लीज।
if there was some reason that China might try to come back and
भाई इंडिया
revive
वर्सेस यूके
Seoul
होने वाला है, बहुत
show, we
भयंकर।
know they won't. We can see it on the
दिखा
map,
दो
but
प्लीज।
Korea has to be at least cognizant
ले भाई इंडिया
of
के
that
3 नॉक होने वाले हैं।
possibility.
एक नॉक हो गया, 2
Trying
नॉक
to
हो गए, 3 नॉक हो
do
गए।
something very unorthodox there. Meanwhile, Canada is just decided to take on India, and they are going to... Oh, it's Honey Badger! No, I take it back!
Yeah.
He just stole all those kills! Salmon, though, tries to flank Canada, doesn't work. Adam, maybe Resable, but Honey Badger there just
यार।
probably made Canada very unhappy.
All by his lonesome. It was a 1-3 split there for the UK. And if Honey Badger also gets out of this alive, I mean, that's so many more points for the United Kingdom. Just absolutely stealing them from Team Canada. And these are the kind of plays that can make a champion. That's why the UKs are the defending champs, is they get value out of pretty much any single situation. Now Honey Badger going to be able to reinforce his teammates. Another hair in his, not hair in his hat,
Feather in his cap?
Feather in his cap, my goodness.
Hair in his hat? Yeah, I hope he... Well, I don't have hair in my hats, but there are other reasons for that.
All right, well, Turkey and Germany just kind of splitting this compound right now. Brexco seems like he's been taking a lot of damage up there on the top of that hill. Turkey is keenly aware of it.
15 टीम बची हैं।
Chinese Taipei now going to be making their way past the USA, who has just remained firmly planted in this prio. They don't really seem to be interested in moving until they have to. Maybe want to backfill some positions. I think that's wise. So Brexco, he's stuck. Okay,
he's stuck. That's why they
no,
punched him, I think.
Yep, nope. I've seen this. So I've
तो
had
knock
this happen to
करके
me.
वो
I'm
कर
not even
सकता है।
kidding. I've been in this exact spot. You can't get out. I've literally had this happen to me. I've been up on this exact mountain,
Knock करके
and if
pick
you
up
get
करना
stuck in
पड़ेगा।
here, you are actually stuck. We have tried throwing grenades in there to get people out.
क्या
We have
मीम हो रहा है
tried
भैंस क्या कि?
punching like they did to get people out. I haven't found a solution. Maybe they can. And now Honey Badger going to be chased down by Canada. They wanted some revenge for those kills being stolen.
Yeah, they finally got it. Keenan there picking up the final kill. As the UK going to be retreating, working their way to the south side of the circle. Canada going to try and soften them up as best they can, but that's a hard angle there on Feck. Still able to land a couple of shots, and now Canada, all the way on this south side, is going to have a lot of room to cover to get back into the circle. And Vietnam also making a really big play. Seems like they might actually be trying to crash the compound here for Team Thailand. They're coming in. Hamas takes a ton of damage. Not knocked just yet.
टर्की 4 टीम के बीच में बसी है।
Going ham. Germany also getting on this action. The kill feed is popping off.
Yeah, everybody having to dive for positions. There's a lot of flat terrain in this phase 3 circle as it does shift away to the west of Pozo. And Vietnam is struggling. They are on their last player, and he is on a sliver of health. And if that grenade is close, he is done. It is. He's taking damage. He's gone. Rossita Jr. is going to claim the kill. Vietnam out early again. No kills this time.
Yeah, Vietnam with a really rough start here on Miramar. Hopefully they can turn their favors around as we move through the other maps here on the final day of PNC 2023 as the United Kingdom looks to get even more points right now fighting Canada, but instead it's going to be Finna who cleans up Vex, eliminates the UK. They will not double down with another big day, but they still get 3 points on the board.
Yeah, Canada there really wanted revenge, and they got it. And that's a phenomenal play for them to keep the UK in check, keep them off the top of that leaderboard potentially. Shrimzy's got a FAMAS. The USA here scooping up some level 3 gear. Vinny, Brazil, gone. Turkey, Loki from Korea getting involved. Chinese Taipei trying to scoot away from this USA squad, but they've got Germany moving ahead. They've got Australia up to the north as well. Going to be a tough rotation for them.
Crafton actually understands that it won't be easy for us. Crafton was actually expecting us to be under 8, but
Germany is causing all sorts of trouble. It's Chris peeking over from the crest of that hill.
Of course, yeah, if they fought and they want us to be in the top 5, top 8.
Kind of slid on that side. Well, if they weren't before, they certainly are now with Flood taking shots on that Mark 12.
I think the USA is trying to get through El Pozo now to try to go around to the other side and come in from that angle, but it ain't any easier on that end of the circle. Argentina, Canada up there. Denmark as well. Leo gets Kowo down. Leo now going to try to press around the edge. Keep himself obscured from the players and the teams on his right. Try to continue this march
Korea जीतेगा tournament.
But little do they know, there's 2 players
देखते हैं,
behind
खेल
them.
तो अच्छा रहे हैं कोरिया वाले, बहुत consistent सा है.
Can do really big damage as Pongsker, they're trying to find the remaining players for Germany. They have no idea where they are. They get the finish there on Kowo, but finally it's Chris showing his hand. Little bit of damage done. We're saying this is going to be a tough rotation here for Chinese Taipei, but thus far they've been able to make it work.
The high ground here for Germany. I think Brexco's still stuck though.
Yeah.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया तो दिखती ही नहीं, पता नहीं कहाँ खेलती रहती है ऑस्ट्रेलिया. एकदम एंड में आते हैं वो निकल के.
And he goes along with it. That's just a knock. There's a potential for a res, but I can see Canada swarming around him a little bit. Meanwhile, Chinese Taipei still trying to get out from the sight lines of Germany, trying to escape.
यार मुझे ऐसा लगता है इंडिया ने ना बहुत कुछ ट्राई किया अपना. कल अलग ट्राई कर रहे थे वो लोग, एंड के 2 मैप में कुछ और ट्राई करा. आज बिल्कुल ही अलग एग्रेसिव खेलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. It just, it's not working यार. But ये नहीं बोल सकते कि they are not trying, या they are not giving their best, or they are not at least have the will to play or do something in the game.
Denmark also making
they are just trying whatever possible in their capacity. ये तो दिख रहा है मतलब मैप पे. इसमें ना दिखे, but मैप पे तो दिख रहा है.
They're coming in through Korea. Some fires from the car. Keenan able to get the knock there onto Anonix, but Canada does lose Shinboy.
That was actually really good for Canada that Keenan could get that spray down, because that probably bought them the ability to keep another player up coming through here, because Korea had to scramble. Beamy's going to find a headshot there, connected onto Adam. Going to let loose with a grenade. I believe that's a frag. Oh, and it came up short. I thought maybe it would roll in there, but it was a smoke that came out to protect Canada.
आके ना इनको एक पब्लिक वीडियो निकालनी चाहिए, जो भी मतलब एनिग्मा गेमिंग है या जो भी है, या फिर एज अ लाइक 4 बंदे बैठ के एक वीडियो बनानी चाहिए कि this is what happened, this is what we learned. We are creating this video so you all can learn from our experience, and that is it. कोई नहीं करता है कि वो आता है कि यार हमें जो पता है हमें पता है, पर इनको करना चाहिए.
He's saved by the deck.
Oh man, that's tough, man. I feel for you. I feel for you there, buddy. Those bars are tough to shoot through. Almost got it done. And it goes both ways.
कोरिया को देखो भाई, कोरिया तो फुल मूड में जीतेंगे ये वाला मैच.
Just a tough one there. Japan still in this, no kills just yet. But they're split 2-2 here around the edge of Argentina, but the US still at their back, so some fighting probably going to have to happen for Japan on those stinkers. You can't drive through that. Oh my God, he's going backwards.
It's a strong clothesline right there, man. USA in a very tough position, going to try and work their way down this hill. Oh my goodness, the vehicle on fire, going backwards. It explodes. That Snickers going down. And Japan picking up some knocks, not only on the USA, but also on Team Argentina.
जापान तो आज मूड में है कि कुछ तो कुछ करेंगे भाई आज.
By Turkey. So all this hard work being done. Korea still harassing teams that could drive by them. I don't know if
लो
there's
फंस
much
गया भाई
Savior
बंदा
can do. Yeah, he is out in
कोरिया
the
उठाएगी
open
kills
heaven
अब
now
पट पट
as a player under
लो
his
भाई पहली
sidelines, but a
kill
little help
secure
here for Chinese Taipei from Australia.
अब
Gonna keep
कोरिया
them alive, at least
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
for
पे
now. Zennon
बूम
just
बूम
gonna run over Savior. There was no real hope of saving him from that angle. Denmark still harassing
प्लीज
Canada
नॉक कर
on
दे
their
नॉक कर दे नॉक
western
कर दे
flank, and now the
एक
angle
और एक
here
और
so
एक और
good
एक
for
और एक और
Seoul. Just one
एक और
more
नहीं
shot. He doesn't get it.
Can't believe he didn't find it there with that
नॉक हो
angle,
गया
but it's
नॉक
tough
हो
with
गया
all those
नहीं फ्लैश हो गया
vehicles. South Korea is
नॉक
trying to
हुआ
get
है
some more points. They had a slow start in game number 1 today, but already
भाई
5
अगर
kills.
नेट
As
चला गया ना
Brazil
इसके
gonna move
अंदर
even more down to the
ओ
southwest. Now
शिट
here comes
भाई
Seoul. He has a nade in his hand. He wants to find Chinese Taipei with this one. Will he do it?
भाई ये तो नेट भी फेल नहीं होने वाला है तो अंदर ही जाएगा ले भाई तीनों गए
That's Zennon down. One more.
ले भाई ये
The
नोट सिक्योर
player
कर देगा
Leo
ले
has
भाई
to
जीजी
abandon. There's no hope. And Korea is going ham. USA eliminated on the backside of this, and it is going to be the
भाई
finish
8 किल सिक्योर
there.
कर लिए
Big
साउथ कोरिया
time
ने
points, 8 kills for South Korea.
They're starting to pad that lead a
साहब।
little bit. Already 16 points ahead of Team Vietnam, who is out of this lobby, and they might be able to compound that with an even bigger win. Right now, they're holding on to the southeastern side. Nobody really threatening them as Australia moving in. Looking at the map,
पर अगर कोई बात
Turkey's
नहीं है कोई बात
position.
नहीं
Canada and Denmark, as you see on screen right now, still battling it out. And Australia as well, just trying to make something happen here. But Turkey with
it's
the
like
frags,
other teams
trying
comes
to
to
find
know
Luke 12.
it's Team India they are
You can
just
see a couple members
pushing
of
for them
Australia on the minimap getting into vehicles, trying to see if they can
ऐसे ही होता है
keep
इंडिया
the
में भी हम ऐसे ही
backside
करते हैं
covered for their teammates.
when we know that
Korea,
oh it's a new
they're
team
starting to
let's push
out a
them
little bit.
we
They're
literally
getting some
memorize
confidence here. They
कि
want
कौन
some
कौन सी
more
नई
kills.
teams
They
है
wanna
let's farm
clean
on
these
them
edges out if they can
happens
help it.
everywhere
Canada
bro
has no
that's how
choice but to make a
game
move,
works
and already under the sight lines of, I believe, Loki there from Korea, so they have to change directions.
Yeah, they're going to go up into this hill.
पता
and
नहीं
one
यार
thing for
मुझे
them, at
बस
least
वो
they
ले
can now
भाई
is some more shots
क्या
coming in
शॉट
from Team
मारा
Japan,
भाई
who's been killing.
और चलाओ सीधी
Getting a
गाड़ी
lot of kills so far here today. Get the first one in this lobby as that's Emix going down. Argentina going to try
आज
and find this
अर्जेंटीना
rock,
लगी
but
उस मूड
unfortunately
में
there are
है
a lot of sight lines, and that's them getting
कल तो क्या
eliminated by
खेल रहे थे आज
Australia
पता नहीं क्या
and
हुआ
Team Japan.
And the collapse there as Argentina, one of the teams close to Korea. Fans here, of course, want to see
पर आज
the
बहुत
hometown
intense है
heroes
सारे
do it.
games
The grenade explodes next to Luke 12. He is still kicking behind this rock. Tiggleton doing a great job on the backside, keeping Japan at bay. Luke 12 getting
तेरा
involved
भला
as
भाई।
well. Two big knocks here for
Dominate कर दिया
Australia.
जापान
And now Turkey trying to do what they
Push
can
हो
to
रहा है।
harass them. But for now, Australia is going to swing back in the other direction. Thailand has grenades at the ready. But if this fight is fast, Australia could reset.
Yeah, Australia wants to finish and get
Luke
those
knock
flushes
होगा।
on Team Japan if
Thailand
nothing
उठाएगी
else. And
सारी
finally,
kills अब।
Japan is eliminated.
अब
So
सारे
picking up
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
some
वाले
big
मरेंगे।
points right there are the boys in blue. But Thailand getting in the mix. Tiggleton is knocked. Flood trying to make the rotation. And Clib somehow behind all this with a frag, able to pick
हाँ,
2
चल
hits
रहा है भाई।
onto Canada.
A nasty piece
अब
of work
पीछे से
there from
कोरिया आ रही
Code
है।
Marco.
अब कोरिया
Gets
थाईलैंड पे
one
बजाएगी
as well.
what
So
the
just
heck
why kick a Mukau and the P90 here for Loki.
ले भाई
Could
कोरिया ने
prove
सिक्योर कर लिए
devastating.
kills
Luke 12 behind that tree. Laza trying to keep their kill at bay, but Loki
भाई
onto the Mark 12 doing some serious damage. Sets one down, setting his sights now onto
भाई
Australia.
Loki for the win
Loki already with 300 damage. Would love to get some more done with this level 3 gear and really flex that P90
भाई
on close
कोरिया की
quarters.
पोजीशनिंग देखो
Pressing the hill.
एक
Australia
बार
up against
तुम्हारा
the
दिल
rope.
खुश हो जाएगा
Evan gets one, and that's Australia eliminated.
मैप को देखो
South Korea popping off, and this stadium
कोरिया
is
का
starting
flag
to
देखो
erupt. 125 points
50%
on the board.
सर्कल लेके बैठे
Already
हैं लड़के
13 kills.
कॉन्फिडेंट
We
देखो
have
लड़कों
many
का
teams left.
It's a dominant game here for the hometown favorites. Grenade out for Longsker and China. They still have a role to play into this. Hitting Cliff decently into his backside, but no knock just yet. Keynote down for Denmark as they try to find a way to get in
पूरी
here
info
to
है
this next
कोरिया
circle,
पे
but China doesn't want any of it. Aches left, gonna try to flush some Denmark players out into the open here for his back-end teammates. A grenade up and over. How well is that cooked? He got a lot of damage. If it just been cooked a little bit more, he could have gotten Clib.
Clib on very low HP right now as Denmark is fighting for their life, and Aches left in close quarters, able to get the final knock right there with 7 HP remaining.
मार्शल सबका अच्छा है यार
Kino also
सबका अच्छा है
knocked.
ब्रो मेरे हिसाब से तो लाइक मेरा ओपिनियन
Right
नहीं है
now,
सबका ओपिनियन अलग हो सकता
All
है
eyes on South
मुझे ऐसा
Korea.
लगता है
They've already got
aim,
too many
game
kills for
sense,
comfort for the rest
map
of the teams in
awareness,
this lobby. Thailand
सबका सेम है
gonna try to
किसी
backstab
का
China
इंटरनेशनल
right
एक्सपीरियंस
now.
ज्यादा हो
This
सकता है
fight
किसी का
has
कम
gone a little bit longer
ऐसा
than they like. And Tanadol strikes. Longsker is down. Crazy 1-1-2 immediately seeks cover, trying to get a better angle here potentially on to Thailand.
Yeah, but Thailand has a lot of gunpowder at the top of this hill. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the flank, and it seems like they have a good
आपको क्या
read on
लगता है
where he is
टीगल्टन
as
का
well.
अच्छा है कि नहीं है
Some
बट
nades
फिर भी
coming
देखो
in on that, and Beamy
वो भी
from
struggle कर ही
Denmark
रहा है
now getting some revenge onto Team China. Gets a lot of damage done on the crazy 112. Nurans finishes with a knock.
गन की
Big
बात
stuff
बहुत
here
बाद में आती है यार, पहले
from both of these
रोटेशन
squads outside
पोजीशनिंग
of
बहुत
China.
इंपॉर्टेंट है.
Had to make a move and they
गन
just
तो आप तभी चलाओगे ना जब आप
reach into
सर्कल में होगे.
Denmark far enough. Really tenacious stuff from them. Code Marco watches his vehicle explode in front of him. The damage anytime they peek their heads up from South Korea is immediately felt. Now Heaven is really trying to keep them pinned down.
अभी हम वो भी कंपोजर नहीं होल्ड कर पा रहे कि 2v2 वाला सीन है कि हमें पता है कि नेक्स्ट ये होने वाला है. इंडिया हमेशा सरप्राइज हो रही है कि ये क्या हो गया. ऐसे वाले सीन में हैं अभी हम.
And here comes the mortar paper thin Heaven.
और वो इसलिए है कि यार
they know where Turkey
हम कोई
is. He's
ट्रेंड
got his abacus out. He's doing some monster
थोड़ी
math.
है.
And he's ready to
इंडिया
bring
में
it
तो
down.
मोस्टली हर
Let's see if
बंदा
it's good.
एंट्री फ्रैगर ही होता
125
नहीं.
meters, no, a little bit more. 145, he's loading it up. The shot is in the air. Let's see where it lands.
I think he's going to be decently close on this. I was thinking about 140 to 150 meters is where this was going to be. The first one comes down just short. About 150 it looks like. Let's see if he can get the second one lined up. Here we go. Round 2. Seoul is going to clean up Aches left on the other end of this. Well, Heaven trying to find some angle here. Turkey trying to separate a little bit of damage being done on that one too. Laza, Loki's watching and spotting. Going to try 169 on the follow-up. Not sure if he has any more mortars available. And Loki able to find a knock on a Schofield.
Yeah, at the very least, these mortars are flushing Turkey out
Guys,
of their
vote karo
position.
jaldi.
That one's so good! Heaven coming down from the sky as Turkey takes unbelievable damage. Only one player left standing.
15 kill by Korea.
Unbelievable. Laza now getting grenades thrown his way from Thailand, and Korea trying to punish him for it. Loki had a bit of a spray there.
लो भाई 16वां kill.
Soul's got another kill.
4v4 है Thailand versus Korea.
On fire.
16 kills in total with 6 players left in the lobby. We'll see if Korea can add to that total.
भाई proud feel हो रहा है मुझे कोरिया में वोट
right
करके.
now. Loki, of course, with that P90 level 3 gear. Turkey is stuck near the blue in a very difficult position. And Thailand, once again, they're trying to work their way up this hill. But Korea just dominating the circle right now.
And I like what Korea is doing here. Keep Thailand in between them and Turkey. Just pin them in. Let Turkey do some damage. This is great for Korea. Letting all these teams fight each other on the outside. You've got plenty of kills. Now just get that win. Nurens responds with a grenade. Code Marco's dead. He's gone. And now we have a 4v potentially 4. Loki up and over. Has Nurens tracked, but Nurens able to get behind the Bronco.
Thailand finally able to get the knock, but oh no, another knock comes through, and Nonix and Loki just popping off right now. And when the crowd is going wild as Thailand is just getting mopped up, the P90 Soul with a last spray able to deliver a win. And South Korea pulls a 20 bomb in game 2 on Miramar.
20 bomb plus 10 points.
2023.
भाई कोरिया तो सीधा बाउंस कर गई ऊपर.
Favorites to emerge with this one. 139 points on the board. Unbelievable play.
सालो तुम खेलते कहाँ हो कोरिया में एफपीपी? सर्वर में तो तुम्हारा टीवी भी चलता है पूरा.
20 kill win, and Korea firmly establishes themselves as the team to beat here at PNC 2023. The confidence flowing from the end of yesterday with their win right back in here into the final day.
Their third chicken dinner, and with it they wipe a third of this professional lobby.
कोशिश तो कर रहे हैं यार.
Phenomenal stuff right now, and with every single kill, with every elimination, we can feel the stadium shake here as the hometown fans, they want to see their national heroes become champions here today. And now, as you said, Paper Thin, the favorites to run away with this thing. We only have 4 maps left to play, and Korea is looking so strong.
Forgiven दोनों मतलब बहुत अच्छे players हैं, I believe.
It's been 4 years since
और दोनों की
Korea
bonding भी
last
बहुत
won a
next
title.
level है.
Since PGC in 2019, that any team or any player from Korea has lifted a trophy outside of their own region. Will this be the moment? Will this be the time for them to finally reclaim their throne as one of the best regions, if not the best region? We still have a lot more to go.
इनकी टीम में Geek God था पहले. उसका पता नहीं क्या हुआ. उसने I think छोड़ दिया. He left. He was the IGL of this team. When this team was TGS.
UK picking up what 17 kills.
Geek God और एक और बंदा था. वो भी
Korea coming back in game number 2 after a very quiet start to drop a 20 bomb. I mean, the domination that we're seeing by some of these teams, you can tell that they have their eyes on the prize. Everything is on the line here the final day of PNC 2023. This is
guys, फटाफट like करते जाओ यार.
With legends from countries and regions around the world going toe-to-toe. I can't wait to get back into the action, man. I already want to fire up game number 3, game number 4. I do not want this to stop.
Exactly.
मेरे को तो ये देखना है 5 मिनट बाद शुरू होगा नेक्स्ट मैच। मेरे को पता है क्या देखना है, मेरे को देखना है मैच स्कोर बोर्ड कि हम कहाँ पे हैं, लाइक कोरिया पे कहाँ पे पहुंची है। होम ग्राउंड पर कोरिया दे रियलाइज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ दिस। यार इंपॉर्टेंस तो सबको ही पता है यार, मतलब सही बताऊं इंपॉर्टेंस तो सबको ही पता है, बट कई बार ना you're just stranded.
Use these folding shields. I mean,
That's
everything is clicking for them in terms of their mental, their physical. It's all there.
They're utilizing everything in the PUBG arsenal to the best of their advantage, and I gotta say the play calling, especially in this game, was just so fantastic. They identified exactly where the other teams are. As you said, they noted their weaknesses, and that's why Korea, from what, like 1 or 2 circles even before the end, were just dominating the field. They fanned out completely across that. Everyone was gathering key information, and that information was a critical part of their success. 10 placement points, that first place win, and 20 kills.
अब 2 चीजें होंगी, या तो क्राफ्टन ने जो बोला है कि ये सारी चीजें होने वाली हैं और ये सब चीजें होंगी, या तो वो सारी होंगी, या फिर ऐसा होगा कि इस टूर्नामेंट के बाद सब खत्म। And I think क्राफ्टन का फायदा ही है यार, they can capitalize.
UK tried again here in this game with Honey
because every business needs growth,
and kind of stealing some
and
kills.
India is one of the biggest
market.
market.
Ended up biting him in the back as Canada got pissed and came right after him.
Yeah, they got their revenge in the end, but the big thing to note for me is we look at the man of the match. Oh my goodness, 1,000 plus damage from Soul. Absolutely legendary stuff. Holy cow. But, you know, on top of that 30-point win, Paper Thin, we gotta say, Argentina, Germany,
अरे कोई नहीं यार, पैलेक्स उसको बुरा लग रहा होगा यार। We all are disappointed one way or the other. It's just that हमें थोड़ा पॉजिटिव रहना पड़ेगा because there is still 5 more games, right?
But also
4
their
more
toughest
games.
competition didn't do much to close the gap.
That's brutal for those other teams.
अच्छा
They
दिल
gotta
पे मत
hope
ले यार,
that
हम सब
Korea
एक ही टीम के लिए खेल
will
रहे
struggle
हैं।
on the next couple of maps so they can get back
Business.
into it. That's the only thing you can think about right now is keep
ठीक है,
Korea
try
down
करेंगे।
potentially. Now we have seen Korea
Next year
struggle
try
a bit on
करेंगे
some
bro।
of these other maps.
Crafton can grow a lot if they announce PGs. PUBG 2 updates will not bring a new game will. PUBG 2 भी है।
All in Korea's favor. No one is stopping them. No one is topping them currently.
Yeah, this is the
देखना
first
तुम्हें
time that
PUBG 2
we've
थोड़ा
really
leaks।
seen a team start to pull away in PNC 2023.
Links आ गया,
but we have
Crafton
4 more
क्या-क्या
maps
करने
ahead of
वाला
us and some
था
crazy
और अब
ones too.
क्यों
We're gonna see
खत्म?
Vikendi for the 3rd time ever.
क्या-क्या
Later
तो नहीं
on,
पूरा
and
डिफाइन कर सकते, बस बहुत कुछ आने
maybe
वाला है।
Korea can keep it up. Maybe they can keep adding in these kills, but as you said, they've struggled a little bit on the newer maps, and so it's not set in stone just yet. Denmark, Vietnam, Argentina, and Germany especially have been looking strong. All event Germany on Tego.
चलो
on
leaks
Vikendi,
देखने हैं, बताओ
they've
नए
been
मैप की
a
leaks
force
देखने हैं,
to
जल्दी
reckon with.
बताओ।
They haven't been defeated on Vikendi yet, unless I'm
देखने हैं
mistaken.
जल्दी।
And so for Korea, they can't.
देखने तो वाई लिखो जल्दी
They
फटाफट,
can't keep it.
फिर मैं
They
तुम्हें
can't
लीक्स
let
दिखाता हूँ
off.
नए मैप
Yeah,
के।
on the gas pedal. They got to keep it going.
Right, exactly. And that's what I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to do. It seems like today the name of the game is kind of like go for kills, go for fights, see if you can win them. Again, the points are out there and you need to grab them. So some of the other teams that have been playing it a little bit cautious.
नहीं निटार्कोव के लिए अलग गेम बना रहे हैं अजय।
Maybe stuck with the same game plan coming into today.
Apparently it's definitely hard for everyone, कोई भी क्या होता हो। Vagabond, welcome.
Been a little bit on the struggle bus.
Korea 139, अरे thanks यार, love you Aniket।
But I mean, I've just been blown away here with these last couple of games. Just explosive performances. Certainly exactly what you would hope for out of a grand finals day.
Yeah, and I can't wait to watch this recap. Just Korea dominating, firing on all cylinders, and fanning out and just controlling the entire circle, whether it be the mortar coming in from heavens or them pouncing on this opportunity. As soon as they see Thailand take down Turkey, the walls start closing in, and spray after spray after spray, whether it's Loki with a P90, whether it's Soul coming in from the flank, whether it's Anonix with a frag grenade, every single player on this team is just absolutely playing out of their mind. It's phenomenal stuff that we're seeing.
And that's their 3rd chicken dinner. What more can you say? The damage, I mean, Soul did almost half their damage by himself. That's absolutely bananas.
एसिस का टूर्नामेंट है 1 लाख रुपीस का।
You got to be feeling really
Registration
happy.
देखते
He
हैं।
is worth his weight in gold right now. I mean, price be damned. That's just, it's worth it for that game alone.
Yeah, him and Hemas have certainly been worth their price, no doubt about it. I mean, just 10 frag grenades in there. Thailand threw an absolute crap ton of frag grenades, 19 of them, to find a lot of those kills and damages. So good work by Thailand, really weathering some tough fights out there on the edge. Teams that we didn't get to talk a lot about them because of just how explosive the game was for South Korea. But Thailand had a really nice game in there. A lot of credit to them with the way they're able to manage that edge. What a fun circle, what a fun game, and what a fun way to start the last day here at PNC 2023.
Yeah, the Americanos are paying off. We're getting some fun playing pass. We're getting some fun circles, and I couldn't wish for more. It's just been so much action.
This is exactly what you wanted here coming into today. The hometown fans have a lot to cheer for so far. Will that continue? Will that be the case? We don't know. Like you said, still 4 more games to go, and the next 2 maps are wild cards. We've seen a lot of kind of weird stuff on it. Vikendi, will we get to see a different circle this time around? Both have been right in the center, but we don't know. Guys, but we have an interview ready for you. A player from Vietnam down on the stage with Bella. Let's send it down to her.
전 세계 PUBG e스포츠 팬들을 위한 축제. 안녕하세요. PNC 2023 마지막 날을 맞이해서 스테이지에 나와 있는 호스트 벨라 아나운서 동수왕입니다. Welcome back to the main stage here at PNC 2023. Today is the last day where we're gonna announce our final champions. 항상 PNC에서 우승 후보로 거론되는
Alpha 1 to HQ, approach LZ, ETA 30 seconds, over.
Copy that, Alpha 1. You're entering uncharted territory. Be ready for anything. Over.
Roger that, HQ. Alpha 1, out.
Look-alive survivors, we're at the drop zone. Prepare to jump. On my count. 3, 2, 1.
Alpha 1 to HQ, approach LZ.
ये ट्रेलर पोस्ट हुआ है. The 10th Battleground is coming soon. Mostly the 10th map है. यही है friends. यही है. Pum 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 bum 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 bum.
and seizing the trophy for today.
मैं जरा tournament में register कर लूँ जरा.
Việt Nam của mình thì lúc nào cũng được đánh
Dream
giá
you
là
missed
ứng cử viên
everything,
sáng giá
buddy.
cho giải đấu PNC á, thì em nghĩ là lần này em có bao nhiêu tự tin là sẽ giành được cúp vô địch của giải đấu này ạ?
Sau ngày vừa rồi, sau ngày hôm qua thì bọn em tầm 50%, nhưng mà sau game vừa rồi thì giảm xuống còn 10% thôi ạ, vì Hàn Quốc vừa top 1 xong.
I think like after yesterday match, we're having our hope like 50% we're gonna get the trophy, but then after the last 2 matches, I think that dropped to like 10% just because Korea just got the chicken earlier.
어제까지만 해도 50%로 그래도 자신 있었는데 방금 매치를 2번 하고 한국 팀이 너무 잘해서 한 10%로 떨어졌다고 하네요. 아, 이제 그래도 베트남을 견제하는 팀들이
Runway, yes.
있어요.
Actually, Enigma नहीं थी और
베트남을
team थी
견제하는
TGS.
팀들에게도 한마디 한번 해볼까요?
Then TGS
But
में
I'm sure the fan, like there are some teams
सलमान
that
ने
have
join
their
किया
eyes
था.
on Vietnam.
And
So
then they
what do you
got
have to say to the
sponsorship
other
maybe
teams?
from Enigma.
Nhưng mà
So that's what
chị
I
nghĩ thì
know.
vẫn có
I
rất
could
là
be
nhiều
wrong though.
team về chừng team Việt Nam của mình, nên là em có điều gì muốn gửi đến các đối thủ của mình không?
क्या सीन है यार एक सेकंड मैं रजिस्टर कर लूँ टूर्नामेंट के लिए फटाफट.
Hãy coi chừng bọn tôi vì Ai đứng trước mặt bọn tôi thì bọn tôi sẽ quét sạch đội đó.
Discord ID.
Okay, so just watch out for us. If you're standing in front of our eyes, we're gonna kill you all.
아 조심해라. 우리 앞에 있으면 다 이렇게 쏠 거다라고 이렇게 강력하게 한마디 해주네요. 우리 팀 베트남을 응원하고 있는 현지 팬분들에게도 한번 인사해 주시죠. Let's have a shout out to the fans watching at home from Vietnam.
Em có lời gì muốn gửi đến người hâm mộ ở Việt Nam đang theo dõi đội mình không?
Mong người hãy ủng hộ đội tuyển
Today
Việt Nam của mình.
morning Kane and Clutch. भाई वो Kane and Clutch पे edit करना है
ủng
मेरे
hộ
को.
luôn cả 15 team còn lại.
क्या ही clutch था, my god. मजा ही आ गया भाई. उसके बाद एक
I hope
भूल
that
गया.
our fans
एक
in
और clutch हुआ था
Vietnam,
बाद
they're
में.
gonna watch our
Taigo में.
game and also cheer for our team and
कहाँ
the
से
other
लगे वो?
15 team here in PNC as well.
네, 우리 베트남 팬분들 우리 끝까지 응원해주시고 나머지 여기 15팀도 같이 응원해주라고 엄청 훈훈하게 대답을 해줬네요. 너무 감사합니다, 인터뷰. Thank you so much for the interview. 네, 팀 베트남의 히마스 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 이제 우리가 챔피언을 만나기까지 4매치밖에 안 남아있는데요. 저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간 갖고 매치 15 테이고 맵으로 돌아오겠습니다. That was Vietnam's Team Us for the interview. We only have 4 matches until we meet our PNC 2023 champions. So stay tuned. We'll be back for match 15 with Taego.
Fred the Young, happy seeing the young, synergetic soul. Feeling safer in everyday life, hey, see mine, safe for soul. With the innovation, you and the exciting, futuristic soul. Inspire the world, transition and technology, letting global soul. Stand up for the world, Fair City soul.
I've been invited by the makers of PUBG to take part in a mystery challenge, and I can't wait to find out what it is. Today you'll be driving the Aston Martin
Guys, जिसको टूर्नामेंट में पार्टिसिपेट करना है, ठीक है, जिसको पार्टिसिपेट करना है टूर्नामेंट में, there's a 1 lakh tournament happening by ROG. Everyone should compete in that tournament. तो जल्दी से साइन अप कर लो, बहुत थोड़े से पार्टिसिपेंट्स बचे हैं. 128 प्लेयर्स की स्लॉट है और 83 ज्वाइन हो चुके हैं. तो अगर किसी को भी ज्वाइन करना है तो जस्ट मैसेज मी ऑन डिस्कॉर्ड एंड आई विल सेंड यू द लिंक.
Such a privilege to be shown this car by a motor racing legend. This is the world's fastest luxury SUV, so it's perfect for the multi.
कब होने वाला है ये टूर्नामेंट?
To do in PUBG, but would it be a match for this iconic circuit?
Bum 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 bum
Are
bum.
you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack. Now, shall we fight?
My turn.
सही है भाई, ड्रीम ये भी सही है.
Trust my shield.
Fire away! Gotta try harder, huh?
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth cause I roll off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, 5-5. I'm the kingpin.
Doesn't matter which country, but now these bots qualified. No toxicity in the chat, baby. देखो, आपको गुस्सा उतारना है, उनके प्राइवेट हैंडल पे जाओ, वहां उतारो, चैट में नहीं. यहां से कुछ नहीं होने वाला, ठीक है? फिर वो आपको वहां से उत्तर देंगे, उसको आप संभालो. यहां आके प्लीज, यहां सिर्फ प्यार, वहां इकरार, समझ रहे हो? इंस्टाग्राम पे जाओ, ब्रेन यूज करो, फाइंड द हैंडल्स और डायरेक्ट वार्तालाप. इधर नहीं. यहां पे हम वी आर हैप्पी दैट दे वेंट देयर, अपना स्लॉट अर्न किया, अपने दम पे उधर गए, ठीक है? परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहे, दे आर ट्राइंग देयर बेस्ट एंड वी आर हैप्पी विद दैट. एज सिंपल एज दैट. वी आर डिसअपॉइंटेड, यस. अरे थला भाई आप तो बहुत ही डैंक हो रहे हैं. कोई नहीं, चला जाएगा, थोड़ी देर के लिए आया है, चला जाएगा. थोड़ा डैंक बनने दो, थोड़ा टेंशन ग्रैब करने दो, फिर हो जाएगा शॉर्ट. ज़्यादा देर का नहीं रहता ये गुस्सा. अब ये थोड़ा सटल है, थोड़ी देर में नॉटी होगा, फिर नॉटी से एकदम चुपचाप निकल लेगा. मुझे PUBG PC का टूर्नामेंट पे रजिस्टर करना है. डिस्कॉर्ड पे मैसेज करें, हम आपको लिंक देंगे. फटाफट से अभी रजिस्टर कर लो. 83 पे आंकड़ा पहुंच चुका है, 128 प्लेयर्स लेफ्ट है. भाई H1 की फोटो ओपी. टूर्नामेंट स्ट्रीम करोगे? यस, डिले लगा के. कब है टूर्नामेंट? टूर्नामेंट है भाई सितंबर 20 को है. आई थिंक
just short of the doorway. And actually, Brazil coming in, but Soul is waiting with open arms. So, even gonna try and salvage this situation here with a frag grenade, expecting Soul to peek.
पता नहीं लोग ये ऐसी वेबसाइट क्यों यूज करते हैं जब we already have a platform, challenger mode. इतना बढ़िया प्लेटफॉर्म है.
There's another one there. That's grenade in hand. Back up, Soul, and he knows it. Happy with their start. Oh, what the? Okay, well, Vietnam is going to get right up close and personal. They can barely see each other inside of this. High Saxy's got one. Xavier here trying to do something, but High Saxy finds another. And Vietnam able to come through this sandstorm with 2 kills.
Yeah, TPA Xavier trying to actually get something done there, but
19th और 28th को है.
Is there going to be a grenade flying in? No, he doesn't have any, so he's just going to go up and over. Such a brutal angle there.
कल रजिस्ट्रेशन बंद हो जाएगा, जगह नहीं बचेगी. 2 दिन का इवेंट है. एक्चुअली 3 दिन नहीं हुआ. Day 1 क्वालिफायर्स, Day 2 फाइनल्स होते हैं. इंडिया, नेपाल, बांग्लादेश, श्रीलंका, मालदीव्स एंड भूटान.
points. Actually, let's go for the flush. He wants more. Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness, they win! Unbelievable!
Oh my word! And H-Win knows it. That's one of his teammates there that he's taking down.
Bum 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 bum.
Four more games to go here at PNC 2023 until we crown a champion. And South Korea has taken a commanding lead after a 20-kill chicken dinner sets them apart from the rest of the pack.
Biggest game of the entire tournament thus far to finish off Miramar for the event. And Korea right now the favorites to walk away with it. Denmark, Vietnam, Argentina, and Germany, they've been really quiet to start off day number 3. If they want to start closing the gap on Korea, it's got to happen now. It's got to happen on Taego. It's got to happen on Vikendi, because if you go to Erangel with Korea maintaining a 20, maybe even a 30-point lead, oh man, there's going to be hell to pay. We might have the hometown heroes become PNC champions for the first time in their history.
Absolutely. And now we look to see if Denmark can rebound a little bit. They're the ones that are closest to Korea as it stands. Germany as well plays really good on these next two maps. Of course, winning both Vikendis so far here is Germany, but Denmark's been right in the thick of the things both times as well. So really curious to see if, you know, a lot of times when we switch over to these new maps, teams kind of able to reset and find some value.
Yeah, oftentimes the power levels, they change a little bit when you move to a map that's a bit more off the meta. It'll be harder for Korea to find success until we get back to Erangel, unless they're absolutely popping on all cylinders. So for teams like Denmark, like Germany, like Vietnam, as we see on screen right now, this is their opportunity to really gain some ground on Korea before you go through that home stretch of 2 more Erangel games.
Absolutely. And Vietnam has mostly gotten it done through kills. Are they going to be able to find their stride once again? It's time for Taego. Game number 3 on the day. Let's head over to Korea's home ground map of Taego.
The plane takes to the sky, and it is time for us to go on Taego. Last time we're going to see this map here at PNC 2023.
चलो भाई
we'll
प्लेन
see
पात
if
आ
some of
चुका है
those teams at the
फ्रेंड्स.
top chasing Team Korea will be able to
बचे
find
हैं
a victory
4
here and a
matches.
big one, because Korea right now sitting at
विजय
139
PNC
is
का मैं
going
आपको
to be
डिटेल में
a
बताऊंगा
gargantuan
अगर आप मुझे
task
डिस्कॉर्ड
to
मैसेज
unseat them
करोगे.
from that first place position. But
और
Finn, let's talk
साथ
about
में
this plane path
आपको
all the way down
एक्सक्लेमेशन
to the
डिस्कॉर्ड
south.
कर लो.
This might shake
एक्सक्लेमेशन
things up a
डिस्कॉर्ड
little
करके
bit.
जैसे आप
Yeah,
डिस्कॉर्ड ज्वाइन
absolutely.
करोगे
We did have yesterday's finish close to
और आप
Songnam,
टूर्नामेंट लिंक पूछोगे तो मैं आपको टूर्नामेंट लिंक दे दूंगा. There's a tournament happening
We'll see if this time around it
worth
could go
1
somewhere
lakh
else now.
for
As I
2
was
days
informed,
solo
some
tournament.
of the teams have figured out now that on the newer maps, the rule of the first circle having to touch the plane path no longer is
अरे
in play.
थाला
except
भाई
on
आप मानोगे
Erangel,
नहीं
it still
क्या?
seems to remain. So you do
आपको
have to be
बताया
a
तो
little
था.
bit wary here on
वार्तालाप
these
सीधा उनके
hard
हैंडल्स
shifted
में.
plane paths that maybe this goes
आप
up
तो
to
मान
that
ही नहीं रहे.
northern
प्यार
island,
से
for
भी बात की
example.
आपसे.
And all the teams are
कोई नहीं.
scrambling to make
एक और मौका.
rotations. I don't know. We'll see what the circle wants to do, but all eyes are going to be on South Korea looking for Yongchon as their
पानी वानी पी लो
spot,
जाके
but they have a
थाला
ways
भाई.
to go as it was far off the plane path. Rybox going for an aggressive 4x spray with this AUG. Can't find the initial shots, but Turkey out in the open here. What in the world? They're trying to pit maneuver him. They're trying to keep him out in the open. This is so brilliant from Argentina, keeping these players underneath this Rybox shot site, but it is just not quite enough.
No, I mean, I just don't have enough oomph with that AUG. 5 more bullets in the chamber, but I gotta say, style points. Unbelievable there for Team Argentina. I love that pit maneuver coming in and just give Rybox a little bit more time to try and shell the damage, but unfortunately not going to net any points from that. But Argentina showing that they're crafty.
That would have been a big brain play if it had paid. I mean, it was a big brain play. It just didn't quite pay out, but man, oh man.
Price
Love
pool
it. Love to see the aggression here
for
early.
this PNC.
Also, in one of these porters is Canada.
800,000 and the 16th team will get $4,000 plus the prize pool.
It's a bumpy ride as well, man.
Sticker
Not
money.
good suspension on that vehicle, especially if you're driving like that. But Canada going to be able to safely make it to that compound. And, well, we got a bit derailed there looking at the early antics of Argentina trying to make some plays happen. This plane, or not the plane path, excuse me, this circle all the way to the west, or to the east, excuse me. Nearing on airport with this one.
करते जाना guys.
Absolutely. Going to be a little bit of rough sledding for a lot of these teams. Only Brazil and Chinese Taipei really fully inside of it. Korea is making their way over, though, already into this new circle, making an early rotation to try to get ahead of things, trying to put themselves into a position where they could play for points. I mean, I think for Korea now, you did the heavy lifting, and now you just need to kind of sail straight, sail steady, and let the wind keep
Exclamation Discord करके guys फटाफट
points through placements,
वो उठा लेना.
kills here and there, and you are
टूर्नामेंट का
good to
details
Yeah,
from
34
बातचीत
point
करके एक
lead
tab
right now with only 4 maps left to play. It's substantial. You just got to add a little bit onto that every single time, and if you do, it's going to be a hard task for some of these other teams to close the distance, especially with so many of them vying for it. I mean, Denmark, Vietnam, Argentina, Germany, you know that they're not only going to be at the throats of Team Korea, but at the throats of each other, because even if you don't get that first place prize, every position matters here at the PUBG Nations Cup. You're fighting for the prize money, whether or not you're going to be a champion, but I guarantee you, man, the pressure is on teams, especially like I don't want to call them rookies because they were veterans, but here at the PNC, they are rookies. This is their debut, and still the Danes, second place overall in the standings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what a performance, regardless of the outcome at the end of the day for Denmark. Just a team that we knew had a lot of potential, and they're showing that they are well deserving of their spot here at Nations Cup. Vietnam, also another team that has been outstanding throughout the history of PNC. Top finishes throughout their runs and really put themselves on the map as a region in the first PNC. To see some of those amazing players like Levies and Sapao.
Guys, अपने दोस्तों के साथ भी share कर देना, ठीक है?
But now the young guns here for Vietnam continue strong performances, continue to show that their mechanical
84 तो join हो गए.
Is, I don't want to say second to none, but very much up there in the upper echelon.
It sometimes feels like that when you see them go
isolate
for
करने के लिए
these
sound
gunfights, right?
stadium की और अंदर earphone footsteps सुनने के लिए. हर tournament में ऐसे होता है stadium में.
Even if they're not getting wins all the time. You know, in day number 1, they racked up a 15 kill. Not a dub, but it felt like a dub. They got the most points in the lobby to wrap up the first day.
और ये ऊपर वालों से
Vietnam,
mic.
if they can start to bring more of that to the
sound
table
isolation.
here, as we move on to Tego, as we move on to Vikendi, and finally Erangel to close out PNC 2023. There's a lot of opportunity for them to slowly chisel away at the lead that Korea has constructed. And now USA coming in with a bit of a wily move, coming in with an emergency pickup to start to close the distance on this circle.
An early move for them so they can make sure that they're securing these vehicles here on the southern end of the airport to make sure that they've got options as this one goes on. Now, Korea has settled up to their north, Chinese Taipei over to their west to kind of solidify this region of the fields that surround this airport. So for now, the USA, I think, in a pretty good spot. I really like what they're doing. I think this is a really well-calculated move. Another masterstroke here from Hwin on this call. And let's see if now the USA can turn their day around and rack in some more points.
Feels like oftentimes when we see the USA on screen, it's bit of funky rendering there, but
looked like it had a windmill on it.
Wind-powered vehicles, not quite a sailboat, but pretty close to it. But it feels like every time we see the USA on screen, I mean, they've had some really big moments. They absolutely have the skill and the play calling to back it up. Just some things have not broken their way. And as you said, I like this position they've set themselves up in on the south side of the airport. They're really posturing to get some points on the board with that one. Not just kills, but also it's going to be a tough spot for them to be dislodged from. And should the circle not go their way, it's going to be an easy rotation later on. Or at least as easy as it can get, given a circle like this one.
Exactly. Finna up in the air. Did he E-pick up while the rest of his team is driving? That's the only thing I can think of, unless there's no way he stayed in the air for 6 minutes. That's just not possible, but off the plane drop. But
I've tried it.
Yeah, I mean, you can stay up there for quite a while if you really want to. But certainly he had to have E-dropped. But he's kind of scouting this area for Canada. Now, Australia is coming in behind them. India way out on the edge of the map, really taking their time to make sure they get some loot and make sure that they can do it safely. They've had some troubles sometimes in these early rotations, so trying to really ensure that that isn't going to be a problem, at least until they get into the circle.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the south side of this circle is going to look at, because on the map feed, and if you don't have the map feed open right now when you're watching online, I highly recommend that you do open it so that you can follow your favorite players, follow your favorite teams, see how they're architecturing their moves across the circle, because really the map feed, it tells a lot of the story. And right now with Vietnam, Canada, and Australia all on the southern side, as our observer now is gratefully highlighting for us, it's going to be hard for India to make a deep rotation in unless these teams start to vie for deeper sides of the circle.
I'm curious, there might be a fight brewing here between Canada and Australia. I don't know, but they're going to see Finna's vehicle, and I think Finna maybe even heard. Ooh, got to be careful though. Ooh, that's a squeaky bum time there for Finna as he hit that tree, and I think he heard the cars of Australia rolling up behind him. Also, I'm really curious about what the heck Japan is doing up in the shipyard.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see them on the map.
I don't know if they're getting boats. There are boats that spawn up there, but I'm just genuinely curious. I know Japan is a little bit down on the leaderboard, but I'm just very, very interested in how they're going to rotate into this. Yes, thank you, observers. It is a boat.
To be a boat.
Let's go.
And we are in tune with the Korean observing today. I mean,
yeah, it's almost like
perfect.
I've casted in this region for 5 years.
Almost. Yeah, Japan just going to be crossing over here into the shipyard. Now, ahead of them on that hill, as you see, not too many teams to be found. The closest one's in Thailand, and they're a couple hundred meters deep into this circle. So Japan, although they will be struggling for vehicles for a moment, once they take beach, it'll be not too bad for them to travel back into the circle.
The top of this hill is a little bit tricky to manage. It's really wide and flat at the top of it. So it's kind of like two steps. There's the part where Argentina is at in the cemetery, and then beyond that, there's another one where Germany is heading. But they're really flat. There isn't a ton of cover up there as well. So if you can control the top of it, it's pretty powerful.
Indian rotation की
But
यार मैंने map
if
stream नहीं
you
देखी.
can't, like if other teams get on your flanks because it's so wide around the edges, makes it really tricky to stay up here. But I don't think it's going to matter, sorry.
We'll see exactly how that one plays out. Argentina now making a bigger rotation to team up instead of going for the 2-2 split. They want to consolidate a little bit in the center of the circle, and now India finally working their way in. Keep in mind, Australia is still just a couple hundred meters ahead of them, so we'll see if these teams are going to cross paths. But India, for now, just happy to kind of hug this coastline and try to avoid any possible danger.
The cow watches the India team cross over
Panshu
to their
will play
east
next
along
year,
the
bro.
edge of the
Will play
map.
next year, don't worry.
And it's going to go right to the airport.
Yeah, wow.
Right up there towards the USA, towards Taipei, towards Korea, Turkey, Brazil, the UK.
Welcome to the
Thailand
channel,
just
brother.
about to get in as
Mr.
well. So
Raj.
a few teams have to make maneuvers, and this gets a little bit dangerous now, as so much of this is the fields here, and they play a little bit different than most fields in PUBG, right? Because of those small dirt roads that run in between the sections.
Yeah, common dirt roads on those fields in Korea. I've cycled them many times
India की
myself.
rotation एकदम simple है.
And I'm
अपना
surprised that
ये
Korea
वाला
is
zone तो
actually
पहुंच
maintaining
जाएंगे.
the 2-2 split. I
ये
really
देखो
thought they
यार,
were going to
rotation देखो
consolidate
तुम.
over there on the
ये
northern
important है.
side.
I think they
But
are.
yeah, okay, finally it seems like they're getting ready to make the move, because should that compound get
ये
dived,
rotation देखो
it's a
कितनी प्यारी हो रही
really
है.
dangerous position to try and hold, especially if a team like Thailand is going to come and try and breach that. And now Denmark, Canada, crossing paths here on the road. United Kingdom, Honeys Badger also trying to get in on the fray, and we might have some gunfighting here on these vehicles. No shots fired just yet, as instead it's just a race to try and get into the circle.
Yeah, those are tough shots there for the UK.
एक बार तो circle देख ले हम अंदर का.
Denmark spins out momentarily, but Kino able to recover. Might have lost a tire in there. Shrimzing out, doing his job, trying to put some damage in towards Denmark. Denmark might just have to settle for one of these awnings out in the middle of the field. That is not a fun spot to be in, folks. I will tell you that that is a hard spot to hold. It's going to probably require smokes, and you're going to have to use them early. Is already a knock coming through on Dakino. Sparking, going to find it.
And look at Fide here, maintaining this 1-3 split right now. Vietnam rolling up. They have no idea that he's right on the precipice of their compound. And LFP1 also going to see if we can try and find something. Denmark, unfortunately for him, a little bit outside of nade range. What takes some work is a shot on this. Luke 12 actually popping off a little bit. He gets Finna. Taking some shots on Haisaki as well.
Grenade in. Is it going to be enough? Oh, it hit the front of the hay bale.
It's a sturdy hay bale. Protecting him from that frag grenade.
The hay bale's actually got like steel on the inside of it.
Hay bale was made by the same person that made that clothesline on the previous map.
That's right, that's right.
It's a tough one. Of course, that nade, if it's not able to get that surface area on you, not really going to do too much in terms of damage. So for Denmark, a bit of a saving grace there.
We build things sturdy here in PUBG.
Oh, yes, we do.
All right, well, again, this is nasty for Denmark. I'm just telling you, folks, I've played in this part of the map before, and it's not a lot of fun. And they're going to, again, have to expend a lot of smokes early. They're going to have to use a lot of utility early. And all these teams are going to be hungry for these points.
And not fun for the Dames, but certainly seems to be fun for Shinboy right now, who just keeps popping with his Mark 12. Whether it be vehicles, just trying to find bodies, spraying the smokes, doing some fishing. He's got a lot of damage in. And eventually you got to think that these smokes are going to run out, and he's going to have an angle to get some big damage and potentially some kills.
Honestly, I'd just blow that car up myself if I'm Denmark. I think that's actually the play here for them, is to just turn that into static cover and at least try to create something. You're not going to be able to use it anyway.
Yeah, that's smart.
Frankly, you're not going to be able to use it anyway. Might as well just turn it into, you know, that blown up cover. Who cares where it lands?
That's a very good call. I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah. Ooh, a knock there. It's actually Japan backstabbing the leaders, and Onyx was on his own. Korea left him as an anchor, kind of a 1-1-2 split. And Seoul is going to be making the dangerous drive back to try to get to him. They have the fence for cover. Will Japan be able to punish?
Oh, and this is scary here for Team Korea as well, because Seoul racing down and taking Onyx means that Loki and Heaven there on the left side
अब
are a
देखो
little bit
teams कैसे
dangerous with
फटाफट
the
जा रही हैं
circle
यार.
centering up here
क्या
on the north.
brilliant
We might see
rotations है भाई
Turkey
इनकी.
or Thailand try to crash that compound.
Speed देखो इनकी गाड़ी भगाने की.
Gonna pick an Onyx up, bring him to the car. Now there is time to do this, but will they be given the opportunity? They move him back to the car. I mean, all it's gonna take is one shot and an Onyx is dead. In the back of that truck, certainly not. He could not get away with this.
There's no way. Soul's doing his best to try and drive through, taking that jump very carefully. And Onyx getting closer and closer to bleeding out. Now Vietnam, they don't have an exactly idea of what this situation is, but Korea might have done the impossible and evacuated Onyx in a situation. He's 1 or 2 ticks away from falling here, slowly going down. He pops off, and then Soul comes in. Oh my goodness, what a save by Team Korea. As you said, Paper Thin, one shot would have spelled the end there for an Onyx, a critical part of the puzzle here for Team Korea, but instead they're going to keep their full 4-man squad strong.
It's just everything coming up Korea today. They are, I mean, even in that first game, even though they didn't rake in a lot of points, they were still able to get that last second recovery on the edge of the circle. Seems to just be potentially Korea's day.
Easily.
Still yet to be seen. Still a lot of PUBG to play. T-Bone underneath Australia. Sneaky. I don't think.
Vihan Jeep, welcome. Korea is still winning, my friend.
Right here in those vehicles, goes for the first spray there with the AUG, not able to find anything.
He's suspecting
there might be one Australian that's hung back. It is not actually evacuating, but no, in fact, Australia, they are just consolidating over there into that compound. They're going to be rotating around the side. They do not want to contest with the UK in this moment.
Denmark, you know what? All things considered, where they are and how they're like still kind of in okay shape, not bad at all. Australia on the outside looking in. A lot of teams here on the southwestern corner, so see if Australia can maybe identify. There is some room to maneuver up towards like the north and the west, potentially for Australia. So if they can get some good sight lines, they have a little bit of high ground up there, so the information should be decent. Korea City is very large as well. Their mini airport, kind of up there on the northwest. So there is actually room for another team to potentially drive in there and crash that, and not a whole lot Korea maybe can do about it.
Anabolic Jeep, welcome.
If anything comes out of that.
देखते हैं
going to be looking to pick up some of those crates that landed on the east side of the airport, so USA should be able to gear up with some extra level 3 gear, maybe some potentially better weapons as well, as finally Australia going to be making a play. Now, as you said, there is some cover coming down into this hill, but once you actually get into the circle, it's a dangerous position, so Australia going to be looking to potentially crash a compound. No, instead they're going to go for this hard rock, they're going to wait for the next circle to pop, and then make their play. And oh my goodness, Paper Thin, a hard shift to the north.
Yeah, this is tough now for a lot of these teams because so much of this is really tough to drive on. You have to either drive on the dirt roads, which means you're elevated and you're exposed, or you're trying to drive through the fields, which means you have to ramp up over those dirt roads. Very tricky to do because you're going to lose some momentum every time you crest one of those mini hills.
Yeah, the best thing here for Australia is to go all the way around the perimeter. We're going to have China to deal with, and unfortunate here for Fax as Salman's able to find him. Raxiel got the dock and Salman on the finish. As UK trying to make something happen here, breaching this compound. They want to clear up India so they can work their way into the airport city, but they got to be fast with only 15 seconds left on the phase. Nade comes in, a little bit of damage done. No knocks just yet. Raxiel, will he get revived here by Unforgiven? Clock is ticking, and oh my goodness, T-Bone with one of the quickest sprays there on Translucent gets a knock. Now Honey Badger coming in through the grass. He almost finds Salman. He knows he got a lot of damage done. Brad coming in, and India's getting picked apart by the UK.
They're gone. They're dusted. They poked the Badger, and he responded.
I love that.
Took him down. Vinny trying to play a little defense here now against Denmark. Denmark, tough hill to climb. Tough hill to get across with some smokes. A few frag grenades softening up Brazil. Mimi getting an eye on what lies ahead, but wisely Brazil recognizing that the grenades are going to be landing on their spot, and they're going to readjust, reposition.
Motivation टूट गया होगा पता है अपनी
टीम का. Brazilian squad, but Chinese Taipei looks like they might actually be getting in on this action. Looking at the mini map, and also Canada trying to make a play here, but they're all between USA and Vietnam, so this position will be fought over. And Moss with some covering fire right there, actually helping out them. And now, Korea coming in, China's trying to crash this compound.
China had used the E-lift on the stairs, but Loki's going to lose the battle. He wasn't ready for Aches left. The superstar from China takes him down, and this is what I was talking about. This is a tough compound to lock down with 4 players. There's just too many buildings, too much space. China able to find just enough room to get in, but now the blue is here on top of the knocked Sparking. Clib out in the open though, and he is going to take a lot of damage. It's actually the blue that's going to get the knock. It's going to be the finish from Clib himself because of the blue. And there isn't a lot here that Brazil or anybody can do. Chinese Taipei is
I have no idea,
completely firmly looking in this direction and making sure that no one's coming from their south angle.
Yeah, but now finally Chinese Taipei has to make a move into the circle the same way that Germany does. They're going to be taking this dirt road, but as you said, it's so dangerous. It's Chris gets knocked and then a run over by the teammates. I mean, he was dead to rights regardless. And then another headshot comes in. Left is popping off, whether it be Loki, whether it be Koho. He does not care.
Just out of the frying pan into the fire here. And it is just disaster for Germany on Taego. 0 kills, 0 points. And that is a heartbreaker for them. Circle is going to shift over into Japan's direction, into the east. USA still in the airport vicinity as well. So their early E pickup really proving profitable.
कौन जीतेगा इस मैच? कोरिया किधर है? कोरिया पे फोकस लगाओ भाई, स्किम्स पे फोकस लगाओ.
Thought about Bapangster. He heard it. He knew it. He moved away. Going to try to clear some space here with some of these.
कोरिया किधर है?
ओ बेटे. Has to make a move. They're going to lose Soul in transition.
Korea is running and gunning.
Soul going to get taken down by Aches left. Just Heaven on his feet for the current top team.
Yeah, and that's a very tough position to hold right now. As you see, there is a lot of hard cover, just these hay bales and a little bit of wall. So Anonix, they're not quite able to find him just yet. Heaven would love to come for a res, but China does not want to let that happen. They are pushing this position. Aches left, manning the front right here. He's going to find Anonix soon. Heaven waiting in the back. He is popping a heal as the nades got some damage in. Finally, the flush here onto Anonix. Flashbang coming in. Korea would love to stay alive. Heaven has to do some heroics to make it happen, though. He sprays, almost gets Aches left. Aches left on nearly 1 HP. And South Korea eliminated, but the damage is done. A 35-point lead. Vietnam and Argentina, now is their chance to try and close the distance.
मैंने 2 टीम को वोट किया था, एक कोरिया और एक डेनमार्क.
Gets rid of Chinese Taipei, and Canada is on the hunt. Schofield down. Code Marco trying to do what he can to see if he can go for the res. No way, Jose. Canada is not going to give you the time or the space. That blue zone forces him out a bit, but somehow Code Marco able to catch Keenan a bit unawares. Now Shinboy and Adam trying to cook a grenade, trying to see if they can finish Turkey's round, and it's good, and it's right on point. Canada, 5 kills here. Should be able to get Keenan, I think.
Yeah, they should be able to get him up, I think. It'll lift him into safety here as the blue is slowly closing in, but not too much in their path. Argentina to the north, about 100 meters away. As the game quiets down a little bit here, 9 teams left, 26 players alive.
अब ये देखो, circle देखो एक बार कितना crazy है.
Closer and closer to closing in. Right now, in terms of power rankings on the positions,
कितनी hotspot हो रही थी.
Right there in the southwest.
Phase 9 आते देखो कितना है, but 9th phase है, 9th.
Or get to gatekeep Canada to rack up some more points. USA still holding on to the northern end of the airport. Thailand, it's a little bit more tougher than
Japan
these hills, or not these hills, but these fields, as you said, they have a little bit of a hilly terrain to play with. There is some elevation,
Argentina
so
भी full mood
the
में
mini-map, it's not quite true about how dangerous these things are, but still the angles are going to be found. You can see Honey Badger there on the map feed trying to find an angle, and okay, Canada making a play, but Argentina actually has a good sandwich on this. Raybox, he's in the field, able to get a nice spray. Ali as well. That's Keenan and Shimboy both going down.
Yeah, well, Canada, a great run here in the middle part of this game, maybe coming to an end. Argentina has them blocked out. And Adam, not much left to do. Maybe just let the blue go down. But you know what? This is PNC. Maybe he'll go for it. I'd like to see him try. And Argentina going to eat a little blue themselves. And Adam is looking for maybe a kill. If he could get a knock in somebody in the blue, he could get a nice little point out of it. But Rybox is playing with fire there on the edge. Adam thinks better of it. Thinks maybe they can get some placement points potentially.
I don't think he's going to get in, though. It's so close. Adam with the perfect read right there. He's going to try and crawl in. Does not know. Adam crossed that road, so there is chance for Canada to pick up 1 more point here.
अबे ब्राजील पिक करेगा ना, कनाडा क्यों पिक करेगा?
Crashing into Thailand. A couple big kills here from Nurens and Puchils. Just a 2-man left in this squad. And not a bad decision here from Australia to make a go for it. Nurens and company really making them pay there. So they try to crash in and
advantage था इंडिया के पास.
And speaking of, we can see Puchils down in the bottom left hand of your picture there.
Gopal is like भाई इंडिया भाई हम सारे बहुत पानी में हैं, इसे देख के लग रहा है. But ये एक पहला टूर्नामेंट है जिसने पूरे इंडिया को साथ में ले आया नहीं.
They're surrounded by the USA
Jack
and
की हालचाल
Argentina
तोड़ा
on both sides of them. A little bit more hardcover to work with, fishing with some nades, trying to find DraftKings, but they will not be able to do it.
Yeah, Vietnam here in a position where
अनिकेत
they could,
भाई ऐसा मत करो
make
प्लीज
some ground here on Korea. Potentially, Glory's getting it started there with the AUG. And now it's kickstart as well. Mortars coming out. H-Win trying to dial it in here.
Guys, समय आ चुका है वोट करने का. बताओ कौन जीतेगा ये मैच? A for ARG, J for Japan, U for USA, UK के लिए UK. जल्दी बताओ. My vote is Japan will take this match.
Argentina right now on their last leg. Axlef is smelling.
Sorry,
wants to
गलत
pick up
vote
some
कर
points
दिया.
for China,
USA will take
but
this match.
Kickstart eventually going to get MX there.
USA
She does
लेगी.
bleed out on that knock.
Japan
And
का
Axlef
थोड़ा
is
सा ऐसा ही
hunting
है,
right now.
gun
He knows that
mechanics.
Argentina is really badly bruised. Ooh, only 2 players up, and Show getting some damage done. Kickstart as well.
Yeah, Kickstart there hit some nice shots onto Axlef. Forced him to stop up in that
USA
wood.
निकालेगी ये मैच देख लेना.
Argentina trying to reposition, trying to maybe keep China off of their edge. If they
Map
can
देखो
clear
कितना
China here,
sexy है
they,
भाई.
well, Axlef is just too good right now. The grenade after the AUG knock. 7 kills for the superstar as he is going to try to settle in and stay alive longer.
700 plus damage. Oh, but the passive faust from Ivas comes in. That's Axlef going down. You love to see it there for Team Vietnam, as you're the lone team in the top 6 to try and rack up some more points, but they're in a lot of trouble right now with Snakers from the USA coming in. He does get the knock on a Haisaki, trying to get the flush here with a nade. A little bit short on that one. We'll see if the follow-up is good.
That was a dirty M4 spray with a 4x scope. Pretty nuts stuff from Snakers there, who's been just tremendous for LG this year.
भाई USA निकालेगी मैच.
In the back pocket, still a lot of shots left in it. And Vietnam, given a win condition, given a circle, Japan on the outside looking in now. They've been able to plant their feet down and wait this out. Only 1 kill for them so far.
top
in
moon mission.
Steady as per usual here.
अभिषेक नेक्स्ट ईयर ट्राई करेंगे भाई. Is this a LAN event? Yes, Gaurav. By the way, guys, एक छोटी सी announcement
45 seconds left on this
there is
circle
a tournament which is going to happen worth 1 lakh from Asus and Intel. तो अगर आपने अभी तक उसमें रजिस्टर नहीं करा है, and it's a solo tournament, पहली बार बहुत टाइम बाद solo tournament हो रहा है, तो exclamation Discord करके join कर लो और बातचीत में पूरे tournament की details है. प्राइस पूल 1 lakh है. 2 दिन का tournament है online.
I'm a bit shocked Japan doesn't have vehicles.
Pure Boy does have one, looking at the map feed.
Okay. This is what they should have been doing in the first place. Maybe a bit too late, because now their presence has been revealed, and now teams like the UK can start setting up to prepare for their movement. Maybe kind of losing a potential element of surprise here. Now you got to drive out. I think he's got a blue zone bag, so it's not the end of the world. Kickstart as well, level 3 gear, so USA profiting a lot from these crates that have dropped. Oh my god!
Wow, it's a lot of damage. Imhak, 1 bullet away from death right here, and we'll see where Japan decides to go, but oh no.
They're dead.
That's a dangerous position. Snakers comes in. That nade has the potential to wipe Japan off the map, and oh my goodness, all but 1 survive. Only Imhak gonna try his best, but eventually you gotta think with that nade.
The blue,
Japan's gonna get
blue zone भी आ गया. वाह.
That should be the end of it. The blue zone grenade. Yeah, there it is. That's going to finish the job. So Japan just not able to quite be on the same page there fast enough. China's Axlef. He is still alive. The grenade right in Haisaki's back. He is down to 1 HP. The follow-up from Axlef is good. That's another knock here. Axlef with just a quintessential game from this legend. This guy, when he is on, the best, one of the best in the business.
Axlef, one of the strongest players in the entire region of Asia, representing China and getting a ton of damage done on Taego. Would love to see him and Show work some magic here for Team China, who's middle of the pack right now, but would love to break into that top 5, and they could do it here with a win and some heroics from their heroes.
Well, the other thing for China is if they can come through with the win or a lot more points in this game, they're right back into things, at least towards getting like that 2nd, 3rd spot potentially. USA going to be swinging out, clearing some edges. They have some work to do to get into this next circle, and H-Win, the IGL for the USA.
There's no Tiggleton. Tiggleton is from Australia, brother.
Alive. Can you believe
that team is already
still in bushes, man. He was in bushes last time we saw him. He's in bushes again. Now, does H-Win see him? I don't think he does. I don't think he has any idea. And Vinny, I mean, should H-Win decide to peek up over that ledge, he might play spoiler if he hears the footsteps.
इतने सारे पॉइंट निकाल लिए उसने.
Clory's just on the other side of things as well. So if that fight kicks off, Clory's could potentially do some damage to this push from the USA. But I think they might have a little bit of space ahead of them along this road edge. So I think more or less this is just H-Win just getting a lay of the land. More than anything. I don't necessarily think they want to push this angle. You can't see those feet. I mean, they're so well hidden inside of this bush. What an angle.
Yeah, it's like he has a ghillie suit on. I mean, the observer's highlighting that there's basically no way H-Win can actually identify him until he's right on top. And you can see Vinny is Dorito moving a little bit. He knew H-Win was there from the footsteps, and now he knows that he moved up a little bit closer. So we'll see if Vinny moves as the circle starts to close in. But let's not forget, Snakers, he does have this AWM, 6 bullets left. That's enough to pick up all the kills here in this lobby. Should he be able to do it?
Hey, he's got plenty of bullets. See if he can put them to use. Seen a few knocks from him with it already in the kill feed. But again, not a ton of kills sliding the USA's way in this game so far. 5 is not bad, but certainly they want a few more. Get back into the thick of it.
Yeah, especially with a full 4-man squad up, and you can see them kind of going for a 3-1. H-Win going to be playing the anchor right here, and if they can find Show or Akeslep, they would love to clear out this northern side and just completely enclose Vietnam.
All right, USA now gonna have to start to make a move. They're on the outside looking in. Vietnam still inside of those little farm warehouses. A blue zone to try to clear some space. Very smart here to make sure that there's no one in that other divot. And they can use that as a potential staging point for another move to get a better angle. On top of China, damage done by H-Win to Duck Juice.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get the knock. She's barely surviving that one as the USA is getting the lay of the land over here. Does spot Himas as well. So H-Win with a pretty good idea of where Vietnam is located in these structures, and a bit of a rotation here for Vietnam as soon as H-Win backs off that dirt road. But Show, it looks like he's getting ready to come. The nades are coming in, the flashbangs are through. China, they want to breach this position. Akeslep and Show coming over the top of this hill. More flashbangs coming out. Shrimzy is waiting for him. Akeslep picks up at the top, finds a lot of damage, but almost gets knocked himself.
China trying to use the blue to work against the United States, but they just didn't have enough. And H-Win with that long angle, able to play cover. China now stuck in a bad position at kickstart. Cooks a perfect grenade and wipes them out. Huge game for China regardless. And now the USA trying to play spoiler here and keep Vietnam in check.
Well, a win here for USA would net them a lot more points too, Paper Thin. Let's keep that in mind. They're on the cusp of top 5 right now. As 2 of the best teams in the business, 2 of the best countries in the world are going at it. 4v3, but winner chicken dinner percentage. Very close, and Kickstart gets the opening shot with a FAMAS, a headshot here on him. That's a top gun here for Vietnam going down.
And around the corner, the full forces of the USA strike. Clory's is down. All on to Duck Juice, who's trying to skirt around the edges of these smokes, but Kickstart has him dialed in, and they are about to take him down. He might just end up letting the blue finish it indeed, and it's going to be a chicken dinner for the United States. And they find themselves moving up the leaderboard here, and they could still do some serious damage at PNC.
Yeah, a much-needed win there for the United States as they got so much damage done. Almost double-digit kills as well as they continue to climb the ranks and throw their hat in the mix. And, you know, Korea, they didn't get too many points in that lobby, but they still have a substantial lead, considering teams like Vietnam, Denmark, Argentina didn't come up quite as big as they could have. But for these teams in the middle of the pack, the United States and China especially, a very big game that's going to make the contest at the top for that second place and potentially even the first should these teams pop off in the final 3 maps. Very interesting.
Yeah, no, this is still kind of interesting. Not just kind of very interesting, because Korea hasn't run away with it. You know, if Korea wins another game, then yeah, it's done. Just to be honest, it's just done. But they didn't. They only got 3 points in that one, so certainly there is room for another team to get hot, to catch fire, and to catch the hometown favorites.
And it feels like we have maybe 7 or 8 teams that are in position to come and catch Korea should they be able to deliver back-to-back wins. If they win 2 out of the next 3 maps, then they certainly can close the distance, and USA off to a great start.
87
and trying
हो
to
गए।
make that happen, as we've seen highlights from them.
आज रात तक 100 तो हो
Pretty much
जाएंगे।
all event,
फिर 28
but
पे
the
और चाहिए
points
हमें।
were just kind of lacking behind the
128
skill
पे
that we
tournament
know
पूरा
they
हो
have
जाएगा।
and the play calling we know they have, and finally here, Ontego able to deliver a substantial win and start closing the distance.
Yeah, and again, think back to the very early maneuver they made with that very early emergency pickup to find the corner, the southern corner of the airport to themselves, and that is such a brilliant maneuver. You know, we've seen some emergency pickups for them not quite pay off.
Like कर दो guys, फटाफट like कर दो।
And by the way, you definitely want to run over your teammate there. That's because there's no hope of picking him up anyway.
Yeah.
You might as well just end their suffering. But man, Aches left in this game, dude. Oh boy, he was on one.
I want to see how much total damage he got done, because it feels like the damage was even more aggressive than the kills. He was just getting so much done, whether it be with the AR or with the grenades, because I mean, he was just absolutely popping off. It was just him and Show for the longest time there for Team China, and they were causing so many problems for every team in their vicinity.
And Japan, again, I think if Japan makes this move sooner with this vehicle, instead of kind of messing around with attempting to just do it on foot, I think they were trying to sneak underneath the other team's noses. That's tough to do at this level of play, and it doesn't fool anybody, and immediately identified by the USA and thwarted. And then eventually they try to load up in the US, and that is also thwarted. So well handled by the USA, top to bottom, 19 points total, 17 for China. Show and Aches left, 12 kills between the two of them.
Yeah, China got a lot done there, as well as the USA. And both these teams that were, if I'm not mistaken, below top 8 coming into this one, really throwing their hat into the mix of it. I mean, both these teams have what it takes to get top 2, or as we said, if they really pop off in these final 3 maps, they could be champions. They could pass over Korea. It is not all said and done yet.
Yeah, no, it's stranger things have happened. I mean, look, you can win back-to-back games. We've already seen it in this event. It's doable, and if you do that, you know, that's potentially 40-plus points in your back pocket that all of a sudden will flip the script going into the final map. We'll just have to wait and see if anybody's got it in them, as Tego is also now done for this event. Kickstart, huge damage, huge kills. Man of the match, well played by the superstar, now of the Sonics.
Yeah, no question about that. 6 out of the 9 kills of the United
Ronwood
States
जी
had
की हालचाल कैसा लगा टूर्नामेंट देख के?
damage, a well-earned man of the match for him.
खेल रहे हो आप आजकल PUBG?
Back on the map here and back in contention for some of these really top-ranking spots. In striking distance of a podium finish now as we get ready to move on to Vikendi.
अब तो कोरियन के लिए ही रूट कर सकते हैं हम लोग.
We'll see. Vietnam here, able to
यार बस कोरिया जीत जाए भाई, मजा आ जाएगा.
31 points now.
A little bit.
It's a little bit.
It's going to take some wins.
Vietnam needs to win a game. They need to put up a big one. They're capable. We know they're capable.
भाई कोरिया एक मैच और चिकन निकाल दो, मजा ही आ जाएगा.
They've already mostly done it. If it wasn't for that 20-point kill game, they'd probably still be leading in the kills. But just gotta wait and see if they can find some success here. On to Vikendi.
ये इंडिया वाले टॉप के प्लेयर्स हैं क्या? अपने वाले सब टॉप के प्लेयर्स हैं यार, सब टॉप के प्लेयर्स हैं.
But I think they're gonna have to get a start
तभी तो वहाँ हैं.
if they're gonna catch up.
I agree with you completely. Vikendi's been kind of one of the weaker maps here for Team Korea. They did well on Miramar, they did well on Erangel relatively, but
जो ये जिनके अगेंस्ट खेल रहे हैं ना वो और भी टॉप के प्लेयर्स हैं.
Find too much success, so this is
तो इसलिए हमारा टॉप नहीं हो पा रहा है.
a lot of these teams in the top 8
टूर्नामेंट थोड़ा दुख दे रहा है, to be honest.
Whichever team comes up with
कोई
a
नहीं
win
ब्राउन
here,
वाइट, आप खेलोगे
hopefully it's one with a lot of kills
There's a solo
behind it,
tournament
because
happening.
then you're looking
What?
at 2 more
1 lakh?
Erangel maps left
2
in the
days of
lobby,
tournament?
and should he be able to win one of those,
Solo
maybe
FPP.
you close the distance on Korea,
सोचो
but
सिर्फ
as
सोलो
you
होने
said,
वाला
I
है.
feel like it has to start here on Vikendi.
Yeah, I think kind of
It's a
does.
crazy tournament.
I mean, you never know.
पहली बार मतलब बहुत टाइम बाद हो रहा है, 3 साल बाद हो रहा है. I think पहला
absolutely
solo
right
tournament.
back in contention. We'll just have to wait and see. As America, just phenomenal job controlling space here. H-Win checking a lot of these corners, a lot of these angles, making sure they're open, and then able to just kind of keep Vietnam
Cricket में
pinned
तो
out.
जीत ही रहा है
Plenty
इंडिया.
of smokes left in the bag here to make this final
I don't
push.
watch
This
cricket
is
honestly.
just a well-executed
भाई
game.
भाई ने पॉइंट ही
Yeah, and
डिनाई
especially
कर
the
दिया.
final push here to Vietnam was just done so cleanly. Vietnam, they had the hard cover, but USA just with no fear moving out as a complete
Thank you, Atul. I'll try
unit
next year, don't
and
worry.
taking the fight to them. was fantastic. It felt like every single angle that the
अभी तो बहुत
USA
सारे
took, it
टूर्नामेंट्स
was a
होंगे, ये तो अभी
2v1,
शुरुआत
and
है.
eventually they were
सोचो
able to whittle
जो
down
अभी बाकी
Vietnam,
टूर्नामेंट्स
a record
आने
of
वाले
9
हैं,
kills in
उसमें से
total,
पहला तो 2 दिन
almost
बाद ही है.
3K total damage. I mean, so much done.
Yeah,
कल टूर्नामेंट का
phenomenal with the
रजिस्ट्रेशन क्लोज हो
frags,
जाएगा.
able to really utilize that extra kind of level of loot gathering that you
Map
have in
शुरू हो
the
गया
city,
भाई.
I suppose I
Yeah.
would call it. You know, able to pick up a lot, able to scrounge through there,
अच्छा
kind
अभी
of take
शुरू
their
नहीं हुआ.
time in the beginning part of the game,
42
very
seconds.
quietly work their way through that city. Never really got too engaged until they were up on that northern edge, and then kind of had the field out in front of them to start really putting in some damage.
Clean
Snakers
pass,
had that AWM. I saw a few big knocks from him.
Clean
He had
pass.
the FAMAS there as well in the mix. So just lovely stuff from the USA.
Yeah, the macro from the USA, just starting with the emergency pickup and
भाई
then being
वीकेंडी
able
तो यार
to
अलग ही
salvage
लेवल
a
का
lot of
मैप है भाई.
resources as they racked up kills and keep all those frags was a key part of their success. I mean, think back on the position that they in China had near Vietnam. Should Vietnam
Are you
have
playing
had
that? Yeah, I
more
already registered.
resources, more frag grenades, more blue zone grenades or something like that, it's a lot harder for you to get pushed in, but we're going to see exactly what's going to happen now on
Eko,
Vikendi. As we said,
कुछ
one of
लोग
the
entry
last
fraggers
chances
होते
for
हैं.
these teams to start to close the distance on Team Korea. Let's see if they can do it on the newest PUBG map.
और फिर
in the
सपोर्ट
pro
वाला
pool.
नीड्स फेंकता है इन अ पुश मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स सप्रेस करने के लिए.
And away we go.
अभी
And it's another southeastern plane path here on Vikendi, right over Decamesto. And heading in towards Kranik, down there on the bottom.
देखते क्या
Winery,
करेंगे.
Naznova, Pavilka,
कहाँ रजिस्टर करना
all
है?
down there underneath the plane
एक्सक्लेमेशन
path.
डिस्कॉर्ड
No bears.
डिस्कॉर्ड में जाके बातचीत में पूरा डिटेल्स है
Players are really interested
टूर्नामेंट की.
in, you know,
कहाँ रजिस्टर करना
trying
है,
to duke it
क्या
out.
प्राइस पूल है,
Yeah,
कब होगा,
I'm not a fan of the
क्वालिफायर कब
neutral
है.
camps, unfortunately.
Yes,
I
sir.
was really excited to see some more bear play and some more gondolas, you know? Get those IR scopes,
Yeah, man.
peer through them. I mean,
Well,
IR
and
scopes,
the other
they
thing
seem
is,
busted.
the other thing is those caves can sometimes have level 3 gear. Not
Yeah.
sometimes, they usually
हर
do.
किल का 1 पॉइंट
So,
होता है
like,
ट्रेंड.
And you can drop right on the caves. I don't know if, like,
चिकन का 10.
maybe people just don't try it, but I can tell you right now, you can absolutely do it. Oh, Canada's got to be real careful
देगी
here.
प्रखर
Oh,
देगी.
Keenan's got a
Keenan.
gun.
अरे,
Keenan's
अरे.
got a gun.
Keenan's going to save the day there.
They've got guns. Get out of there.
It's like rock, paper, scissors. Car beats foot and gun beats car. So India's got to run away out of that one. Besides that, doesn't seem like we
बच
have
गए
too
भाई.
many hot drops or
बच गए, बच गए,
early
बच गए.
engagements there on the map. A little bit of shots being taken on there by
Oh!
Denmark, as you can see on the mini-map as we wait for the circle
भाई
to pop in.
Unforgiven नीचे
Another
गिर
one
गया.
that's really close to the center, I feel
भाई
like.
प्लीज पॉइंट
Every
आउट मत
single time
करना.
we're playing on Vikendi, we're coming right down the pipeline here in the middle.
All right, this time around, we pray for the northern or eastern shift, though. No
अबे
western
क्या कर रहा है?
shifts.
Unforgiven
And we
वो
feel
नीचे
like-
से आ रहा है तो
or
ऊपर से
I
जा
feel
रहा
like
है.
we've gotten a lot of
पूरे मजे ले रहा है.
in the final circles. Am I mistaken about that? I mean, certainly
भाई कैमरा
yesterday,
हैंडल वाला
one
भी
of those
मजे ले रहा
final
है.
circles-
ये देखो
Yeah.
ये क्या हो रहा है? ब्रिज से
They've
गिर के ये
almost been in
पक्का
the
चैट
exact
में
same
मीम
spot,
हुआ
like
है.
both games. Oh no, nerd!
चैट से गिर के
Oh
मीम.
my God!
अरे.
Thought for a moment he was going to get that Panzer to connect, and Salman doesn't even have a gun. It looks like he's just trying to. He's got a bike though.
Let's go!
Get out! Okay,
I love it.
now I'm rooting for him. Go, Salman, go!
Do a flip.
You can see Unforgiven's laughing.
भाई खुशी देखो. Unforgiven की खुशी देखो भाई.
They're all laughing. They know.
Doesn't have a gun, but he's got a bike.
This is amazing.
चलो एटलीस्ट बंदे स्ट्रेस में तो नहीं
Vikendi
है.
is so much fun, man. I love this map. I'm so excited that we have this in the pro pool. I've loved Vikendi since they first added it. Before I had these
Unforgiven is
facelifts
like,
with,
भाई
you know,
मैं ब्रिज
the
पे टकरा
gondolas
के
and
नीचे
the
गिरा
bears
तो
and
मैं गिरा.
everything like that.
अब मैं क्या
It's gone
करे?
through some really fun iterations.
Yeah, it's a really good
चल
map
अपने
now.
बंदे प्रेशर में
The
तो नहीं है.
VSS there can
अच्छा है.
actually be identified by Puchils, but it's going to keep him from really doing any further damage to Canada, it looks like. Now, in Dino Land, there is more of Thailand.
भाई कनाडा अभी भी ढूंढ
They've
रही है.
bought
नहीं
their
थाईलैंड
tickets
ढूंढ रही
already. Canada has not yet purchased them. Maybe trying to sneak in through
है.
the
भाई
back
ये
door.
मीम होगा पक्का.
sneaking
ये
in,
पक्का
not
मीम
paying
होने
their
वाला है
dues.
भाई.
The Shin Boy leading the charge. No helmet,
Cycle
but it is
लेके
an
निकल लिए.
M249, and just recapping quickly,
भाई
Germany.
लेजिट सलमान भाई की याद दिला दी. वो ट्रेन वाला मूवमेंट याद नहीं है?
Both times they seem to have a very good
साइकिल से
read
उतरते
on
सलमान भाई.
maybe just the center circles, but it also feels like their rotations on this map have been so clean. And even in the interviews heading into PNC 2023, they were talking about how comfortable they already feel on Vikendi, how they think they have a good read on this map. They think it could be a big opportunity for them to pick up a lot of points.
गन में कितने भी अच्छे हो.
Yeah, dude. It has to start here, right? Like, so they're also one of those teams where if they're going to catch up, it has to start here. I'd say if you have 90 points or more, in theory, in the absolute craziest, wildest PUBG you've ever seen in your life, yes, you could maybe catch Korea. It's very, very unlikely. I'm just going to be honest. It's like less than 1%. No tires on that. But if you're over 100 points, it's also very difficult, but doable. Again, Korea has such a tremendous lead, though. Any points they get just feels worse and worse and worse for the rest of these teams. It's hard to target a team if you want to hot drop them or something. If you're one of these other teams to try to stop them, but even that's so dangerous because you're basically rotation of Korea in a straight up fight on a drop spot, and you take all of them down. So much fighting early potentially. They're getting out. Oh, he spun out.
He hit a tree or something. Yeah. Okay. He hit a tree or he spun out, and that might be a line for Pongsker.
He didn't go for it.
I'm surprised he didn't.
I would have.
Yeah, that's the kind of angle that I would feast on that one. I mean, I would end up like hitting the tire or something, but I would still go.
That's the play, though. I mean, you should hit the tire in that situation. If you can spin him out in the open like that, he's dead. Surprise of all surprises, Australia back up on these towers. This has been what they do at the beginning of these games. They get information. A lot of times they've gotten kills out of it as well. So this time around, Korea's not going to mess with anybody early. They're not going to be taking fights. We saw them sneak up on Denmark. They're very aware this time of Australia getting up on that tower. So better start on to Vikendi for Korea compared to yesterday.
Yeah. You got to hope if you're Vietnam, Denmark, Argentina, or any of these other teams, frankly, in the top 8 that Korea, at some point, their compound gets crashed and they lose that fight, because not only do you need to pick up a big win, but that 30-point game Korea had earlier on Myanmar just really sets them apart. You want them to slow down, and you want to have a really big dub. But as we said, there are a lot of teams in top 8 that have a chance to make it happen. Let's not even go back to Turkey yesterday. They put up a really big day after a dismal start on day 1, and it can just happen in a couple of games that you rack up nearly 50 points.
Yeah. Totally. It can very well happen. Let's see if anybody's got it in them. Denmark just exploring, getting vehicles, checking what's out around them. But for now, it looks like they're going to just head back into that compound. This is North Center. Zenon tracking Turkey. This started earlier with Pongsker letting them pass. Was this all part of the Keikaku here for Chinese Taipei, part of the plan?
Oh, yeah, Pongsker actually taking some shots from long distance to try and flush Turkey out. Maybe trying to set up for Zenon to find an angle on somebody. I think he barely saw Code Marco, and yeah, he did. Actually going for the spray down here with the M4 and a red dot sight. That's a really tough angle, but he was able to find a couple body shots.
He had no frags, though.
Yeah.
If he had frags, that might have been a very different story.
भाई कोरिया किधर है? कोरिया पे फोकस लगाएं। भाई इंडिया की रोटेशन देखो, दिल खुश हो जाएगा तुम्हारा।
He had 5 mollies though.
इंडिया की रोटेशन देखो।
He had 5 mollies. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, man, he had 5 mollies, which
भाई
is
इंडिया
not
कहाँ
what
थी
you want in
bro?
that situation. Great for clearing out buildings, not so great out in the open. Not going to be able to really
डायनो लैंड से
take
कहाँ
players
पहुँच चुकी
down
है?
low like those frag grenades can. Duck Jews out here for Vietnam, a little bit ahead of the rest of the team, and the rest of them trailing behind.
कितने प्रतिशत लोगों को लगता है? Have you seen my PUBG video? I have not seen your PUBG video. I would love to.
A quiet, slow start here.
Learn so much from it.
Uncharacteristic.
How
yeah,
you
the game's
edited it.
been really popping
and
off,
stuff.
but I guess Vikendi is one of
I
those
hope it
maps
worked
that
for
there
you.
is a lot of architecture to play around with in terms of trees and hills and rocks, and with a circle that's, kind of as fair as this one, right in the middle. Not surprising that we have a game like this
Denmark
one where
भी new team
every team
है.
is kind of able
Denmark
to
भी
just
new
find their
team
own
है.
little section of the map, their own slice of the pie, so to speak, until that next circle pops. And
या ब्राउन आप देख कर रहे हो गेम मेरी हाईलाइट वीडियो है उसमें
he's getting his
एक
cardio
कमेंट
in.
में उसको देख के 3 मिनट किए उसको देख के कुछ फीडबैक डाल दो यार कमेंट
Maybe
में
it's got some luck in it. Maybe it's
since you
not
edit your
like,
own videos maybe I'll get some
this is like that bike
wisdom
in
from
ET
you
where you like ride it up into the sky. And
like
You put somebody
वीडियो
in
पे
the
कमेंट कर
Yeah,
देना
exactly, yeah.
if you have 3-5 minutes अभी तो ये लूटेंगे ही phase 1 में
Imagine putting a down teammate in the basket and
I
jumping
think
off a cliff.
They should put a basket on it where you can stick like a frag grenade or something. Like you can put like a little bit of Panzerfaust.
Yeah.
Like one
ये
item
चिकन है
can
इंडिया
fit
का
in it.
लिख लो
Dude, imagine a bike lock as an item too. It'd be a lot of fun. Lock
पता
it up
नहीं यार
on a
मुझे
tree or
लग
something.
अबे कहाँ जा रहे हैं भाई ये
Only
इंडिया
do
वाले
it
कहाँ
for
जा रहे
mad
हैं
fun.
Yeah, man.
ओह
I've had
भाई
multiple bikes get stolen in my
I'm
life.
sure.
भाई
All right,
इंडिया
so
देखो क्या
Germany
करने
rolling up on
वाली है
this hill. They
holy
have no
shit
idea
भाई
the UK is actually getting posed up over here. Vard with a
India is
immediate
actually
angle.
going for the
car
trolleys.
switch. Really fast there for It's Chris. He fires back and gets a knock. Some quick thinking there, but Fex is going to be able to find Brexco on the back
That's
end here,
crazy
going
भाई
1 for 1.
but
Our
it's a good
Germany
move
and
if
the
it
United
works out
Kingdom, but it's already been
crazy move.
revealed. Trading some Molotovs as well. Micah, I think he might have gotten tagged from that one, or it was just short.
It was just a bit off, but the bullets connecting there.
भाई दिखाओ यार,
let loose
ये तो
with some
देखना है.
grenades. That was
इंडिया
a
ट्रॉली यूज करने वाली
great
है.
swap there, but at the end of the
Genjola.
day, United Kingdom still pretty dug in. They are going to lose Vard for this T-Bone with the SLR now swinging wide and damage being done here. It's actually Pongsker who's going to find Mika, and he should be down here momentarily. Yeah, T-Bone is going to claim that point. It's Chris is going to fall to Fax. Kowo, coach who had to sub in here for Germany for this event, the only one left.
Yeah, it seems unlikely we're going to have Germany go for a three-peat here on Vikendi.
Soul's got a VSS.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. Nonix with a G36.
कोरिया जिंदा है ना, भाई कोरिया और जीत जाओ प्लीज.
Yeah, this is Onyx. They have
कुछ तो अच्छा हो इस टूर्नामेंट में हमारे लिए.
Yeah, that's a setup, man. That's a loadout, I guess.
It's a setup. That's, yeah, exactly.
Of all the loadouts, this is one of them.
Yeah, exactly. And they're screwed. I mean, frankly, this is not good for Korea, and it's great for everybody else because these hills out here are actually pretty exposed. There aren't a ton of trees in this part of the map compared to some of the others. See where the circle's going to go. No, don't do it to us again. Not like this.
Man, it really likes this center part of the map.
This can't be reality. What have you done?
I
blame you, Dr. Strange.
गंडोला भी नहीं लिया. सलमान कहीं और ही चला गया.
Pretty much everybody else though, because Korea right now is absolutely surrounded. They have Australia, Turkey, and I think the United States all around their borders. China's also to the east. Thailand is making a rotation to the west, and as you said, their loadout, it's not that great. Early on this map, I was watching them on the map feed. They crashed the compound early just to kind of play it safe. You know, they're just trying to play defensively, given their massive point lead in this lobby, and now this has come out to bite them as they had to move out onto this hill.
वो क्यों लग रहा है कि जीतेगी है.
Which one of the thing I'm complaining about is the fact that this circle went towards the green again.
Of course, I mean,
that's what I'm talking. I mean, I'm just annoyed.
I got
come on, man. We only get Vikendi 3 times in this tournament. I don't want the same circle 3 times.
Give me like a Dino Land finish or something. Let me see.
Yeah, for real, dude. That'd be sick. Dino Land's dope. All right, T-Bone trying to finish what UK started earlier. They did lose Vard, of course. And we can no longer be hard for Vard, but absolutely the rest of the UK looking to do some more damage.
And Code is making this lone rotation all by himself.
एक टाइम पे
with the snow working his way towards castle. As they holding on to this compound, and Korea, they do have a crate drop near them, so if they can actually reach that somehow through the eyes of China or Australia, if they could reach these crates that have dropped, they might be able to get a little bit of a better loadout than they've been dealt already.
And Denmark outside of the current circle. There's Canada and a storm brewing to their south, and Vinny's car blows up with him in it, and then LA gonna be the one to claim that point here as Argentina had a bit of a trap set up and Brazil fell into it.
भाई माँ कसम इंडिया एक बारी भी सेंटर नहीं पहुंच पाया.
Damage to their Latin American brethren.
3 दिन में 18 मैचेस में एक बार जो हम सर्कल पहुंचे. नहीं सर्कल हम 2 बार पहुंचे थे ना, जब रैंगल में हमें सर्कल मिल गया था, इन्होंने अटेन कर लिया था.
And all of this, Heaven's going to go for the res, but Korea not feeling great about their position.
कर क्या रहे हैं, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा.
As I said, they're surrounded on 3 sides. The loadout is not fantastic, and the teams around them too, USA, Australia, and China. They've been fighting pretty well over this entire tournament. So Korea, they've got their work cut out for them. A rare opportunity for some of these other teams like Vietnam and Denmark on screen as they come through this storm to try and start to add to the points, because again, Vikendi, 3rd to last map here at PUBG Nations Cup 2023. You really need a big win if you're one of these top teams trying to go for
Korea जिंदा है ना, बस ये देखो. हाँ, कोरिया और डेनमार्क जिंदा रहने चाहिए.
See if anybody can do that task, that difficult task. Soul gonna use his VSS for some scouting. Plenty of bullets. You can really go through bullets fast on the VSS if you're not kind of thinking about it. It's so tempting to just absolutely spew bullets out of it because it's so quiet. It's so hard to tell where you're getting shot from. If somebody's taking those shots at you with it. The bullet drop is disgustingly bad on it. It's so difficult to navigate how bad the bullet drop is on the VSS as well. But I mean, I'm happy I get to talk about the VSS, but Soul's certainly not happy to have it. Great sprays here from Thailand. Nurens, Tanadol combining to get Kino down and out, and more damage put in as well to the others. But
oh shit, bro. India USA से पूरा full fight ले रही है, शायद एक knock हो जाए. कर दो यार, एक यूएसए वाइप कर दो, मजा ही आ जाएगा एक टीम वाइप. Come on, come on, come on, एक knock कर दो please.
Who is prone behind his vehicle, but he does get found, as does Koho. Germany eliminated from this, and Longsker taking a lot of damage. China in a rough position right now as Rybox looks to see if he can get the flush. A lot of damage done onto China as they continue to skirmish
इंडिया ने रैप
with
कर दिया यूएसए
Argentina.
को.
Now Korea making a big
भाई साहब इंडिया ने
rotation
रैप कर दिया यूएसए को.
Not too many
शायद ये
people in
भाग
their
रहे
path.
हैं.
Luke 12 does have an AUG,
Yeah,
but not a
actually
good
they're
sight
going
line
on.
on them.
Now, the center of this circle is open in more ways than one. Not only are there not a lot of teams here, there's not a lot of stuff.
मार दिया क्या ये?
So, you know, yeah, okay, Korea can find a
हैं?
shack and a spot, but
ये क्या
you know,
glitch है?
what good does that really do you here? This is again
ये
another
बकवास
tough
glitch
spot to
था.
control there for Korea. I mean, it's something in the circle, I guess, but
Glitch हो
I
रहा.
don't have a lot of high hopes that they're going to be able to stay there for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I feel like you got to take the hill close to Team Japan if you're Korea, and somehow China actually was able to work their way out of this crazy show. Yeah, and Aix left, I believe, all surviving that skirmish with Argentina, now rotating around the map, and yeah, they are going to go for this hill.
This hill's much better.
Yeah, it's a very good position right here. Not quite as center as what they were originally gunning for, but after they got the lay of the land, they knew that was not
भाई
something that would
कितना
be
crazy होगा
holdable,
अगर ये वाला
especially with
मैच
all
इंडिया
these
चिकन
teams
निकाल दे.
surrounding them.
I think this
सब
map
लोग
is
वोट
so
करो.
new that
अगर
they
तुम्हें
didn't
लगता
really
है
know exactly what the
कि
center
अभी
of this
फेज 3
circle
चल रहा है
looks
और
like,
इंडिया
they're
फेज 5
like,
तक
nobody's
जिंदा
shooting at
रहेगी,
us.
टाइप करो
We
वाई.
can just keep going.
और तुम्हें लगता है
Oh,
फेज
wait,
5 से
no,
पहले ही
there's a
हमारा
reason
हम
nobody's
हिल
shooting
जाएंगे.
at us 'cause no one wants
टाइप
them
करो
to
एन
shoot
जल्दी
you.
से. मेरा वोट है हम
It's
इस
like
बार
the
फेज 5
terrain is
पहुंचेंगे
so
ब्रो,
bad.
देख लेना. एच सी
Canada
पहुंचेंगे और
making a
जरूर
move
पहुंचेंगे
right
क्योंकि
now
वीकेंड ही
into
है.
the circle, getting closer and closer to Denmark. Finna right now, the pole position. He's actually going to be anchoring this as Canada continues to steam along. Denmark's right ahead of them, and Denmark for a
बहुत
moment there looked like they were
experienced
just
टीम्स हैं
getting
यार,
ready
इनको
to
मैप
bail out of this
नॉलेज,
position in their vehicles.
रोटेशन
I'm
बहुत
wondering
नेक्स्ट
whether
लेवल
they're
है.
actually going to stick it out
बताओ
and go for
वीकेंड
a
में
fight,
मुझे
but
इतनी
no,
चीजें
instead
पता
they're
भी
just
नहीं
going to
है
run for it. But that gives
जहाँ पे ये लोग
Canada
हैं.
a great chance to try to get some knocks. But luckily for Team Denmark, Vietnam is popping off. A couple of big knocks coming in.
रैंगल
Actually,
मेरा मार
Shinboy
तो फिर
getting
भी सही
flushed.
है.
Yep, absolutely. Tough stuff now as they lose one of their best players here. Canada.
वीकेंड ही इनके लिए भी नया है. अभी पहली बार ये ऐड ऑन हुआ
PUBG
ना
veteran.
स्पोर्ट्स में, बट फिर भी
All these players on Canada have been around basically since the start of PUBG esports. Very, very smart players, but they're about to get Hisaki'd. The grenade is out. It's right at Finna's feet. He is down. Hisaki can't get the spray up and over the hill. Looks to get an angle onto Adam. Adam's got an MP5 here. The gun's a bit of a laser beam up close and personal, but it didn't matter. He wasn't ready for the repeat from Hisaki. Absolutely tearing him apart. Just Keenan left now in the back. He's getting shot by Cloris. Tries to pop
Please
up,
marna mat, please
and he
marna
is
mat.
going to go down. Canada falls. Code Marco gets Keenan, but Hisaki gets two.
Yeah, Vietnam got a lot of work done right there in that skirmish, and those are the kind of kills that they need to start chipping away at this lead that Korea has accumulated over the past couple of games. Luckily, they're going to get all 4 players up as there aren't too many players in their vicinity, and if they can hold on to that,
कोरिया को
I
देखो,
don't know
बहस
where
का
Korea's
कोरिया तो
heading to
बिल्कुल ही
now. I mean,
मतलब
their hill, yes, it is
भाई,
out of the circle, but
they
there
don't
isn't
give a
too
F.
much terrain here. Yeah, you can really
Right,
tell
okay.
the inexperience on this map. I mean, it's the first time it's debuting in professional
They're
PUBG
also
here
like-
at PNC
yeah.
2023 as Korea's
Ooh.
trying to make the rotation in. Now Fex with a brilliant headshot, able to get LFP1 and confirm the kill. Brazil also scrambling, but they're going right towards Korea.
Korea's going to opt for a fort with cars and folding shields by this rock. Dead center going to try to log it down and try to turret from this position onto the other teams rotating around them. The problem is any high ground that's on the edges of this are going to give teams angles down into it. Duckju's already
अरे नहीं यार, जापान
finding
अब
some
खा
value
जाएगी इंडिया
himself from outside of that water tower
को.
in the
जापान वाले
house
रुक गए.
as an
अब
angle from
ऑस्ट्रेलिया और
the
जापान
farm
पूरी इंडिया को
right
वाइप
on
करेंगे
top
लग
of
रहा है.
them. I think those are
I hope उनको
potentially
जगह हो,
shots from
वो जगह
Chinese
मिल गई
Taipei
शायद
in their
थोड़ी बहुत.
direction as well. I mean, yeah, okay, Korea, you've got
बस अंदर
position,
कैसे
but
जाएंगे यार?
you gotta hope that things get so spicy on these edges that you can survive.
And I guarantee that Duckjuice from Team Vietnam is going to be communicating to his teammates that he actually has this angle on Korea because they're the #1 spot that you want to take out right now is Code Marco with a great
भाई
spray.
कोरिया जब
Able to
भाई
hit
कोरिया को
Sparking
देखो
down.
लूटी
That
को.
vehicle gets blown to smithereens. And Snakers, nice tapping there with the SLR on that 6X. Actually, H would
ये
help
देखो
it
अभी
out a
क्या
little
कोराम
bit too.
मचने वाला है.
Schofield's going down, so Turkey taking some damage here.
And USA
भाई
is
देखो
going
इंडिया
to
कितना
gear the
बढ़िया
Mad's
खेल रही है.
vehicle,
क्या
and they are going to look
मस्त
to,
इन्होंने वो बनाया
if
है.
it drives at
टिगल्टन
them,
वर्सेस वो होने
shoot
वाला
at
है
it,
इंडिया.
but yeah, no, it didn't. I think Turkey realizing there's
इंडिया
no
का
hope
पहला
here,
बंदा
to
वो नॉक कर दिया
recover
भाई.
and defend off the USA, so they're going to have to sacrifice Schofield. Unforgiven gets a
Unforgiven,
kill onto
Unforgiven.
show off screen, so, you know, points for India, very happy to see it.
भाई
Happy
ट्रांस
to
ने
have
जाके
them
नॉक
at
कर
this
दिया भाई
event. We know
टिगल्टन
it
को.
wasn't the result they wanted. Translucent gets a kill onto Luke 12 too, so you know what? Things are going well, and now Aix left.
ओ नाइस यार ट्रांस.
Drives right next to Korea.
लो भाई
There's a
ट्रांस
bolt
नो
there for Korea out in the open. Loki gets a kill on a grenade. please flush that. Oh, didn't get it.
Oh, I thought he had it, man. Frag coming in is going to blow up Xless vehicle during all of this. Vietnam and Turkey fighting on the sidelines right now. An important battle because Vietnam, the closest team to Korea overall in the standings. The Mad is going to get Haisaki right there on the knock. Vietnam going to try and get out of this. Himas, he's zigging and zagging right there, trying to get away from this position, but the confirmed kill comes through by the Mad, so Vietnam losing one of their best players.
But अगर ये फाइट निकल जाती ना
is true.
सही जा रहे थे बस बहुत अच्छा प्लान था
Vietnam losing some
अगर
key
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
players
वाइप
here
हो
in this
जाती
late circle. They thought they had an
तो कुछ हो
opportunity
सकता
there
था
to do some damage to Turkey when they heard them battling the USA, but instead
कोरिया
they
जीतेगी ये
came
वाला
back and bit
मैच
them in the butt.
Now, Korea is going to try to finish Xleft off, and yeah, Xleft just not ready for Seoul. And there is a knock here from long range. Japan's getting mortared by Argentina. Here we go. Those are up, and they are very, very high. Who's going to be the next target? Korea's lost a couple players. Loki's going to get flushed. Japan trying to get the smokes out, trying to get the reses. T-Bone continues to harass the edge of this rock, and this is the problem with this position. For these teams that tried to go center on this circle in the last one, it's just difficult. There's just, again, not much to work with.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot of playable terrain, and right now for Team Japan, it's a struggle to try and get some of these reses through as the nades just continue to come in.
सेटअप बिठाया था इंडिया ने और इनिशियल फाइट भी मिल गई थी जीत भी गए थे
seems like they are going to get cleaned up, and yeah, that nade from Ale is good for it. So Team Japan eliminated here. Argentina going to try and consolidate on the eastern side, but they do have Australia to contest with. Viking and Mukau trying to find an angle right there. Rock providing some nice hard cover there to Team Argentina as they try to rotate in.
The bad news for everybody else in this lobby is when Japan got taken down, that knock that Loki got forever ago went to Loki. And big shots here coming in from Australia and Argentina. America under pressure from Turkey. That grenade is so good, but it rolls just a bit too far underneath the car, blowing it up. Now smokes are coming out for the USA. The Mad's got a knock here. Turkey looking to hammer down on top of him, but Snaker's coming up huge. Kickstart as well. The grenade is on point, and the USA able to defend and take Turkey out.
Yeah, kickstart coming through in the clutch for Team USA again. As you look at the mini-map, Chinese Taipei, the United Kingdom, and Korea all trying to get in on that action. And now Australia, Singleton holding off Argentina in a 1v2 situation. He's able to win it out with a sliver of HP remaining. Some heroics there by the True Blue crew.
Absolutely nasty stuff from Tiggleton. A beautiful play from him, but now the USA torn asunder by the players around them. Rachit Jr. trying to connect with that Car 98, just can't quite find the shot. See if he's going to give it another go. And yeah, there you go. He finally finds it. Waikikimukau, Australia, taken down between the UK and Thailand.
Brazil also eliminated during all of this action as it starts to quiet down a little bit here. Korea, they have moved on to the eastern edge. You see Seoul with a VSS headshot from that range, able to take down Rachit Jr. with a bolt action rifle. You love to see it now. Grenade's going to come in. That is a long shot, so a little bit out of range here for Team Korea, but the knocks coming through. Confirmed kill there with a frag by Seoul on Rachit Jr. Korea gets another point.
Check that off your bingo card, man. You got the VSS kill.
It's a rare one.
Oh, you love to see it. Korea just, I am really shocked they're able to make this work as well as they have.
Again, the thing about the VSS,
you can hold a lot of extra bullets. The 9mm bullets are pretty light. You're going to have to move from this position going forward. So, you know, you can spray into those smokes a little bit more cleanly, but Korea's taking a ton of damage trying to use this folding shield to maximum effect, but you can see it's already pretty beat up. I think that's a blue zone. Yeah, it is, and it's going to bounce in. Korea's on their last legs. The grenade as well, doing a ton of damage. Just Anonix on the outside in some smoke, trying to hold on, trying to get a heal off. It looks like he's going to be able to do it, but if that's a frag at his feet, he's done. Nope, it is not. Oh, he's getting shot, though. Prone's down, and Korea about in and about out of this.
Yeah, Anonix barely surviving all of this mayhem, but the damage is done. 4 more kills in total here for Team Korea.
The placement points, too.
Yeah. It's a good game for them, especially considering the hand that they drew. They had a bad loadout, they had a bad position in the circle, and they were still able to get some water out of that stone.
भाई अब तो हम कोरिया के लिए चीयर करेंगे भाई कोरिया नहीं जीत रही आ रही है वाला एक बंदा बचा है वो ही पिंच हो रहा है हर जगह से बस जिंदा रहे यार थोड़ी देर वो
western edge and Zen Non still going to get the knock on a Puchills. Honey Badger, a little bit of damage.
Prone है अभी तो कोरिया वाला.
towards Nurans. And for now, Thailand
Korea,
outside looking into this next circle, and Anonix is
we want Korea.
Holding firm, but the UK knows it. They're not really interested in letting him get any further in this one.
UK running in on this one. Anonix with a prone spray has a lot of control, gets a ton of damage in, but none of the knocks. Almost got both of them there.
चलो कुछ तो points लेके गया, survival points.
Instead it's going to be United Kingdom getting the flush, or not the flush, excuse me, the knock there on Endurance, and forward teams remain. Thailand in a lot of trouble over here on the fringes. Blue zone nade finally going to finish Nurans there.
TP
UK confirms
4
the
बंदे,
kill.
UK 3.
Chinese
UK
Taipei
के पास
doing all
experience
this
बहुत
is
है.
watching it, trying to find an angle onto Tanadol.
UK वाला निकाल सकते हैं 3v4 आराम से. Guys vote करो TP UK बस दो ही है, बाकी तो मुश्किल ही लग रहा है. बहुत ही रेयर होगा अगर वियतनाम निकाल दे या थाईलैंड निकाल दे.
They're so wily, they're so strong individually. They could turn the tide.
यार अगर TP अब नहीं जीती ना तो फिर यार इनका प्रॉब्लम ही है फिर. मतलब अब तो इनका सब कुछ है. एक भी किल नहीं है ना, इनकी एक किल है.
Already up to 108 points and could shoot up to who knows.
जल्दी वोट करो TP या UK. मुझे लग रहा है UK निकालेगी भाई. बस UK हगे ना यार कहीं. सारी अच्छे प्लेयर हैं. सर्कल भी UK के पास ही आएगा.
with about 400 average damage per game. Duckjuice right behind him nearing 300. So it's a force to be reckoned with.
That's just bonkers. I mean, 400 damage per game in a tournament like this with this caliber of player. I mean, Himas is certainly a superstar, no doubt about it.
Coming into today, almost had 30 kills. Just unbelievable stuff.
Korea is very experienced
he
player.
He is one of a kind.
Yeah.
Up on the north, circle says.
Kirsha,
down
GG's,
towards the UK to
Arun,
the southeast.
Wazir,
So sure, they've got position, but again, regardless of where you are in this circle, there isn't a whole lot to work with. It is very, very sparse. Not even a lot of soft cover like the fields of Arago. There's a few bushes here and there, but it isn't, you know, just full of grass and fields. It's snow and it's rocks and a few very, very gently rolling hills.
Yeah, you can see through right clearly. And United Kingdom, they're going to try and reinforce Fex a little bit over here on this southern side, but it's a dangerous position. They really need knocks on Vietnam to give themselves some more breathing room.
UK versus Vietnam.
This section of the map.
TP को देखो.
Lurking behind all this action between the UK and Team Vietnam is Chinese Taipei, all the way in the north, 4 men strong, and finally the UK. Looks like they're going to try and make a move, reinforce this position, make a bit of a bunker. The only team in the circle, they actually get a knock here on a Himas. Ponksker there from long distance.
He's got a Groza in the back of it, but headshots, a lot of damage done. Forces a player out of that vehicle quick. Leo, very weak as well. Points wanted, and they want to take Vietnam out. They know they need to clear this edge. That Molly may have hit Himas. No, it doesn't look like it. Nade out here as well, but it bounces back into Leo from Duckjuice. What a throw from him, but he's on the edge of the blue. There's a Molly in front of him. There's the blue behind him. Has to sneak around the edge, trying to push up and over. Wants to flush as well, but it's going to be Zennon from afar who takes him down.
Yeah, Vietnam just stuck between a rock and a hard place. There was not enough time to get the res there on Himas, and Chinese Taipei did not miss their opportunity. They closed in, and now it's a 3v3 with one player down here for Chinese Taipei. They're going to try and get it back up, but the United Kingdom, they've been looking so strong today. The reigning champs of PUBG Nations Cup, they want to try and run it back here. This is their opportunity. Already 9 kills.
Yeah, what an outrageous day it would be if we come into that final game and the UK is in hunt for another title. They're making the most of their opportunities here today. Honey Badger going to flank out wide for the UK, create some problematic angles for the consolidated forces of Chinese Taipei. Going to put some shots down, but any extra knock onto the UK would really make this so much easier for Chinese Taipei. 3v4, difficult but doable, but a 2v4, that's a lot harder.
Yeah, the UK
देखो TP जीते तो अपने फेवर में है, वरना UK ऊपर चली जाएगी.
Some very important angles and
और कोरिया ऊपर ही रहनी चाहिए.
Stand up right here. Chinese Taipei, they're consolidating their forces. They're just completely working together here on the north side, trying to clear out some angles there with a smoke. But Fex gets the opening salvo. It's a headshot on a Pongsker. It's now a 3v3.
Now Fex is sitting on 3 frags as well. So anywhere that Chinese Taipei goes as a unit, it's going to be dangerous. They're not able to really cover the same space because of the angles that the UK has. But again, one knock will turn the tide of this very, very quickly here for Chinese Taipei. But Fex doesn't want to allow it. The timing, he knows that the res is going to be coming through quickly, wants to see if he can punish it. First one's a bit too far, but T-Bone gets the knock onto Leo. Vex is going to load up for another Bonksker, trying to figure out where the heck he can go in this Zima, trying to do something, but he's taken out by Honey Badger. The flank angle so strong, out in the open, that's another. And now it is one player left, Zennon, trying to do what he can, but a ton of damage done. And the UK has found their second win of the day.
13 kills in total as United Kingdom is popping off, putting themselves back into contention in this thing. And now with 4 maps in the bag here on the final day of PNC 2023, all eyes on these top teams. United Kingdom looking so strong. Will they finally be able to catch up to South Korea?
I don't know. I don't know. Anything's possible right now. With 2 games left, with 2 Erangels to play,
भाई 2 Erangel बचे हैं. क्या लगता है guys क्या होगा?
That they weren't going to go quietly, that they were going to try to defend their crown tooth and nail. Certainly the lads looking to get it done, and Chinese Taipei, some frustration for sure. Leo takes the headset off, a little bit unhappy with how that one shook out at the end. They just could not find the angles, find the shots onto the UK. UK smothered them and made every bullet count there at the end.
I mean, the angles there for the UK were just fantastic.
Taipei not winning 100%.
Numbers advantage for UK with a beautiful arc. The crossfire set up from all those angles. They were able to avoid the knocks themselves, and that means
कितने लोगों को लगता है कोरिया ये टूर्नामेंट निकाल लेगी? जल्दी बताओ. UK melting oh yeah.
There was nowhere to run. Whether you be
जल्दी बताओ दोस्तों chat में.
You be on foot, no cover from all 3 angles. The UK were able to establish as, I mean, just the veterancy of this team, making the soul read to know that they can come in with that wide arc, abuse their positional advantage in the circle, and win despite being outnumbered.
And they lost bars so early in that game. I mean, and they were
able to come through with that win
regardless. That's just how good this team is, top to bottom.
Will
how
Korea
strong
win
they are
PNC 2023?
Even with, you know, Vard, who's historically been arguably the best player from
भाई
their
कर्ज तो नहीं लग गया उन्हें top 1 का.
Maybe you could say
We'll connect on Discord and do some things you can try on your next highlight. Yeah, Brown. मुझे नहीं लगता आपके पास time मिलेगा.
You know, last year's MVP.
But I would love to connect. आप मुझे बस time बता दो. And अगर आपको वो भी नहीं है तो आप बस bullet point भी लिख दोगे ना. और मुझे समझ नहीं आया तो I'll Google it, I'll YouTube it, and I'll understand.
Part of the reason that they are in this now.
United Kingdom just
when I would love to
absolutely
connect whenever you have time.
If I'm not mistaken, they had what, a 17 kill game earlier in the day, picking up a win, and now 13 kills in this one. If they can keep this momentum going heading into Erangel, we have 2 maps left to be played. Korea has a substantial lead, but it's not insurmountable. The United Kingdom, they're a team hot enough to do it.
Yeah. Like you said, a rock in a hard place, quite literally there for Duck Juice.
Yeah. Korean team is too good.
Hell of a grenade that he threw out at the beginning there, and this is just...
अरे पहले बताओ कोरिया जीतेगी कि नहीं जीतेगी?
It's not easy.
अगर कोरिया जीतती है तो I'll get how much EP?
For the UK.
The angles
but
were
it should be enough.
Perfect. It felt like Chinese Taipei, anywhere they would try to go. They didn't have enough smokes to make anything happen. They couldn't cut off the angles enough, and
भाई 2 point आए इस बार इंडिया के इस वाले में. गौरव देखो, गौरव is like आज भी मैं चक्कू लाया हूँ ये लो पुक. यार इंडिया will win. अरे भाई.
I gotta say, Korea picking up 7 points. It might not look like a lot on paper, but at this stage, they don't really.
अब तो मुझे लगता है इंडिया अगर गाड़ी उठाएगी और सेंटर में ठोक भी देगी ना, तो मैं उसमें खुश हो जाऊँगा. पता नहीं क्यों. ऐसी. I don't know. I just feel happy. If they could just go in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Because everyone is going
That's
like
all it's gonna take for them
easily.
You know,
but
frankly,
it comes with experience.
2 more 5-point games is most likely good enough.
ठीक है यार, अब हो गया
That's all
मतलब.
they really need.
इतने सारे games HP खेल लिए, fight भी ले ली, हो गया.
Right.
You don't have that amount of coordination which these guys have.
That's a very difficult task. Argentina
I think we have to play on the luck little bit
winning
now.
the first 2 Erangels of PNC 2023, but
H1 and Sonics right नहीं, H1 तो यार उसमें है ना USA में. हाँ, Sonics में है वैसे वो. PGS, PGC में.
Best possible placement. I mean, you look at
अभी
the
stream from
standings
USA.
overall, as I'm sure we're going to get a shot at that leaderboard in a moment. Yes, Korea is quite far ahead in position 1, but everything else from second all the way down into 12. It's very close, and the man of the match going to be Fex, 822 total damage, 5 kills, 7 knocks, and I feel like paper thin. Some MVPs really coming up big. You look at stats like this one, and it feels like every man of the match are just maxing out their stats. They're getting the most damage, the most kills, the most knocks.
Yeah,
they're stepping up big for their teams and their regions.
मैं अब संन्यास ले रहा हूँ. ट्रेनिंग यार 2 मैच और ऐसे मत कर यार. मैं अकेला देख के क्या करूँगा यार, ऐसे मत करो भाई. 2 मैच और. मैं पता है लंच और ब्रेकफास्ट दोनों नहीं करा है. I was so hyped.
T-Bone was really getting
यार आज तो कुछ मजेदार हुआ.
Don't want to forget about him because
कितने गेम लेफ्ट है? बस 2 रैंगल बचे हैं यार. 2 रैंगल बचे हैं.
All 4 players are absolutely bananas. So this is not unexpected in my book at all. This team should be right in the mix of it. And they are. South Korea continues to maintain their lead. It is now down to 26 points. So able to gain 5 points in this one on South Korea was Vietnam. But now, United Kingdom, there's a world.
It takes a really big win. They got to win at least one of these lobbies and maybe get, second place in the other one at a minimum and get a lot of kills in the process too. But
and you have to hope Korea bottoms out.
Yeah.
They have to basically double donut.
It's tough.
It's really kind of on Vietnam. And even then it's a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, every single team, not just Vietnam and the UK or Argentina or these other guys on top, but everybody from top to bottom on those standings is going to be gunning to try and get the best possible position they can. Because not just the pride of your nation on the line, but also the crowdfunding has been so substantial for this event. You guys are supporting PUBG Esports so much, and we thank you for it. And these players, every single one of them, they're fighting for the best possible ranking to get a piece of that pie, get a little bit more money.
Yeah, exactly. Everything matters here. So, we've got 2 more maps. We've got Erangel. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. There's still a lot to play for.
SK Abu is like,
no matter what.
India को full support.
So,
oh yeah.
You don't want to go anywhere.
Squad matches
There's going to be some great games here coming up to the end. I mean, every game has been explosive so far today. Big kill counts for the top teams.
Yeah.
So, if that's any indicator of how this one's going to shake out, then you definitely don't want to miss the Erangels.
I can say that again. I feel like almost every single win that's getting picked up, the winning team is 13 plus kills or something. It's just been a phenomenal day where everybody's showing up and trying to show their best stuff here at the PNC 2023, the biggest stage here in Seoul, Korea. UK looking mighty strong there, 2K total damage. But
नहीं
let's
यार
not
PGS में नहीं
forget,
देखी
Vietnam
मार्शल भाई.
also with 7 kills, gaining a little bit of ground on Korea. Either of these teams, if they
India's
come up
experience
massively
is
on
vastly
Erangel, the
obvious in
same way
this
that
tournament. They will
Argentina
learn.
did on day
अरे
one,
100%
they have a
भाई.
chance to take first
जितना ये
place.
लोग सीख के आएंगे ना, उससे हम बहुत
I mean, we've already
leapfrog
seen it
करेंगे
this
आगे.
event, so
I'm pretty sure
again,
about this.
I'm not discounting that as possible, not even for a moment. I've been around long enough in PUBG Esports to know that it's not over until it's over. That's what makes it so exciting.
100%.
You can sit here
Very
and
well
South Korea might run away with it. Who knows? You never know. But that's part of the game. That's part of why we do it. It happens in everything.
India forever
That's
love.
the
Oh
top
yeah.
dogs. You want to see them play well. You love to see close matches. No matter what, the competition is fun. It's great.
बस भाई कोरिया 2 मैच में से 1 मैच चिकन कर दो, मजा ही आ जाएगा.
These last couple of days just phenomenal.
यही खुशी बची है बस.
Especially that 30-point dub that Korea had earlier was just an absolute bomb.
Yeah, that was insane, dude, on Miramar.
I mean, the hometown crowd here in Seoul.
That's the haymaker, man. That one, if they win, that's the haymaker. That's the haymaker. Okay, guys, well, we are going to take one last break here before we go to Erangel at PNC 2023. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
What is this break, bro? Guys, clip review करना है? जल्दी बताओ. I can show you some of the best clips which I have saved in a folder. I'll open the clip and you guys will vote out of 5 कि कैसा लगा. क्या बोलते हो, करना है?
I've been invited by the makers of PUBG to take part in a mystery challenge, and I can't
करना है,
wait to
जल्दी
find
बताओ.
out what it is. Today you'll be driving the Aston Martin DBX 707 under the guidance of a former Formula 1 world champion, Damon Hill. Wow.
Welcome to Silverstone. Do you want to know about the DBX 707?
I would love to.
Come with me. Well, here it is, Jack.
सोचो वैकी बोलता है नहीं. So disrespectful.
All 4 litres of it, twin turbo V8. It's got about 700 horsepower, and it goes up to 100 in about 7 seconds.
Wow, that's fast.
Got a lot of performance.
A massive grill.
Yeah, well, you've got a big engine. You've got to keep it cool.
It was such a privilege to be shown this car by a motor racing legend. This is the world's fastest luxury SUV, so it's perfect for the multi-terrain driving you have to do in PUBG. But would it be a match for this iconic circuit?
Show some respect. Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack. Now, shall we fight?
My turn.
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away. Got try harder, huh?
डार्क सोल्स वो क्या चीज है?
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. It's smooth as I roll off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in.
The camping, the original Twitch campers, baby.
He's prone to the.
Yeah, we have to quick pick up too, so we can.
Yeah, he's
they drove
coming
away.
out.
It's right here.
आधे से ज्यादा क्लिप तो उड़ जाती हैं, पता नहीं क्यों. नेक्स्ट 2 मैचेस 5 से 8 पॉइंट्स पक्का दिखते हैं होपफुली. यार क्या मैच हुआ था भाई सुबह. उफ याद आ गई उसकी मैच में. चलो गाइस, आर यू रेडी? ठीक है, चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं. आई विल शेयर द क्लिप्स. मैं क्लिप खोलता हूँ, आप लोग वोट करना, ठीक है? आई विल ऑल्सो रेट कि कैसी रही क्लिप. लाइक डिड यू लाइक इट, डिड यू नॉट लाइक इट एंड स्टफ लाइक दैट. ओके, चलो भाई शुरू करते हैं. Heal. You need bandages? I can give some.
I got bandies.
अबे नेट तो क्लिप ही नहीं हुआ वाला.
The guy I just killed. I hit him with the bullet. He didn't move. He just stayed prone.
Nice. क्या चोमू क्लिप्स हैं यार. ये वाली अच्छी होगी.
Out of orange or what?
Orange. Flush him. Nice
Got
one.
him.
There's one more.
Right
Here,
behind him.
here.
A shot.
Guys. Oh, baby.
You
ये
hit
अच्छा
him?
था. ये अच्छा था. इतना भी अच्छा नहीं था. ये वाला देखते हैं भाई. ये नाम क्या नाम है इसका? कबूम. बूम. ये वाला देखते हैं, इसमें क्या है. इसमें क्या है? हेडशॉट. बुलेट इन एवरी कोना. गाइस फटाफट लाइक कर दो प्लीज. Reviewing clips, my friends. ओए होए. ये अच्छा था. ये दिल खुश करने वाला था. He's not happy about this. I'm just saying. भाई बॉडी भी कहाँ जाके गिरी है. इसमें क्या है? भाई खतरनाक, भाई खतरनाक. Netflix and PUBG. Netflix and PUBG. If that situation had a face, this would be it. ये अच्छा था भाई. इसमें क्या है? Kaboom. अच्छा ये मैंने ऊपर मारा था, मेरे को याद आ गया ये तो. Spicy. भाई उसने पैंजर से मार दिया. गैस कैन. ओ ये मैं गैस कैन बेट किया उसको. बेचारा गैस कैन से जल गया. F5F. इसमें क्या है? गैस ट्रैप. अभी देखेंगे PNC, देखेंगे थोड़ी देर में. अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ. ये भी गैस कैन ट्रैप है. चलेगा 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 वो. नो भाई ये क्या है? बूम. भाई नाम था रेक 95. बड़ा अच्छा गिर रहा था भाई. नीड ऑन द फेस. ये क्या है? डानू, इज दैट यू? Dude, I don't want to die from you. अच्छा ये डानू सीढ़ी थी. $100% it's you. GG's. अरे शुरू हो गया भाई, शुरू हो गया. मैच शुरू हो गया.
Should Korea pick up a win or even a significant number of points here, they might be able to
Match
lock
ho gaya,
down their
friends.
first ever PNC championship on their home territory in Seoul, Korea, just as they're captained by Seoul on their squad. But for everybody else here in the lobby, for Team Vietnam, for Team UK, Argentina, Denmark, Thailand, USA, and Germany, there's a lot on the line right here. Not just that first place chance if you get hot here on Erangel, but every placement matters. Everyone wants to bring home that glory. Everyone wants a bigger piece of that prize money pie. And United Kingdom, the team we got on screen right now, have been on fire today. A 13-kill win, a 17-kill win, if I'm not mistaken. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff. We'll see if they can continue that momentum.
Yeah, but the problem here is that because of this bad plane path, it looks like the UK and India had similar ideas about how they wanted to drop here. So this could get a little awkward. And I was hoping for a northern circle because I was hoping for more Zarky shifted, but anyway, it looks like for now the UK is going to be okay, but some of the teams gambling on the military base because of that bad plane path.
Yeah, a lot more than usual. Usually it's just one or two teams that are landing on Military Island, but instead, United Kingdom and India especially going to have a long route back in. And you can see Brazil right now if you're watching the map feed. They might have landed on the north part of Sosnowiec Island, but they're already heading to the bridge. They already want to start that rotation because of how dangerous it is, how treacherous that terrain can be, how many different positions that teams can entrench themselves in, trying to catch you, making that rotation on the outside.
Yeah, and if the UK had any ideas about going to their normal drop spot at Milta, it's going to be cut off by Brazil, so they're going to have to maybe change gears here, maybe try to go to Novo or something instead. I'm watching the UK very closely on the map.
दोनों मैचेस के बाद नया मैप रिवील होगा शायद.
A pretty important part of this right now is they're in third place. Vietnam, around the farm, has their sort of normal drop spot to themselves. Korea had fanned out early. They sent 2 DIs. They left 2 out in those compounds just north of the river. So for now, Korea, yes, they could potentially be in a good spot. They've got priority on some of those compounds around the center of the map, or of the circle, I should say. But we'll see. Sometimes that could be a little bit of a double-edged sword when you're able to get that center early. Sometimes it does cause problems. Sometimes teams crash you because they don't have a lot of other choices in places to go.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how Korea decides to play it. Thinking back to Tego and Vikendi, Korea, even when they found out quite early, they were not afraid to just kind of try to consolidate and not stick around for too much ground. Is actually, hold that thought, as Brexco taking an early sightline here on Schofield. Now he does have a 6X Mini 14, so if he gets a long enough angle, which it seems like he might, with a lot of the players on Turkey loading up into this US, he is going to pop off. Now it's hard with the cover from the trees. And actually, wow, Cohen Marco, I can't believe you made that shot. Driving away and also shooting uphill. Fantastic stuff. But, you know, Korea, as we've seen from them in the past, 2 maps after they got that 30-point win, yeah, they like to fan out early, but then they like to consolidate. And they like to play very defensively in the mid-game just because they know that they don't need to put up really big numbers to add on to their lead. They just need to get a handful of points. It's why their loot wasn't the best on Vikendi. And now I'm curious to see whether they're going to do the same thing here with Sol and Loki joining forces with everybody as the first circle closes in.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to opt to go for the Crossroads compound just to the south of Severny there. So I imagine we're going to be seeing the full forces of Korea arrive here rather shortly. I see some of them loading up in vehicles out of Yaz. So I think that's a great position to consolidate, to fortify. And if you gamble correctly, if this circle does end up going east, you are going to absolutely be in a phenomenal position to win this event. Denmark going across the bridge. They had dropped military base, and they will be cutting through. Nobody from Chinese Taipei is bridge camping that, so it should be safe. Yes, indeed, UK did go Novo, as I kind of was hoping they would do, frankly, based on where they were and how they were driving. They kind of needed to. There was no way they were going to get to Milta first, so better to just take what you can get, hopefully find an E-pickup, and move into this first circle.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they got one of those as the circle's going to start moving in about 20 seconds. Luckily for them, even if they do not have an E-pickup, it doesn't seem like Vietnam is too keen on bridge camping in this one. They got a gun for it. More points than that if they want to start to close the distance on Team Korea. You don't just need a 4 pick-off there on the South Bridge. You need to start wiping multiple teams and putting yourself in position to actually win this lobby if you want to close the distance.
Well, I thought maybe Chinese Taipei wouldn't mess with them, but they kind of did. And, maybe. Savior? No. Okay.
Yeah. He went for the angle, but a little bit too slow there on foot.
It was going to be tough to pull off. With the way they were fanned out, I was like, there's no way. But Denmark opted to drive a little bit closer to the 2 players that were up by the 6-packs there. And it gave the Chinese Taipei a little bit of an opportunity potentially, but not really able to do much about it.
क्या सीन है भाई? कोरिया जिंदा है? Korea, yeah boy. Come on Korea. We can do this.
They are now going to be rotating out, but there is Argentina
Guys, फटाफट like करते जाना है. लब्बू आ गया?
to the west of Severny here, so that is going to stop them up short for now, and maybe they might rethink this and take southern tip of Severny potentially, but I don't know that I like leaving Loki on an island in that crossroads.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they have Loki all the way down in those southern houses.
Parallax, no idea, brother. Prenel, welcome.
Turkey, oh my goodness, what is going on here with these cars?
Whoa.
Some funny physics right there as they drive over each other. That's going to give Luke 12 an opportunity to start shelling them with some damage, but at this range, really hard to find too much. Only gets about 50 or 60 damage in on Team Turkey, but...
I'm reminded of an old Pansy quote. I'm not going to say it, but old school PUBG fans will know. That's all I'm going to say.
I remember the early days in PUBG where the physics was a little bit more wonky.
It's not about that.
I know it's not going down a different road. Lighting and vehicles getting sent absolutely to the moon.
That happens.
It's a lot of fun.
I miss those days, to be honest.
Yeah.
The players don't, but I do. USA up towards Everest. They're just going to be driving up the hill, getting some information, using this.
आराम से निकल जाएगी यूके वाली अपनी इंडिया टीम तो easy peasy.
Top and checking out what's going on. Maybe if they stop, maybe they're just driving. Okay, they're not going to. Okay, yes.
भाई
I was going to say I fully expect them to stop up here and do some reconnaissance.
Yeah, just chilling.
पता नहीं कितने तो gatekeep करेंगे.
And they should be able to hear Chinese Taipei also inching up behind them there on the south as Vietnam begins to make their dash, going through the short bridge to the west of Yaz.
अभी सब rotate ही कर
Not
रहे
too
हैं.
many teams
कोई fights तो हो
ahead
नहीं
of
रही
them.
अभी.
Just Denmark over there to the west, holding on to the compounds on the other side of the street. As Vietnam should have an easier path. And now looking at the map feed, Korea actually did reinforce the southern houses, going for a 2-2 split with 2 players at Severny, 2 players at the houses right to the south of that.
Denmark has made their way. A long drive finally finds themselves in the circles. Japan's up around their gas station, and a split towards this warehouse, it looks like, for Vietnam. Warehouse is open. It's pretty far on the eastern edge, so normally a powerful position if it's towards the center of the northern circles is not. So unless there's some hard shifts for Vietnam, this is just a staging ground. Brazil on the outer edge potentially might be gunning similar positions. We'll see, but Vietnam is super spread
Let's
out.
focus on the game, boys.
Vietnam really fanning out on this eastern edge means that they might be vulnerable here to Brazil. If Brazil can sniff
भाई
out this
ऑस्ट्रेलिया तो
position.
नीचे बिल्कुल अंदर ही चली गई.
Kino, man, he is like,
ऑस्ट्रेलिया को देखो भैंस क्या कहाँ से कहाँ रोटेट मार दी.
over there at the camera. I can't
डर ही नहीं है
I
भाई
looked
कोई
at the player
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
cams and he was like looking like
Favorite
he was ready
compound
to
of
rumble.
Australia.
Love to see it, man. Denmark, they are in a great position right now, sitting at rank 5. You know, it's only about
Actually, it will be like
10 or
Australia
20
यहीं
points to
मिलेगी.
find themselves all the way up in second place. Certainly is some potential here for Team Denmark in their first ever PUBG Nations Cup here in 2023.
भाई ये इंडिया वाले सर्कल के बाहर क्यों जा रहे
To
हैं?
roll in. Now they are consolidating a little bit over
What
here,
the heck?
and that's good for them because Brazil is hot on their tail. They haven't actually taken a forward
क्या कर रहे
position
हैं?
towards these rocks. He's going to try
कोई
and
map
find an
glitch है
angle.
क्या?
Oh, duck
Bad.
shoes.
This is bad.
He spun out.
Oh, the help though.
हमारी
Denmark's
team क्या कर रही है?
Gustav put some serious damage into Sparking, and Sparking can't really hold that angle any longer, or he risks getting knocked. And that may have just saved
क्या कर रही है
Ducky's life.
इंडिया?
Ducktooth was in a really
भाई
dangerous
ये कोई glitch
position
है
right
क्या?
there, but luckily for him, all of Vietnam able to rejoin
अबे
forces
रोटेट करना ही बंद कर
to
दिया.
the east of Severny. Korea also focusing mostly on the western side, so not too many eyes on them. Denmark now, they're positioned here to the south of a 2-2 split with
करके
Korea,
रहे
and
हैं.
India actually has the E-pickup
अच्छा
all
ये
the way
पिकअप
to the
है.
north of
Oh,
shelter, so they're
then
going to have
now
a
it
long way to
makes
go, and
sense.
I'm wondering exactly where they're going to try and drop in this circle.
Now it
because
completely makes sense.
that center
मुझे पता
circle,
नहीं क्या
the
हुआ.
next wave, there's not a lot of free real estate there. Maybe if you go for the hills or the crash plains, but
और देखो कितना
there's
अच्छा
gonna be a
टाइमिंग
lot of
से
teams
ई
with
पिकअप
eyes on
ओपन
you.
किया है.
Yeah,
कि at
if
least
they
they will
can
know
see
the
that
next
crash
circle.
plane is empty, it should be okay. Vietnam chasing down the departing members of Korea out of Severny. They're just going to be up and over the hill. Japan,
भाई क्रैश प्लेन जाना चाहिए यार
Whoa,
इनको.
they are just slaughtering Denmark. 2 players down in the drive-by, and they're going to take this dip once again outside of the shooting range, but this time able to find some points out of it. Brazil hot on the heels of Vietnam once again. Vinny going to be leading the way. Sparking going to be the
इंडिया
turret
तो
there
चली
in the
सर्कल
other
में
car.
बेबी.
But for now, looks like they're not going to be potentially jousting.
Yeah, just a little bit out of
गुरसिवक जी
range,
हम
but
जा रहे
Korea, they
हैं.
heard that. They know that Japan's back in the same hiding
अरे
hole that they were
emergency
last
pickup
time
था
over
उड़ के
here
जा
on
रहे
this
हैं.
kind of shelf position
सीधा
right
broken
above
plane पे
shooting
उतरेंगे,
range.
देख
And
लेना.
let's remember how dangerous this
अगर
can
अब भी
be
edge
if
उतरे तो
frag
भाई मैं तो
grenades
अपना सिर
start
माथा फोड़
raining
लूंगा.
in. You can see Anonix jump peeking. Oh, he saw
emergency
3
pickup
bodies
से तो
right
अब
there.
जाना
Frag
चाहिए
grenade
भाई,
immediately comes
position के
out,
लिए.
pulls the pin, throws the nade. Let's see what he can find. Oh, they're clustering over there by the vehicle. He gets 2. He gets 3. Heaven! Japan is eliminated. Korea gets 4 more points on the board.
Yeah, boy! Korea. Oh shit.
Unbelievable. Japan
Take
just
to that,
laughs.
bhai.
They can't do anything but. And Onyx is going to pay the price, though. Just a little bit too far out there. But those 4 points
Chalo
for
koi nahi.
Korea are absolutely all that they really need, potentially. Now they're going to try to take the fight to Canada. Keenan takes a bunch of damage, has to prone down. Soul and company trying to keep their friends in the back alive, trying to keep this
अरे
hillside
भाई
clear.
इंडिया कहाँ चली गई?
For now, they're going to do so. And now,
भाई
now Canada's
ये
revealed
कहाँ
their
चली गई
position
इंडिया?
to the late entry of the United Kingdom, who might be able to hit this flank and
अरे
hit it
भाई
hard.
broken plane क्यों नहीं गए
So
लोग?
looting those bodies over there, picking up some upgraded gear.
ऊपर से तो दिख ही जाता broken plane.
As Japan really didn't have a lot of time to use much of their utilities, so Korea, even though they have only 3 men, should have a lot of stuff back in their inventory.
कर क्या रहे हैं?
Fully loaded as
यार,
Finna
ये
here
वाला
goes
तो-
down. UK continuing to press on this Canadian position.
ये तो
First
समझ से
blood
परे
fired
है.
here. Curious to see whether Canada decides to try and reinforce, or I was going to say go for Finna, but VAR just immediately flushes them.
कोरिया
Yeah,
में
this
मरे
is
तो नहीं ना
great
तुम?
stuff here from the UK. Really gives them a little bit of extra breathing room here on the edge of the circle. Gives them some safety to
यार कोरिया का
regroup,
एक मर गया.
kind of rethink, get prepared for their next rotation. Meanwhile, Canada scrambling to get to safety, and they are able to do so for now. And this also gives you the ability to keep your vehicles a little bit safer for the UK because you've got that
यार
cover
किसी को
of the
rotation समझ में आई?
buildings. So honestly, a really nice timing maneuver there.
मेरे को तो
Meanwhile,
समझ ही नहीं आई rotation.
Germany is going to go back to old faithful, going out wide, going out to the edge.
यार मैं
And there's a lot of
पूरे
room there,
tournament में
on that
disappointed नहीं था,
western
इस
side
वाले
for
में
them
मैं
to go.
disappointed हूँ भाई.
India,
क्या आप
on the other
emergency
hand, by the
pickup
way,
से
if
जा रहे
there's
हो?
where they
एक
ended
edge से
up on
दूसरी
their
edge.
Emergency pickup. They went to the coast. They're on the rocks, way out there. So trying to play north to south, and not a bad idea, to be honest. I don't mind playing that position myself. There's a decent amount of cover usually to work with. So we'll see if they can
ऊपर
make
से तो
something
दिख ही
of it.
जाता है यार broken plane I
Team
believe.
Vietnam right now with a nice spread to the west here of shooting range. See what Clories can see as the circle begins to close in right now. Next phase about to pop. About 10 seconds left on that one. Vietnam, the closest team to catching up to Korea, but that gap is widening after Korea wrecks Japan with some grenades and great shooting. 4 more points. Circle's going to center up over here on the north
चलो
side.
भाई, at least
Korea's got
pay
some
off
way
हो
to
गया
go.
ये.
They're going to get into the US and the Dacia, start making their way in, and they only really
पानी
need a couple
कटेगा
more
यार.
points to start
बाहर
solidifying
जाएगी
this
इंडिया
lead
मेरे
or
हिसाब से,
really
क्योंकि पानी
reinforcing
कटेगा.
it and setting this thing out of grasp from these other teams. But let's see, Canada coming in on the top side of the hill. Is Keenan going to take some shots?
I was going to say, not only do they have a way
इंडिया
to
मुझे
go,
लग रहा है
they've got a
बॉक्सिंग हो
lot of
जाएगी
teams
वहीं.
that are going to be either in similar
क्योंकि थाईलैंड और
trajectories
जर्मनी
already
पिंच करने वाले हैं
planted.
इंडिया
A
को.
wide spread Vietnam may be disastrous here. This could be huge for Vietnam if they could take players down from
Please,
Korea.
Korea,
Seoul
मत-
already banged up. The sprays from Duck Juice does a little bit of damage to Loki. No knocks yet. Can Korea get out of this with all 3 still intact is going to be the question. My goodness, they might just pull it off.
Both Seoul and Loki just 1 or 2 bullets away from getting shut down right there, but they're able to survive, cross that road. I mean, there was so much damage coming in from Team Vietnam, and Denmark was close as well. Precarious position.
वियतनाम को रोको भाई कोई.
Korea able to salvage it. No more knocks, just an Onyx down as Turkey and Canada continue to battle over here. Some knocks coming through. China also with some smokes trying to cover. They are dead center on this circle, fighting for this position. And Klib, during all of this, working very close to Team
क्या
Vietnam.
पता
But
करेंल, no idea भाई.
Saki sniffing
मतलब
this
मेरे को
out,
जो
gets
लगा मैंने
Kino
वो बोला.
with a
Maybe I'm
frag.
wrong.
And that's like, if you're Team Korea, you're watching that and going, oh man, there's nothing we can do about that.
Emergency pickup से यार sandwich तो आप कभी भी हो सकते हो ना, but
not too much right
at
now,
least
but
आपके
maybe,
पास off center
Clip
होता है उस time.
got some heroics, got some special.
But that might be
moves
because they have
inside of him.
played
We'll see.
edge
He's got
for the
that
whole
Groza and a
tournament, so
Car
that's why
98, the level 3
I
gear.
felt like
Isaki though is just better.
Whatever
Takes
they're
Clip
doing is
down. Vietnam
obviously better than
find
what
some
I'm
more
saying because
points.
they're inside the game.
Vietnam adding another kill to their total. 124 points in total on the board as Korea works their way up
देखते
to
हैं मेरे
this
हिसाब से
top
पानी
shelf.
कटने के बाद broken plane पे
And that
advantage
fight
होनी
gave them
चाहिए.
the
UK will
opportunity
mostly
to
go
make
for
this
broken
rotation.
plane.
That's smart stuff here from Korea. I
Okay,
mean, this
like
fight
what?
was over in a heartbeat. This was just.
Yeah, I mean the frag grenades coming in. You feel like the opening shots
Like
here
कर दो
just got
guys, 157 है, 201 का
Team
गोल है,
Japan as
फटाफट
they
करवाओ
run
यार.
for cover. They knew it too as Anonyx's frag catches one.
Yeah,
and the follow up there from Heaven
Baby,
is so good.
Korea on the roll.
Man, eliminated in a moment. That fight was over before it started.
भाई साहब कोरिया on a roll bro.
It really was.
We talked about that position last time they hold up there. I mean, if you get
Japan ने
outstarred
पता है
like that, there really isn't too much you can do.
खेला अच्छा है but
there's
उस
not.
experience तो है इनके पास.
Tough spot to play from.
हम भी बुरे नहीं थे, बस थोड़ा सा
Taipei.
सर्कल की
Trying to do what they
सर्कल का
can
ही
here.
दिक्कत
China
रहा.
seeing, or probably got a knock. Brazil there. Trying to get a res. Grenades are out here against the United States, and Savior up in the backs of the United States. Can't find a knock.
I'm surprised he didn't get that one. His back was to him. Instead, just one bullet away. Chinese Taipei just trying to push this, but the blue is coming. They really need to work past USA. Meanwhile, Brazil and China going toe-to-toe. Aix left very low HP, 1 HP in fact. Gonna pop that first aid, but it's too late. Molotov gets him, Sparking also with the AUG, able to spray down and get some kills.
Sparking there almost ended the round here for China by himself.
बहुत
They were
intense
bumping
होने वाला
into
है
each
guys
other
ये
in
वाला
that
match.
smoke. It was literally point blank. Shrimzian, one hit.
अब इंडिया को
Trying
लो
to
भाई
find
इंडिया
it,
का knock हो
cannot
गया.
find the knock. Grenades are out
Thailand
now.
वाले
Haven
इंडिया को
trying to
खा
come
जाएंगे
in.
क्योंकि इंडिया के पास
LFP1
spot
about
ही नहीं
to
है.
bleed out. Looks like he's on second knock.
अब मैं तुम्हें
Brazil
दिखाता हूँ
trying to
broken
come in
plane
and
कहाँ
finish
पे
what they started,
है.
but
ये
it's
देख
just
रहे
Haven
हैं.
left. He's stuck to the backside. Are they going to be ready for it? Can he get the last one? He can. Haven holds the spray down, and Chinese The Chinese team goes out in 13.
Beautiful movement there by Haven to line
अगर
up
ये
that
broken
shot,
plane
had
पे
to
होते,
jump through the car seats and then line up the greatest
तो ये
angle
यूके वाली
to
पोजीशन
mow
होल्ड
down
कर रहे
both of
होते
those
सोचो
Chinese
कितना मैप है
players.
आपके पास खेलने
Love
के
to
लिए
see it there as Luke 12 here from
इसलिए मैं broken
Australia is
plane
going
कह
to
रहा
start
था
taking down the remnants of a Chinese Taipei that's battered and bruised from their battle with the USA. Now the USA was eliminated, but Chinese Taipei certainly paying the price as Germany and Australia start to close in.
देखना यूके शायद
Spot shots
निकाल
that
भी
need
ले
a
वाला
little bit
मैच
too far. Loki trying to get away from this position. Man, the Koreans are survivors right now. It's unbelievable.
And there goes Chinese Taipei. The combined
Thailand छोड़ेगी नहीं
firepower
इंडिया
of
को
Mika and its Kriz are going to end
मोस्टली
their
वाला तो गया
round.
मैच
South Korea getting
फ्रांस तो
knocks
बचेगा नहीं
onto
जोन से मरेगा
India from afar, but not able to claim any of the points as there's plenty of safety on these rock ledges.
कैसे जाओगे
You
अंदर
know, they're going to be out of the
स्मोक
circle
करके
soon,
कैसे
but
अंदर जाना पड़ेगा
and you're going to have to make a move. It is going to be a kill, though, to have
सिटिंग
in
डक्स है
every
इंडिया
point.
बेसिकली अभी तो फिलहाल इस
Puts
सिचुएशन
Korea further and further ahead.
Unless
They've
knock
stretched
निकाल
their
दे इनमें
lead
से
to
कोई
30
एक
points now. Vietnam going to have to come through with a big game here in this one.
पता नहीं मेरे तो दिमाग में
They are
समझ ही नहीं आई
going
ये
to catch
रोटेशन
them, and they're going to have to hope that Korea doesn't continue to rake in points.
Korea's already got the most kills in the lobby. Vietnam has to have a really big win here on the first Erangel of the day to try and close this thing out. But the Koreans, it feels like every single time they get into a situation that's precarious or dangerous, they find a way out of it, whether they're getting shot on transfers or rotations, or whether they're getting caught out with knocks. I mean, they still have 3 players up, and it's just incredible the tenacity we're seeing from this crew.
They've just been playing really smart here today. I mean, after that 20-point game, which was brilliant, they were
We have
taking
so
great
much to learn
fights,
from
covering
Korea.
space like I've never seen in an event like this. There's very little they've done wrong here today.
I mean, even go back to Vikendi and the
Oh, that
small amount of
nade,
loot they had
bhai,
as
that
Thailand
nade.
dispatches some of the Indian squadron. That's Salman
stole
going
kill.
down. Oh man, Loki got that one. I thought it was Thailand for a moment. That's another kill in the bag here for Team Korea.
But this is so smart. This is so smart. They know that India's, completely screwed. And they know that Thailand is going to be the ones doing the damage, and they can take more points.
It hurts. It hurts a lot, and the circle's good for them as well. Korea doesn't have very far to move. I mean, just everything is going their way. It seems like destiny
मैच
here.
देखो
But this is just
UK
them playing
आराम से
smart.
अंदर आ
Them
सकती है
recognizing the
बहुत आराम
situation,
से
recognizing that India's trapped, and there's not much they can do, and knowing that they can put themselves in a position to steal points, and that's exactly what they did.
Team Vietnam during all of this very quiet on the Eastern Front. Not too many fights they can find. Luke 12 finally eliminating Brazil.
कोई नहीं यार
UK
नेक्स्ट
doing a
टूर्नामेंट में
bit of
बेटर होगा
battle
अभी
here
एक गेम और
with
बचा
Team
है
Turkey, who's had a bit of
but
a
I don't
quieter
have any
day
hope in the
3
last
after an
match,
explosive day 2
Let's
here at
see.
PNC 2023.
Blood knocked for Australia. The Mad watching to see if anybody's going to go for the res.
पता नहीं यार मेरे को तो ये रोटेशन मतलब लॉजिकल नहीं
the
लगी
Australian team as well.
चलो
And
कोई नहीं
Korea's
क्या
getting
सोच
knocked
के
with
करा
Vietnam in
उन्होंने
trouble. This is really important. Vietnam, again, needs to have a big game here, but their all-star Himas already knocked in some great shots from MX. He's going to get duck juice as well. Isaki trying to get down here, trying to save some of his players. Might have got spotted momentarily on the top of that smoke, but Emick really doing a great job at range with that SLR.
Yeah, luckily for Vietnam, there's nobody at close quarters. As Argentina now starts to mow down UK. This is the other team that's also on the tail here of Korea that needs a big game to start to close the gap, but they're also taking a ton of damage. Reeboks gets another knock. Actually, no, the flush, excuse me. As they lose their star player, Vietnam now down to 3 men, and Loki gets another kill, this time on Thailand. I mean, with these DMRs, she's just getting point after point for Team Korea. 8 kills in total on the game.
Brutal.
And they're scavenging these.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're just harassing from range right now, and they're just so accurate. They're so confident. They're so dialed in. They're hit, it's like everything looks like beach balls to them. DraftKing, he can get one more hit. There it is. Found the angle onto Clories. He has a frag. Could throw it into this door. I think he should be angling for it. If he can break it open just enough, but doesn't feel like he can quite get close enough. Doesn't feel like he maybe has the space or maybe the hope. Korea on the other side of that. Grenades down below the Mad. Splashes behind him. Germany trying to get down this hill, trying to barrel down on top of him.
Yeah, it's Chris right on top of him. Gonna retreat a little bit because his smoke is blocking the vision.
full on
Takes a ton of
flank.
damage. Does get knocked there by Timo. UK getting in the mix of this fray. The Mad popping off. Gets Koho and Mika there from Team Germany. Turkey catching a little bit of life right now.
Next year
3 men up. Germany's down to 1 man. It's Brexco.
अभी तो फिलहाल
He's
एक
just
और
going to go
टूर्नामेंट
for
आ
it.
रहा है
He's going
3
to
दिन
try
में
and
सोलो
survive.
टूर्नामेंट है वो भी खेलेंगे.
Yeah, not much else he can do at that point. There was no hope to get those reses, and the UK is going to feast potentially on Turkey. Some good shots there are going to keep them back for now. Thailand lost a player trying to do more. Korea is trying to harass the backside of Thailand as they're trying to get up this hill. Rachit Jr. flanked out by them. Loki going for the shots as the circle doesn't do much in the way of being super interesting in terms of its movement, just kind of centering up more or less. Tanadol comes up short. The Rachit Jr. is going to take down Seoul there. Heaven and Loki still on their feet.
Oh, and Team Vietnam taking a ton of damage. That nade from MX is right on the money. Duckju's the only player up here for Team Vietnam. He's going to have to do some reses here in this shed. And Team Vietnam desperately needing a big game here today.
The time is ticking.
Yeah.
The next blue is not far out. And Argentina isn't going to let him get away with it easily. Loki is absolutely tearing teams apart by himself right now. Just nuts with that Mini 14.
I mean, that Mini 14 is just getting so much damage. He's stealing kills, he's getting knocks, he's getting flushes. Whether it be India or Thailand, just at massive range. Yeah, they haven't been using them because they're so far away from everybody. They're just taking pot shots in heaven now, going for some kills. Flores during all this gets a headshot on Vex.
Loki gets one grenade inside of this shack. This is disaster for Thailand. It goes too far. It bounces over. I don't think he quite has figured out that they're inside of it. He should with the next one. They're going to shut the door. He's got to find the window. He just misjudged it, expecting them to be behind. Not able to get the damage he wanted.
By process of elimination, should have a pretty good idea. They're both in the shed now, though. And yeah, he's just prone waiting for it.
I'll try my best, I'll try my best, buddy.
No more frags. Even Smoke going to get closer up.
Shouldn't go in there, though.
No. All right, Vietnam starting to fight back here against Argentina. They've been up against the ropes for what feels like the past couple of minutes, but these frags are pretty good. A lot of damage coming in. Honey Badger also getting mixed up with Germany, able to eliminate them from the lobby. Brexco finally dragged down as Cloris pushes up. LA on very low HP, finds the feet. Does Cloris. That's one more knock. 2 players now up.
How in the world?
Argentina. Yeah, I don't know how they turn this around.
How? How did they get out of there? I thought they were dead to rights. I thought there was no way in heck. I mean, this grenade from Cloris. Oh, it bounced out. It didn't go in. If that goes in,
Thailand,
the other one doesn't do it either. I mean, it bounced to the outside, and Vietnam has been eliminated.
Guys, vote करो कौन जीतेगा? T for Thailand, A for Argentina, K for Korea. जल्दी chat में, फटाफट.
2 for the United
My
Kingdom,
vote is
3 for Argentina, 3 for Thailand. Var taking a ton of damage right there. UK had the last chance to start to close the distance, but they need a win here.
Against the
odds. On the
odds.
second to last map of PNC 2023.
Korea 10 पॉइंट निकाल लेना मजा आ जाएगा भाई. अभी UK versus Argentina होने वाला
है.
है.
Yeah, they're closing in on this. They hear the action between the United Kingdom and Argentina. Loki and Heaven. They're running. They're getting ready to cross the road. They're moving with some swiftness here. They want to catch these kills. They want to clear the UK and secure the victory in the bag. And here comes Heaven. He gets MX. Oh my goodness, 2 more kills. Loki and Heaven combined to wipe Argentina. Now they're going to take the fight to the UK.
This is an absolutely stellar game for South Korea. Playing this so smart, picking on the backsides of teams. Now they're out in the open. Tanadol hits a headshot. He's got the knock to follow. Heaven has been taken down. Loki, the lone survivor,
but 10 point
the lone player here for South Korea. We're going to see if he can sneak out any more points. He is an expert at this. Again, so many times across the unbelievable career that Loki has had. The guy that you quietly could make an argument for being one of the best to ever play this game. Certainly one of the best support players of that sort of type of role to ever play this game. Loki is definitely up there with the multiple titles he's had internationally, looking to find his first PNC.
Cinematic देख लो भाई.
Loki just surrounded by the bodies of his enemies, and you're absolutely right, Paperthin. This guy, a legend in his own right, a critical part of the success for Team Korea, not just in this game, not just today,
pin comment में एक link है,
but across his entire career. 10 kills in total. Now Loki biding his time, waiting for the UK and Thailand to meet in the middle and start fighting so he can scavenge like a vulture from the sidelines. With all those corpses at his feet, able to restock a lot on meds, 6 first aid kits to be found as he slowly works his way in the circle. Tanadol, though, he finds him. He's up against the blue. Loki's going to have to move a little bit faster than that.
trying to dodge and weave to get to this tree. He's down below the side of the hill. There's a res coming through. Tanadol, I don't think he can quite see the foot. Loki's going to get the heal off. He's got a blue zone bag, so he's able to survive a little bit longer. Tanadol keeping his eyes firmly on him, and that's going to be it. Loki does steal a kill before he goes down, though.
Oh my goodness. Loki just getting every possible value. Gets Honey Badger before he goes down in the last frame of his life, as Korea solidifying their position in rank 1. And for UK to keep their dreams alive, Bard needs to win a 1v3 heroics, but Rachit Jr. is at his back, paper thin.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna have to be a win, but I don't think there's much you can do. Yeah, indeed, it's gonna be a win for Team Thailand. 5 kills, but still keeping themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Like we've been talking about all day, every point matters, and now they
भाई थाईलैंड में पता है बहुत ज़्यादा ज़बरदस्त हुआ है PUBG का। जैसे इंडिया में PUBG मोबाइल का है, जैसे थाईलैंड में ज़बरदस्त
some wins. They've been safe, they've been cautious, but those kind of maneuvers have been what have been profiting points for them.
Quietly one of the best teams in the world here competing at PNC, but for Team United Kingdom, you can see a little bit of frustration right there with the way this one went. Korea just from the sidelines, after killing Japan, they move all the way up to the north, they fight at range, and they rack up 11 kills in total in that lobby. Not to mention the placement points they got by Loki just being an absolute survivor. I mean, the Koreans, they were able to wiggle their way out of so many situations, whether it be themselves driving up to the north to avoid the fire of multiple teams, including Vietnam, who was trying to chase their tails for that first place, and that PNC trophy might finally be coming home to Korea.
Majestic क्या लगता है कोरिया जीतेगी टूर्नामेंट?
In Seoul.
I think UK को बहुत ही crazy निकालना पड़ेगा.
It's going to take a miracle.
एक match.
If I'm just being honest, for one of these teams to beat them at this point.
यार last match दिखाओ यार, मैं तो hyped हूँ.
The nail so far into the coffin that it may already
Grand
be
finals.
over. We'll have to see though.
Last match incoming.
Still a phenomenal performance here on this final day from the UK, by the way. They are putting up outrageous amounts of points, and they are climbing that leaderboard really, really quickly. But Korea, just the game sense is so smart, sensing the weakness of Japan and pouncing instantly on it, knowing that all they need is these kill points. Doesn't matter, the rest of the way, they played it even more brilliant, just harassing the edges of the circle, making every shot count. And that's what has got them into this winning position.
I mean, you go back after that 30-kill win, or not 30-kill win, 20-kill win, excuse me, the 30 points that they were able to accumulate. You go to the Kendi, they had no loot. They were in a bad part of the circle, and they showed the same tenacity that they showed here on Erangel. Just able to get every possible inch of value. I mean, Loki, even with his dying breath, stealing one more kill from Team Thailand is incredible. I mean, United Kingdom, they put together an astounding day. Multiple wins with double-digit kills, a top 2 finish with 8 more kills, but it just goes to show how strong Korea has been, not just today, but over the course of this entire tournament. They still get the most points in the lobby at 16. And as you said, Paper Thin, it feels like the nail in the coffin. Just a masterclass performance from South Korea on their home soil, coming into a PNC where they never won a chicken dinner in this event in their entire history, which is unbelievable. But day 1, they got one. Day 2, they got one. And now day 3, they're just gaining even more momentum on top of the world in one of the most competitive fields of PUBG action we have ever seen.
Yeah. It's just a special moment here in Seoul, South Korea. And these players, well, they know it. Their confidence is through the roof. The way they're playing, I can just see it. I mean, I can just sense it that Seoul is completely dialed in as the IGL. He's calling a brilliant game. Loki is as sturdy as ever. Kevin is slotted in so nicely here, a little bit shaky on day 1. Again, I talked to them afterwards, and they said he just isn't used to the way they calm. And now it seems like he's fitting in quite nicely. Anonix is Anonix, just one of the all-time greats, period, end of story. And this combined firepower of South Korea has been something that few could handle in this event. Man of the match is going to go to Rachit Jr. Good damage here. A couple kills, 3 knocks. But really just, again, sturdy, solid, safe play from Thailand. has profited them a ton of
FJR
points.
experience
guys,
का
they're
difference है
doing
ना?
a great job in this event.
The kind of
Quietly,
experience the other teams
they're
have
in the
is
top
quite
5.
a lot
Yeah, it's kind of
compared to
incredible
what
they've been able
Indian
to put
teams
together.
have.
It feels like every single
they're
game
trying
they're
their
getting
best.
a
It's just
little
that
bit of damage in, a couple
something
of
or
points,
the
sometimes a couple
something
of
कुछ ना कुछ
placement
गलत
points
रह ही
on
जाता
top
है
of
यार
it.
क्या ही करें
Just captain
ट्राई तो कर रहे हैं
consistency
देखो
right here in this
इंडिया
lobby
में तो
of
बहुत अच्छा
16
खेले थे
teams, and maybe the USA, the United Kingdom, Vietnam, Korea put together these highlight reel performances, but Thailand very quietly, you see it right there, not even top 5, top 4 with 122 points. But Korea,
they're really good. We can learn a lot of things
from massive lead. It's going to take a miracle from the United Kingdom to repeat a performance here with the championship.
If I'm being honest, there are very few games in PUBG esports history that can accumulate that many points in the entirety of it. There's been a few, and that again, this is all predicated on the fact that Korea gets 0 points in this next game. Very unlikely with the way they've been playing, but to get 33 points in one game, there's in an international PUBG esports event, there's only been a handful. That's just the truth of it. It's a less than 1% chance here that Korea loses.
Yeah, and the competitive field here as well at PNC 2023. We had the legends of all of these different countries, of all of these different regions coming together to share one of the grandest stages that PUBG esports has ever been able to put together. And to be able to have a performance like that one, 33 points, even assuming that Korea gets 0 with a competition this still with this many stars on stage, it would be unbelievable. I mean, Korea, they are so dialed in. Loki picking up 5 kills, catching Honey Badger right there. Just tremendous stuff. I mean, we've harped on it, it feels like, for days. This entire weekend, how well Korea has been playing, and it's all coming together here on day 3.
Yeah, it's truly special to watch the way that they've come into today, the mindset that they've had, the complete lack of being scared by letting the moment get to them. Letting the pressure get to them, no. That never happened here today. Coming into today, they're the top team. They did not let their foot off the gas. They did not let the pressure get to them. They did not let the fact that they're doing this in front of their home crowd, in front of this entire stadium that is trying to will them to win. None of that fazed them at all today. It has been one of the best days I have ever seen from a team coming into their final day with that lead and making sure that they kept that lead and secured it.
Yeah, and it's not even them playing conservatively after picking up a 30-point win. I mean, they are just feasting on the sidelines. They play edge like they did in that game, and they find so much value. You look at their position in the circle after they clean up Japan, and you got to think that they're really going to have a hard go of things from there. You might only get those 4 points, and given their position on the leaderboards, I mean, that 4 points, it might be enough, but they find a way to get, 7 more kills?
Right.
Just the game sense, the play calling, the shots, everything is on point. There is no aspect of Korea's game where they are lacking today. It is some of the best PUBG action I have ever seen.
Yeah, and even though the UK in some ways is having a better day in terms of total points, they probably have more, that doesn't matter because they weren't in first place coming into today.
No.
So, even though they're having a great day, South Korea is just having one of the most impressive days you'll see. One of the most impressive performances we've seen in PNC. Top to bottom here, they are in the driver's seat, and it is almost impossible that anyone's going to be able to knock them out of it. The Loki fans have got to be thrilled with what he just did in that last game. That was the exclamation point on this tremendous 2023 performance.
It's going to be our trophy. So much support for the Korean crew here from the fans. It would be monumental for these guys to win it here on their home soil. Live from Seoul, Korea, PNC 2023 coming in. Team Korea never winning a chicken dinner, and potentially at the end of this weekend, being crowned champions would be a tremendous story for a country that has been so strong, but as you said, has struggled on the international stage to bring home a championship prize for years.
After 2019, it looked like South Korea was going to be the dominant region in yet another esport here in PUBG esports. But since then, they have yet to find an international title. This could be the moment. This is the final game. We are going to go into it. We are going to see if South Korea can hang on and claim the 2023 PNC trophy. We're going into it. It's Erangel.
Finally, Erangel. 18th map.
The plane takes to the sky for the last time here at PNC 2023. The crowd is cheering as Korea looks to run a victory lap here on Erangel. Plane path coming in, straight south to north, bisecting the map into
fair
all eyes.
It's fair. It's a fair plane path.
Yeah, everything's in play, but all eyes are going to be on Korea because I don't think they're going to shy away from anything in this match. I think they're just going to continue to keep this momentum going, keep playing with the confidence that they got, and really put on a show for their home fans.
And I was curious if there was a world where the UK hot dropped them to maybe try to just end this, because you literally can't give Korea any points.
Right.
Literally 1 point, and like the percentages go even further down the toilet. Like, you know, if Korea gets any points in this game, it's basically over. Like, literally, even it probably is kind of already over, but
yeah.
Truly, every point they get just makes it more and more so. So
Vikas, bro,
you know, I was
look at
curious.
these amazing players in the photograph.
Particularly the UK again, because they're the closest, was going to try to hot drop them, just try to see if they could shut them out early and see if they could go on, you know, one of the most insane runs we'll ever see if they were able to do it, but not going to be the case. They're going to let Korea have their drop spot of Yasnaya to themselves.
I think it's the smarter play overall. I mean, keep in mind, it's not just about first place. It's also about every single position after that as the circle comes in all the way to the west here on Erangel. What is this we're seeing with a pump? I mean, he probably has no armor, right? So reload, maybe find a shot.
He takes a tire. No, go for the tire, Sparking. You only got 4 more bullets.
Close in on him.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
He got some. Oh, he got some. That's a lot of fun. A nice pickup there for Team Brazil. And these points matter. They're only 3 points behind Australia now for 9th place. And going back to the UK, just kind of giving Korea their drop, I think that's a smart decision because say you do hot drop Korea, say you wipe them, but you lose 1 man. Suddenly you're kind of in a tough spot because Vietnam's right on your heels. They're 3 points behind you overall in the standings right now coming into this. Thailand, Argentina, they've been able to show that they can put up really big numbers. I think if you're the UK,
I think Korea
you let Korea have this win,
UK or
that's
Vietnam.
not being an uncompetitive thing. You still try to get as many points on the board so that you lock down rank 2.
Sure.
And you come home with a silver trophy because Korea, I mean, the day they put together, it's been phenomenal. But for the UK, they don't have a lot of breathing room right now in 2nd place.
Yeah. And think about this. I mean, you know, the UK winners of 2022, and if they can get 2nd place in 2023, I mean, firmly establishing themselves as the best region in PNC history, no doubt about it. Kamukau has a machine gun. Didn't need a lot of bullets because Puchils didn't have much else. And Thailand here, another team that's in contention for a potential 2nd place spot. Who knows? Having a loss like that this early is devastating.
Yeah, losing one of their best players this early is very painful.
By the way,
hybrid.
UK started today with 59 points.
Okay.
Was it really that low?
Yeah, they put up 63 points.
Sorty killed him, okay.
Holy crap. That says a lot.
But Korea has put up almost 60. So it's like these two teams have literally just been farming these lobbies.
It does feel that way. You think back on the wins that Korea's had, and even the lobbies that they don't win, like the last one, still racking up the most points. And then the UK, they had 2 dubs. I think it was 13 and 17 points apiece as Savior with some nice stealthy movement.
अब तो कोरिया वाला वोट जिता सकता है skins.
Shrimzy, PB Bison, that thing can load up a lot of guns, a lot of bullets early on.
Yeah, it's a gun that shoots guns.
Oh man, that'd be strong.
We Borderlands now. All right, B-Meat gonna be coming in and finishing off.
मैं vote check करूँ कोरिया पे है ना.
Players getting bled out early here on the last map of the day, last map of PNC 2023.
You got a Panzerfaust.
Ooh.
So like that's great. Like what he's doing there is just in case somebody like drives at this. They can, you know, not only are they going to put it in this car, but keeping it on the ground while they're looting.
Yeah, just pick it up and
you can grab it and ruin somebody's day if they're trying to ruin yours.
Oh, the United Kingdom looks like their MO here to try to farm some points is going to be to gatekeep these teams coming across the bridge right now. Translucent, Salmar. Oh, do they catch wind of this? Salaman seems like he might have an idea. It's either him or Translucent, I think, that spotted this one out as India was moving with 3 or 4 players to try and get onto the bridge. And yeah, they see Vard. So UK not going to be successful with this bridge camp, at least against India. But I like this plan. I mean, on the military island, you have Denmark, you have Germany, you have Brazil, you have India. One or two of those teams are probably going to try and take this Eastern Bridge. And if you're able to farm one or two teams, get a couple more points, you're really solidifying your position there in rank 2. And also, going from this bridge into the circle on the eastern side, it's not a very far way to go. It's barely past farm. So I like this move. Very smart by Team UK, although they do get found out.
Why not?
Just try to get points any way you can right now. You want to lock down that silver medal.
Yeah. I'm all about this. I love what the UK did here. Totally fine with it. And now they're just going to be able to go into that circle. Everybody's kind of centering up so far, so there's a lot of teams
guys,
stuck on
फटाफट
island
GG
still.
जल्दी
You got
जल्दी
Brazil, India, Denmark, and Germany.
Majestic में कोशिश करूंगा यार,
A lot of space left
I'll try
open
for
in
qualifiers.
this current circle.
If we
Everybody else
qualify,
trying to get
definitely
center
we'll
as
go
much as they
outside
can
and
from their
play.
drop spots, except Korea and Australia and Argentina. But Argentina was in Severny. It makes sense.
There'll be 32 teams.
Korea
We all will be
really
competing.
gonna
Whoever wants
loot
to
up
go.
and make sure they got everything they
And
want.
then,
everything
if
they
we
need.
win, we go
It's not
outside
going to be a
and we
repeat
play.
of Vikendi this time. They're going to have a full loadout
But
with all the
if
time
we
in the
don't
world
try,
to
we
loot.
don't win.
Yes, Naya, and then coming into the circle as well, as you said, everybody very centered up around Pochinki. Korea's going to have so much area to play with on that northeastern side.
यार
So that
आज के
should they
टाइम में
decide
ना
to
ऐसे
stick
बंदे
around there.
मिलना जो full grind
Vietnam in
करें
need of points as well.
और
Could
grind
still
as
end
in
up with yet another second
they make
place
2 hours
finish
just for
at PNC if they
tournaments.
can have a run
It's quite
in
rare
this final
क्योंकि
game. Certainly
क्लियरिटी
the
नहीं है ना
history
कि
of
क्या
Vietnam
टूर्नामेंट है क्या नहीं है.
is absolutely incredible at this event,
हैं.
and they continue to show us that, you know, I talked about UK maybe being, you know, considered the best. Well, Vietnam absolutely going to be up there as well. That region, time and time again, top 5 finishes every
अगर आप
single
रोज भी PUBG खेलते हो ना
event
थोड़ा बहुत भी,
so
you
far,
can bring
and
so much to the
all they need
table.
is probably a few points.
As a solo player, as a game sense
many worlds where they
perspective,
don't end up in
map
the top 5 again.
perspective,
Yeah, they fielded a
decision
variety of
making.
rosters to make
क्योंकि
that
daily
happen
आप अपने
too.
game को
Just
polish
feels
कर रहे
like
होते हो.
everybody from this country steps up on the
Regardless
biggest
of
stage when
what
they
you
need
play.
to. As Argentina squaring away here with Waikiki a little bit there. Reinforcements probably going to come in, but actually Waikiki going to do his best to escape while he still has his tires intact here on this UAZ, working his way up the hill. Make sure he builds a little bit of momentum before that. As Flood, Mini 14
जीत जाएगी.
going to
रुको
try
मैं
and
वोट ही
cause
चेक करने
some
आया था. वोट
covering
चेक
fire
करता हूँ कहाँ पे है मेरा.
to give his teammate a break in Australia.
Uh-oh.
Mostly able to get away, but yeah, I think Dacia's there. It's slow, man. They don't have too
My
much
vote
torque
is on
firing
Korea.
up. It's hard to get them up these hills.
And
There's no car in the game that gets
Denmark.
up that hill. Like,
Yeah.
maybe the motorcycle, but
Mountain bike for sure. Not
Yeah.
a car, but
it's not a, still, it could get you up there, maybe?
absolutely.
Think so?
Without it, yeah, I've ridden on that thing a lot, man. That's my go-to on
Spend a lot of
Vikendi.
time on it? All right.
Panzerfaust and a mountain bike.
There you go.
There you go.
I believe you. Some shots in the back. A lot of damage done. Waikiki seat swapping to try to get a knock potentially, but Rybok's going to be able to escape and get this heal off for Argentina, who's on the south side of the mountain now. Australia on the north. So they have split out. Australia has, again, all the room in the world to maneuver. This first circle, very forgiving as far as PUBG circles go.
Yeah, especially here on Erangel, just so much area to play around with. It's one of the reasons why I was so surprised so many players actually got picked off this early, because really every single area on the map was kind of playable to loot early without having to lollygag too much coming in, right? I mean, think about how long Korea spent over there in Yasnaya, and they still have a very easy entrance into this one. And for teams like this on the military island, it's a little bit more complicated, with Germany right now trying to gatekeep. Going to be doing a little bit of bridge camping with Denmark, trying to work their way from the military base onto this. Now Gustav going to be the first one across. They're going to let him pass to try and bait Kino and Beamy in. Are they not
Again,
buying it?
I mean, Germany's had a slide today. Came in today at 5th. Now they're down to 8th. And they're trying to turn their fortune around. It's been a really rough day for Germany. Not many points across this day. I think 13 so far. And that's definitely the worst day they've had by a wide margin. So we're looking to see if Germany can have a strong finish. But Gustav, he's wise to whatever's going on here. Kino takes some damage on the backside. Kowo cooks a grenade, gets shot between the slats of the stairs. And he was not able to find the mark.
Yeah, Gustav going to see if he can get the flush there. Will he be able to find that frag? That's a very tough angle, especially with those stairs in the mix. My goodness, what a throw. I mean, Koa was wise to it. He backed off, but that was one of the best throws that I've seen in terms of a frag being calculated right there.
Yeah, if Kowo hadn't moved, he was dead. He was absolutely dead to rights. The battle rage is on here on the outside. Clib now has a pretty decent angle. That grenade just went in between those rails. Another grenade is out. That one's too far under. That one's not going to be nearly as close as Clib would like. Now that one's right on the money.
Yeah, finally. Third time is the charm there for Clib. Is able to get it. Koa with a spray there on Gustav, not able to find a lot of damage. And the return fire there from Gustav is massive. Koa actually just going to push this position. He's charging forward, but 1 or 2 bullets away. And once again, the nades come through. Denmark eliminates Germany. Germany right now going to be sitting at rank 8 on the day as they did not get the strong finish that they were hoping for, but still a very impressive showing here at PNC.
But Germany भाई बहुत बढ़िया खेली यार, दिल जीत ली.
Think about it, State. They were in 2nd, and now they're all the way down in 6th. But again, anything's possible here in this last game. So much to play for. Every team is going to be going for these points. LFP1 was in a parachute and almost got knocked. Instead, he's, oh my God, that's so dangerous.
I was expecting some fall damage there on LFP1, but instead he's going to be safe. Sparking going to try and provide some covering fire to buy him time to get into a little nook. And yeah, that's a nice little area to be in. I don't even know if T-Bone can find a sightline on him. During all of that, Kane taking a headshot of damage. I'm not sure exactly from who. Okay, it's Hamas who is just on point. Him and Clory's getting a ton of damage in. Nice covering fire there on his teammate in the buggy. One of the most exposed vehicles to drive around here on Erangel.
Big point, going the way of Vietnam. Still eyeing that 2nd place spot. We're going to keep a close eye on those races for some of those positions. Underneath Korea, Flood, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, just barely.
And H-Win with some nasty shots on that parachute.
H-Win's had some really good moments in this event himself. USA in general, even though they're in 7th place, has had some pretty impressive games. Maybe not the result they wanted for sure, but definitely still a lot of really awesome moments that we got to witness.
Oh, undoubtedly. Give it a highlight reel together of their PNC 2023, despite only being in 7th place. I mean, feels like when they pop off, they really do pop off.
Yeah, exactly. When they were hitting hard. The Turkey stuck in a very awkward spot out in that shack out in the middle of that field. That is not ideal. Even though phase 2 did end up going southwest, that is not the spot you want to be in. You were, as Turkey, playing with fire. Now, you never know. We've already seen it today where teams can kind of just hang on and scrape out points. Saw it with Korea earlier. You can't drive this across the water, my friend.
No.
I just want you to know, but you can swim under it, and that's okay. And it's usually relatively safe to actually swim under this bridge. A lot of people don't really
India kahan hai?
Think about it, even though India's in no real danger, I don't think Gustav's seen him from the lighthouse. So this is fine.
Yeah, but I mean, even in pub lobbies, if we're playing in solos, it is a really safe path to go if you're swimming right underneath that bridge.
I believe a round of applause here for Team India for their debut performance in PNC. You love to see it, their first international event. And even though I know it's not the results they wanted, we really appreciate having them here. We really love having India here. So thank you so much, India, for being a part of this event.
Go,
Hope
India!
to see you back in the future.
I'm sure we will. I mean, what we heard from the pro players before the event even started about India and the scrims is that they absolutely have the skill. They have the potential, but, you know, they're just getting their feet wet here in the first ever PUBG Nations Cup. I am sure very good things are to come from that country here in PUBG esports.
Yeah, I really think so. I mean, again, like you and I were talking about a lot on day one, that there was a lot of people saying that this India team was nothing to be, you know, think that they were easy. I guess I should say they weren't. They were really doing good in scrim. So hopefully, you know, with this experience underneath them, they can do something now. And Onyx out ahead of Japan, but Japan had the exact same idea at the exact same time as Korea. Let's see if this is going to amount to much of a fight.
Yeah, let's see if Japan can get some revenge for the previous Erangel game where Korea got the jump on them and absolutely made them pay in seconds. This time, both teams have a very good idea of each other's positions. Nades are going to be traded here. That one comes in very good. Almost gets a knock. 90 damage in total. We'll see if the follow-up from Onyx is good, and yes, it is. So first blood drawn here as Japan is knocked, and Onyx now coming in. He's going to try and find Imhawk, watching a lot of angles. Spray comes in, about 90% of the damage done there on Onyx. He's going to have to pop the heal.
With that maneuver, he's revealed the position of the off-angle player for Japan. And
But
now
आप
South
सोचो,
Korea methodically
like,
trying to pick them
if the
apart.
tournaments
Ehawk
increased, which they
stuck
already did
inside of
now,
this building not fun to be
the
in.
amount
Yep.
of
Soul
players which will
isolates and takes
prosper
him
in
down.
India
Now Pure Boy up
will
there,
be crazy.
trying to do what he can.
Loki gets the
The
flush
old
on
players,
Ehawk
the new
right now,
players,
and for South
the
Korea,
upcoming
it's all
players.
about breaching this stairwell and trying to stop Japan from being able to hold on. Pure Boy going for the res. China also getting mixed in on this. They do not want Korea to get more points, and also China, they want to move up the ranks themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they take whatever points you can get here. Third party this fight. But the problem is that nobody on Korea has been knocked. So great. China came in here, took a position. That's not that bad considering the lay of the land with so much.
भगत को देखो, तेरा Denmark wait कर रहा है free point पे.
Circle,
How would they know that
cover
we are outside, bro?
But not able to
He's holding
capitalize
their
in terms
position.
of points, and Korea's
क्या पता India Denmark उड़ा दे इस
some
बार.
more damage to run AX. Korea would love to displace
Unforgiven
this final
किधर?
player.
On the bridge.
Beautiful nade there by Loki. Perfectly cooked, just wasn't able to find any players from Japan. They weren't in that exact area, but I mean, the
भाई
ricochet
डेनमार्क
can,
ढूंढ रही है
they're
भाई,
cooking
कुछ तो
on that
गड़बड़ है
one,
पीछे.
perfection.
ये हमेशा पीछे जरूर देख रहे होते हैं एक बंदा तो डेनमार्क, मतलब हर टीम का ही है.
Yeah. Pure
लो
Boy
भाई
got
पता
res.
लग गया इंडिया का.
Oh,
इंडिया का
that's
जिजेक्टेड,
not good.
इंडिया का एक का नॉक
Where's
हो
that
गया.
shot coming in for Keenan?
This is difficult now. There's still another player here who I think is going to have an angle to at least put some shot. Oh, no. Land it. Please land it. Oh,
not
no.
like this.
Not like this.
Clip coming in, gets one, sprays down, almost gets two. Translucent on 1 HP. The DMR is going to seal the fate there of Team India as they're dispatched from this one. But again, a great debut performance for them. I'm sure there are very good things to come from
आज का
that
day last
country
है,
here in
yes.
future PUBG Nations Cup. This is not
Will
the
we
last
get
we're
another
gonna see.
chance after this performance?
Appreciative
100%.
round of applause from the crowd here in
100%.
Korea.
Not just that.
Very showing
Anyone
their
out of
respect
137
and their
people who are
admiration
watching,
for the Indian
there's a
players
tournament
coming in
which
here
just got announced.
playing in this
It's a
event.
1 lakh tournament,
Again,
1 lakh
we'll love
rupees
to see you
tournament
back.
solo.
All right, China now.
Solo FPP
On the move,
3 साल बाद हो
on
रहा
the
है
move.
think.
They're going to leave this compound. They're going to let
पहली
South
बार
Korea
Asus और Intel करा रहे हैं.
see if they can finish this out. Soul's going to hold the window. Make
अगर
sure
आपको
no
उसका
one
लिंक चाहिए,
can leave.
exclamation Discord करो,
Stuns are,
बातचीत पे
excuse
क्लिक
me,
करो.
frags are coming in.
40 स्लॉट बचे हैं
now,
मुश्किल से.
You know,
फटाफट
you
रजिस्टर
kinda
कर लो.
wait. You can either just
अगर
wait
आपके
them
पास
out or
टाइम है,
I don't know what you're
PC
gonna
है
do here as
और
Korea.
इंटेंट है
Eventually, you're gonna want
खेलने
to push
का.
up these stairs, but look at that folding shield right at the
Exclamation
top of these
Discord में
stairs.
chat में डाल रहे हैं.
It's gonna block you from coming in there. That's so cute.
For whatever reason, I hadn't noticed that until you mentioned it. But yeah, that folding chair, excuse me, folding shield perfectly. Imagine just sitting up there with the
Professional
DDS on a
wrestling.
chair.
Yeah. You can like jump off the top of the buildings and whack people with the chair.
Oh, I would love that.
That'd be sick.
All right, Vinny able to dispatch Beamy there. Gets a nice kill for Team Brazil. Only 4 points behind Australia to crack top 9. They would love to get some more kills here on Team Denmark. Clip gonna go for a nade himself. Oh, that one's really good right on Haven.
Please love
Just
us.
a bit of damage though as it wasn't cooked.
That was Haven's own grenade.
Oh, was it his own?
Yep.
Oh, I was a little bit confused by the switch there. I guess he wasn't able to slot it in.
Yeah. It just kind of bounced back at him. Must have hit one
कोई
of
नहीं
those
guys, let's
beams.
focus on Korea.
The I-beams up in the
Korea
top of
for the
building.
win.
I'm not sure. Here we go. Round 2. Fight.
Okay, that one went in.
Yeah, it didn't come close enough, though. Didn't get the corner angle. And Onyx, meanwhile, just knocked to H-Win. I think he's dead to rights. Yeah. That's yet another point for Korea.
Korea for the win. Canada भी बाहर.
Continues.
Yeah, it just feels like they are on
Canada
top of the
officially
world right
came
now,
second in the
and China,
tournament.
here they go, coming
Oh,
in.
second loss.
Left with a DMR comes in on the road. Able to get one knock, but Hymas fights back. Isaki also is going to be able to take down Left. The confirmation comes in. Longskro goes down. Crazy 1-1-2 as well. Hisaki working his way on the outside. Going to try and find Show. He's on 1 HP, and China is eliminated here. Vietnam picking up a ton of kills. And behind all that
Korea
as well,
Korea
also
confirmed
finally
जीती भाई.
beating up Team Japan.
And that's huge
Korea
for
confirmed
Vietnam.
जीती
Now
भाई.
they're within 1 point of the UK, 1 point away
Skins
from
incoming,
second
boys.
place. So trying to do what they could. But now Vietnam doing what they can, and Korea 170 points. How many more can they get?
So true.
This
No
is,
pie.
This is their tournament. They have done it. Now we just
Cold
await
you're watching
the
a
final
tournament
moment, and they are
called
just going to
PNC
keep trying. I mean,
2023.
don't just
जिसमें एक
run
India
away
team
with
है,
it, Korea. You know, you want to come out here, finish on a bang.
which came 16th in the
Vietnam
whole
now being
tournament.
watched by them.
I'm sure the Korean players
Today's the
on
last
stage
day, last
can
match
feel this
going on.
arena
They're angry.
shake every time they pick up a kill, every time they wipe a team. They want to do some fan service here for the hometown crowd.
थोड़ा और बेटर कर लेते ना सही रहता है यार
with Vietnam at about 200 meters
मतलब
range.
टॉप 10 में भी होते तो सही रहता it's not easy यार बोलना
here on
आसान
the west side, Chinese Taipei, they've been
तो
so
जापान
good
और चाइना भी
defensively over the
वो
course of
कनाडा
this
भी नहीं कर
entire
पा रहे यार
event. The only
जिनको
team able to hold on
PGS
to a compound in this one.
सी में स्लॉट्स हैं
As Vietnam and Korea continue to rotate
वो लोग
through,
भी
and
ऊपर नहीं
Onyx
आ पा
going to
रहे
find that shed. Korea trying to improve their position here in this long
अगर हमारे
range
30
skirmish.
पॉइंट भी होते ना
The only one in
तो
right
बहुत
now
रिस्पेक्टफुल माना जाता है
is
इन
an Onyx. Loki's got a
देखा
mortar.
जाए अभी भी बुरा नहीं करा है मतलब बेहतरीन तो नहीं कह सकते कि बहुत बढ़िया खेले हैं
They're shooting at him. He's got bullets splashing around him, and he's just
थोड़ी सी कमी
going
रह
for
गई
it.
यार थोड़ा और
He's
बेटर
gonna
कर सकते
dial
थे
the range in.
Potential
And
तो था
Onyx
इनमें।
right now is just letting him know 250 meters seems pretty good. Might be a little bit shorter than that, but we'll see where this one lands.
Up and over.
Oh my
He got him!
goodness!
No
भाई
way!
लोकी लेजेंड भाई लोकी के लिए हर्ट्स पैड ऑन द चैट बॉय
He's
भाई
going for the
गजब
front
आदमी है
players now.
भाई
He's not going for the flush. He's going for the ones that are coming at him.
Almost got Haisaki with that one.
Oh, he hit him.
Korea
He
lives
hit him
and
with the
breathes
second
PUBG.
one.
How are they doing this? South Korea just on cloud 9 right now. Loki looking to find more damage, gonna pop a tire.
Oh, grenade. That went really far.
Yeah, that's about max range, about as far as it can go. Loki's gonna see if he can
भाई
fight
कोरिया ने
back.
तो सील द डील कर दी है This is the final match,
prevent
yes.
Vietnam from getting any further up the leaderboard. Trying to finish the job. These grenades, though, really, really good. Almost getting the knock onto Loki. Another one that should be good. Yeah, he's got him. Loki has been knocked. The vehicle explodes away. Soul trying to cover the angle. He's got Haisaki down. A 1-for-1 so far, but Soul takes a bunch of damage from Cloris. Has to prone down in the field.
तो भी जीत जाएंगे कोरिया
Yeah, we'll see if Hymas can find him here where the frag grenade doesn't have an exact read on where Soul is. First aid is going to pop. That one goes a little bit wide. Second frag should be coming in. Also wide. Just kind of sandwiching Soul here. He takes a bit of damage.
Ooh, they're all close, but no cigar.
अब देखो कितना क्लोज जा
Finally,
रखा
they
है
track him down. Vietnam here, despite getting mortared at the beginning of this
भाई
fight,
वियतनाम यूके के ऊपर आ
somehow,
सकती है
some way, with this slight hill advantage they have, and Onyx can't do anything, gets shot in the back by Nurens, having the last player
थाईलैंड
alive.
अर्जेंटीना वियतनाम और यूके में कितना क्लोज कंपटीशन है
But at the end of the
सारा
day,
दारमुदार
they do get a rest.
हजारों का
Loki is
मतलब
back up now. Here come
अमाउंट
the
चेंज
volleys.
होगा
Vietnam is
प्राइस
expending
पूल में
everything they
एक
have. They're
पोजीशन
trying to
भी
pick
ऊपर आ
Soul
गए
up.
तो
Doesn't matter. Himas shoots him off the back. Duckjuice trying to spray into the smoke,
भाई
trying to
वियतनाम
finish the job. That
ग्राइंड कर रही
grenade,
है
if it's on the mark, might be good enough. It's just a bit wide. Korea, with some
Oh,
fancy
shit, so
footwork,
close.
still alive, but for how much longer?
Yeah, these smokes are starting to dissipate, and once they do, I mean, I guess there's 1 or 2 more here for Team Korea, but it feels like time is running out. Hopefully for them, Chinese Taipei Boxer getting in the mix on this, and Shelly Vietnam is going to give them some breathing room to rotate out, as Loki and Heaven would love to stay alive and get some more damage done in this lobby. See, United Kingdom, keep in mind, UK and Vietnam vying for rank 2 right now. UK's at 136, Vietnam's at 135. Both these teams would love to walk away with a second place. So these shots from downtown by the UK, they mean a lot. T-Bone able to get Schofield, adds another point.
And the UK, once again, taking one of these high-angle edge positions to really just rain fire down with these DMRs. Oh, no way, Vinny's still alive in this. You have got to be kidding. Vinny's out in the blue behind Team UK. Not like this, but he doesn't have enough health. Yeah, in fact, hears or senses it somehow, some way. But that phase 6 blue is just too devastating. Korea's still in this. Gonna get placement points out of all of this anyway. Vietnam trying to get into the center of the circle. They've got all 4 up.
Yeah, Duckjuice now coming in here with his teammate. They're trying to hunt Korea. They really want to clean them up. Vietnam desperate for points right now. They have 5 kills already. Some frags coming in. They look pretty good. Actually, no, a Molotov and a flashbang. So Heaven, he's blinded. Loki comes in. Loki actually able to get the headshot there on Cloris before getting taken out. And finally, South Korea's eliminated. But at 172
भाई
points
अर्जेंटीना
with 5
देख लेना
kills
भाई
in the
10
lobby.
किल और चिकन डिनर
They are
निकालेगी इस मैच
destined to be the champions of this event.
भाई 4th पे आ गई
As
अर्जेंटीना
UK, Vietnam and Argentina fight for that podium finish.
No doubt about it. Badger using that deep clip to make sure that Taipei can't really do much, but the first knock is there. Bard jumps up and over, taking Leo down. Nice piece of work from him, but here comes Pongsker, grenade right in towards the UK positions, but isn't able to connect. The follow-up right down on top of them. Savior backed off, but then Non's grenade finds Fex. A lot of damage done in the back lines. Laza out here trying to take Vietnam out, and they are almost all but done. UK gone. If Vietnam can stay alive, if Vietnam can find 2 more points, they have 1 player left. Himas on almost no health somehow survives that. Schofield lets loose with a molly, but it's too far, but Vietnam is gone. Second place will be going to the UK.
Argentina with 4 men up, the last team in the top 4 to try to find some points and potentially close distance on Vietnam or UK. They would love to do it, but it's going to take a miracle.
Chicken dinner,
with only
मजा आ
7
जाएगा
players
भाई.
left in the lobby.
I take it back. There's a world where Argentina could actually jump up to second place.
Second.
I don't know if it's theoretically possible or not. Maybe they get every kill. We'll wait, but it's pretty likely.
Chicken
I
dinner
might have
just
spoken a little too soon. We'll see how well Argentina can do at the end of this. Turkey trying to do what they can to surpass Australia, maybe even Germany here. Who knows?
Just want to point out that DraftKings right now has a ton of damage. Absolutely hunting for that top 3 finish is Team Argentina, but Chinese Taipei, they were able to secure that compound against the United Kingdom, and they have a great vantage point on both Turkey and Argentina. If they step out too far from cover, they're going to be in the crossfire of multiple players from Chinese Taipei. You can see Ale trying to give some covering fires to his teammates. But this is really the terrain that Argentina is working with, and they need 11 points to close the distance on the UK, 9 to close the distance on Vietnam.
Circle is going to shift down towards Chinese Taipei.
बिल्कुल मिल जाएगा, chance तो मिल
Squeeze out a
जाएगा.
win here,
Chance
but
पे
only
tension
3
मत लो.
players, so missing a little bit of extra firepower with Leo. Long time PUBG esports star be out of this lobby, hoping that the rest of his squad can scoop up a win here and end on
Guys,
a high
जल्दी
note.
वोट करो. अगर आपको लगता है अर्जेंटीना जीतेगी तो लिखो A. अगर आपको लगता है TP निकालेगी तो T और टर्की निकालेगी तो TUR. मेरे ख्याल से अर्जेंटीना निकालेगी. मैं वोट कर रहा हूँ A. जल्दी से वोट करो चैट में. I think Argentina should win this यार.
From Zenon.
भाई सेकंड पे आ जाएंगे अर्जेंटीना.
Bouncing them right in. The UK though may have done enough to claim second place. Argentina may have something to say, but it's going to take, I think, every kill here for Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina fighting for top 3, Turkey fighting for top 8 right now, as both these teams have the potential to make some movement here with a win and a couple of kills. But it's going to be tough. MX making a rotation in, has some good guns, but at this range, it's tough to make something happen against a position like Zenon's. Chinese Taipei, as long as they have this compound in the circle, are going to have a really good high ground advantage. And Savior, it allows them to do this. They have the vision, they have the information. Savior working the flank, able to find a little bit of damage with the spray, but does show his hand.
He's got some grenades in the bag. Could, if he could get a little bit closer, go for them, but no. Doesn't feel like it's going to be safe. DraftKings flanks out to try to kind of outmaneuver Savior here. He's going to be driving in his general direction. Being tracked from the roof is the players of Argentina by Zenon. Turkey trying to do what they can to scramble into this next circle. Phase 7 blue is going to be encroaching on them oh so quickly. Oh, what a shot there from Ale.
Yeah, Ale gets the knock there. Will he be able to get the flush? It's Zenon that steals it away, and Ale actually gets knocked there for the trouble. Code Marco coming up big for Team Turkey.
Spray up and over. Rybox doing some damage. Grenades. Just look like stuns to me. Turkey are gonna have to really just hunker down underneath the smoke.
Argentina with very limited utility right now. I think actually none of the players they have up have any frags. Okay, DraftKings has 2. I think this is all that Argentina's got. First one, a little bit wide. We'll see if the second one's good. Keep in mind, Turkey, they are clustered.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold down the angles on the edge. Trying to just spray them down when they come through. And it's Emic's job to make sure that Chinese Taipei can't get involved in this fight as best as he can. DraftKings, that's a... What in the world is that spray?
Unbelievable.
4x from that range. Absolutely disgusting. Can he find more? Almost gets the one onto the mat as well. Those are just stuns. Just trying to keep them pinned. Just trying to find that last angle on top of the mat. See if he can finish what he started.
Argentina, they desperately want to win here. He's going to get the confirmation kill there on a Schofield. He goes down. Turkey running out of room. Only a couple of seconds left here in this phase. Keep in mind, Chinese Taipei, they're working closer in from the sidelines. DraftKings a ton of damage already. 5 kills, 700 damage in the bag. Would love to add to that lead. And try and close the distance on Vietnam and the UK. Emix with a Groza, able to get Savior. That's a big win.
He's out of bullets though. He's got to switch over to the mini. He has no more 7.6 in the bag. He's got plenty of 5.5. Now he's just going to spray it down, trying to see if he can really increase their chances of potentially winning this game. He's going to see Pongsker, I believe, might have just saw a shoulder or an elbow there. I believe those are going to be smokes coming out. Code Marco's got Rybox. That forces Emix to try to come back, see if he can help out. My word, DraftKings, what a tournament he's had.
Argentina still with 3 players up. They're going to be going for the res behind this hay bale. Oh, the Mad with a knock there onto Ali, and the pressure is on DraftKings. Holding down the fort here for Team Argentina, is able to take down 2. And Argentina is climbing the ladder. Chinese Taipei, they're going to try and take advantage of this opportunity, though. Argentina has so many players down.
All right, here we go. They're coming on in. Zetnon knows they've got 2 players knocked. Somehow Emic is going to get 1, but Zetnon's got another. Can he find the final player? Emic, he's trying to do what he can. He's the last one alive. So little health, and he's done. He's out. Chinese Taipei is going to find the final game here at PNC 2023. A strong finish for them, no doubt about it. But on stage, they have done it. The hometown heroes in front of the home crowd are now the Kings of Korea, your 2023 PNC champions, Team South Korea.
Man, just an unbelievable performance from start to finish here for this squad. And on day 3, they absolutely showed up. And you can see big smiles on their faces. The crowd as well. Everybody is loving this moment. Coming into PNC 2023, no chicken dinners, but here they're walking away as champions.
And they're going to head up to the trophy and lift it in front of this crowd in Seoul, South Korea. Let's give it up for them once again. Your 2023 PNC champions, Team South Korea!
Man, what a moment here for this squad. A heroic finish here on day 3 as all pieces came together, and I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
I mean, the emotions have just got to be through the roof. They've got to be so happy.
This is Fresh Air. I'm Terry Gross. The history of the computer would have been different if it weren't for my guest.
진짜 우리 한국팀 매치 10일부터 8번의 매치
또 셀리브레이션 होगा.
너무 축하드려요. Wow, they kept their throne through 8 matches starting from match 11. So these guys are the winners. 우리 감독님 먼저 우리 선수들 고생 너무 많이 했잖아요. 먼저 한마디
चल बट ये तो सत्य कहा आपने.
I want Coach Sonic
भी कोई एक्सपीरियंस कोच होता ना बाहर का.
Thank you. So let's hear from him.
말로만 우승하자고 맨날 얘기했었는데 오늘 뭐 정말 국가를 대표하는 자리에 저희가 우승할 수 있어서 좀 많이 고생했고 정말 자랑스럽습니다.
They said he kept on telling them they're gonna make it, but now he's so proud of his players. Okay. 와, 우리 혜반 선수 또 PNC 첫 출전하자마자 우승까지 성공을 했어요. 그 소감 한번 듣고 싶습니다. Heaven joined Team Korea, and this is his first PNC, but he got the trophy winner place. I want to hear how that was been like for him.
इसको कितनी लैंग्वेज आती है भाई?
커리어가 하나도 없는데 이번에 한국 대표로 나와서 네이션스컵으로 우승 커리어를 하나 만들어서 정말 기쁩니다.
He's so glad that he finally got the PNC title in his career. 자, 우리 박격박 씨, 로키 선수한테 다 물어보고 싶어요. 로키 선수, 17번째 매치 끝까지 살아남아서 사실 우리 팀 한국에 우승을 확정을 해줬어요. 그때 그 기분. I want to hear from Loki. He made like the last kill in match 17 as he was going away, and that secured their throne. So I want to know how he was like.
일단 기분이 너무 좋고요. 제 20대를 PUBG에 다 갈아놓고 있는데 제가 PUBG를 하게 되는 가장 원동력이 되는 순간이었던 것 같고 가장 재밌어서 오래 하게 되는 것 같아요. 제가 언제까지나 할지 모르겠지만 이 순간을 꽤 오랫동안 기억할 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
He's poured his 20s
भाई जिसने
into
कोरिया को
PUBG,
वोट
and
किया था
this was the moment that drove him like
उन्हीं को
through his
skins मिलेगी
career.
क्या?
He
Of
doesn't know
course.
how long he'll play, but you know he's gonna keep this forever in his heart. 우리 서울 선수, 그럼 MOM만 먼저 이노닉스 선수부터 잠깐 물어봐야 될까요? 네, 죄송합니다. 우리 이노닉스 선수 세
यार इसको भी
번째
थ्राइव
PNC
करने के लिए ना
홈그라운드에서
PUBG की esports को थ्राइव करने के लिए
얻어냈어요.
इंडियन
그거보다
ऑडियंस
엄청
चाहिए
새로울 것 같은데 소감
ये भी एक
들어보고
बहुत बड़ी वो
싶습니다.
सीन है
This is Inonix's
because they also need viewers, right?
PNC, but this is
The amount
his
of
first
viewers
win at his home
there is
ground. So I
on
wanna know
BGMI,
how
PUBG
that's like for
Mobile,
him.
वैसा
생각보다
that can only be possible from India.
19년도에 네이션스컵 했을 때 와셨던 분들이 올해에도 또 와주신 분들이 꽤 계시더라고요. 근데 그 분들에게 그때 아쉽게 놓쳤던 우리나라 우승을 이제 다시 찾아오게 돼서 정말 너무 기쁘고요. 그리고 또 굉장히 영광스럽고 이 트로피에서 눈이 안 떨어지는 것 같아요.
मैंने डिस्कॉर्ड लिंक अभी चैट में दिया था ब्रदर आपके लिए
He
यश मैं दोबारा से दे देता हूँ और
2019
बातचीत
PNC,
टैब
and
है
he's so glad that he can finally give his fans
आप
the
चैट
moment
देखो आपको
that, you
दिखेगा
know,
डिस्कॉर्ड का लिंक ठीक है
they're
वो बफर
proud
क्यों हो
of.
रही है
He's
इसमें?
so honored and he can't
और
take his eyes off
बातचीत
the
करके टैब है
trophy.
जिसमें टूर्नामेंट के
우리
डिटेल्स
서울
हैं जो 2 दिन
선수
बाद है
MOM 3번. 와 진짜 대단해요. 저 계속 와 이러면서 봤어요. 팀 한국의 승리를 뭔가 견인했다고도 할 수 있는데 우리 폼이 엄청나잖아요. 올해 남은
भाई
목표
इसकी तो क्या
개인적인 거
एफिशिएंसी है
있을까요?
भाई हर
So
लैंग्वेज
has
में
made like the
Pronunciation
third man of the
देखो
match.
लड़की की।
So like
उफ।
because his form is so strong, I'm wondering what are your next goals for the remaining of the year?
일단 이들이 뒤에 있었기 때문에 제가 좀 빛난 것 같고요.
भाई
그리고
पूरा नेश पूरी
저의
वर्ल्ड देख रही होगी
목표는
इनका इंटरव्यू
PGC 우승을 향해 달려가려고 합니다.
He thinks that you know he was able to make this happen because of his teammates, and his next goal is the winners of PGC 2023.
तो यार PUBG अलाउ करता है आप जिस सर्वर पे जाके खेलना चाहो खेल सकते हो यार आप चाहो तो कोरिया जाके FPP रैंक खेल सकते हो कोई मना थोड़ी है ये जितने भी प्रो पीपल हैं जाके कोरिया और ये लीग में क्यों खेलते हैं इसलिए तो खेलते हैं रैंक वगैरह
팀
जब उनके
한국
स्क्रिम्स नहीं हो रहे होते
PNC 2023 우리 우승팀을 만나봤습니다. 이어서 저희 PNC 2023 챔피언 시상식 그리고 분석 데스크까지
आप देखो ना यू की ओवरऑल
끝까지
परफॉर्मेंस कितनी अच्छी आई है
That was the winner and champions of the PNC 2023 Team Korea, and we still have the desk and the ceremony, so don't go anywhere. And this was Bella. 감사합니다.
भाई इंडिया टीम भी दिखा दो देखूं क्या भाई पॉइंट्स आ गए क्या अभी तक तो नहीं आया ये अभी तक तो कुछ नहीं आया
Well, there we go. We got to hear from your champions of PNC 2023, Team South Korea. You can see how much it means to them. Players like Loki and Anonix, who have been in every PNC so far. They were so close the last time here in Korea in 2019.
तो लोकी वाला बंदा हर PNC हर
with the
PGS खेला
victory
है
this time in front of their hometown
अपने
crowd.
आप में
I
रिकॉर्ड
mean,
है भाई
just absolutely amazing. You know, what a performance here from Heaven. The stoic player that he is just comes in and, you know, he's just ready to rock and roll, slotted in so nicely. And then the player who's playing in the city that is his namesake, Seoul, with the man of the matches every time for Korea on their chicken dinners. Tremendous performance.
I mean, Seoul even coming into today was averaging over 400 damage a game, which is just phenomenal. And you could really feel this team start to click at the very beginning of day 3. They pick up the biggest win of the entire event, and even after that, they don't slow down.
भाई
They just
20
keep
kill
hammering
chicken
away,
is not a
and they
joke, bro.
finish this thing
PUBG
with a
बीसी में तो हम सिर्फ एक ही नाम
32-point lead.
जानते
This
हैं
is your first
अरे
place.
बाप
I
रे
mean, the
धीरज
Night
आपको प्यार है
Kingdom,
ब्रो
the reigning
बाकी
champions
धीरज
coming
पिन
in here,
कमेंट में
getting a
हाईलाइट
silver
है 3
medal.
मिनट की प्लीज
It's an
देख लेना
honor to
यार
have him here. It's an honor to see them
Thank you.
play at this level of PUBG, considering, again, coming into today, they were in the middle of the pack at the end of day 2. Day 3
नो आप बोल रहे हैं
absolutely popping off.
PGC को जीतना है
Tremendous
इन्हें
performance from them. Vietnam and Argentina as
Denmark
well.
performed
rounding out
amazing.
the
भाई
top
underdog
four.
team
Just-
थी
You cannot count these guys out.
मैंने इनको वोट किया था I was kind of sure कि क्लिप वगैरह ये सब
in particular, absolutely just bonkers.
अंडरडॉग बहुत बुरा वर्ड है
throughout
बट
this
डार्क
entire
हॉर्स
event.
बोलना सही रहेगा
You know, have them
they were
kinda
really
make
good
this
bro
dark horse
they had
run.
potential 6th आ गए भाई
Phenomenal stuff,
मजाक थोड़ी है
top to bottom. Thailand as well, having a much improved
नहीं, पता नहीं
performance
कौन सा
versus
रैंक
last
आया
year for
डेनमार्क का,
them.
बट अच्छा है
So that's very exciting to see. Denmark comes in their
Just
first
like
time
कदना
around,
फटाफट
flirts with the top position, coming into the final day, came a bit shorter than they like. And of course, the man who was named after this city where he's claimed a trophy, now he also claims an MVP. He is your top damage dealer in the event, your top kill leader in the event, the top knockouts in the event. Soul leading in almost every possible stat.
I mean, that's about as well-rounded as it gets. He was the complete package here. And he said in the interview before we even kicked off PNC that he wants to live up to his namesake. He wants to deliver a performance worthy of his fans, worthy of this city, worthy of this country. And boy, did he do that. This is one for the record books. Soul, undisputed MVP. Just a tremendous performance, leading his team to glory.
This is his second MVP of the year, getting it at PGS 1. Now, once again here, coming into this event, this man, Tiggleton said it in an interview, he thinks he's the best player in the world. Certainly making a strong case for it right now. Of course, we still have PGC coming up. That's a big event. You know, that's going to really kind of determine
PGC में कैसे जा रहे हैं हम?
this year as a whole. You start to think
एक slot तो हम
about,
PGC में भी deserve करते हैं.
Salute with Heaven in the
Crafton will be like,
roster,
अबे साले.
performance. Are they going to be able to ride that momentum into PGC at the end of the year? We have a lot of qualifiers coming up for PGC still. Not a lot of teams have actually fully qualified with the PGC points all the way to the event. So still a ton of events coming up to get to that grand stage, the final stage in Thailand. Really excited for that, of course, but what a tremendous event. What a final day. I mean, absolutely nuts. Yeah, Korea ran away with it a little bit there at the end, but look, that's what you want to see. That's what you want to do. You know, you want to see those teams come away with those dominant victories like that, guys. We've got some events coming up in Korea, by the way. We've got the Smash Cup. We got PWS Phase 2. You can see the dates down there below for some local events here. So we got to give a shout out. We're in Korea. You got to want to watch some Korea events, right?
Yeah, PWS, always a blast, man.
That's right.
Remember going back into the very early days, watching guys like Loki and Soul pop off way before this PNC. And, I mean, if you're around, if you're up, make sure you tune in. It's an excellent show to watch. And really, what an honor to cast with you, Ethan. I mean, one of the legendary members of PUBG Esports and one of the most prestigious events in esports around the world. I mean, it's just an absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
And really, to watch the Korean team rise to the occasion here on their home soil and deliver a performance like this one. Let's not forget how close it was at the start of today. We had, what, 7 or 8 teams within, I want to say, like a dozen points of each other, more or less. All vying for contention. And even though the UK absolutely popped off, Korea just delivering,
research जाती है.
You know,
they study other teams, how they perform, what are their traits, क्या rotation patterns होते हैं.
Total, and then on top of that, even when they dealt what feels like a bad hand on Vikendi in early game, on Erangel, they just find every single point when it matters. It felt like there was no stopping them. It's like they could see through the matrix.
Yeah, absolutely.
एक इंटरव्यू तो इंडिया का भी बनता है नहीं? How was your experience?
Totally dialed
What
in.
did you learn? ऐसा कुछ बनता है यार. इतना तो deserve करते हैं लोग.
For Soul as a player, he's not just a tremendous fragger. He's an IGL as well. You know, Heaven's had such a standout year this year throughout this entirety. You know, PGS 1, everybody all of a sudden knew this guy's name. He's kind of had a, you know, he's kind of bounced around some middling teams here in Korea. Now is a superstar standout for this region, but all eyes are going to be on that Danawa team coming into PGC. Certainly, UK, man.
Solo यार सेन बाद में करेंगे. अभी मैं बस वेट कर रहा हूँ सेरेमनी के लिए.
Third and fourth at PNCs. Vietnam every time is the next time going to be the first place. Are they going to finally be able to get the 1, 2, 3, 4 going? I think maybe that's.
But like आपको लगता है Loki is like by far better. Like we should not compare.
We love you
Everyone
so
have
much.
their own
like
skill set. But I think Loki just simply won the heart.
Players, everybody
the way he
makes
played,
an
I don't
event
think
like
he
this
streams
possible.
and all.
Thank you to Crafton. For State, I'm Paper Thin, guys. Stick around for the award ceremony. It's going to be a blast to watch.
या जैसे टीगल्टन वगैरह करते हैं ना ऐसा अपना इंडिया से भी होना चाहिए जैसे मोर्टल स्काउट इनकी हाइलाइट्स वगैरह चाहे पबजी मोबाइल की है आनी चाहिए पता नहीं आती कि नहीं है टीगल्टन का रोज एक आती है भाई
상을 축하해 준 자리 시상식이 기다리고 있습니다. 자 먼저 시상을 도와주실 분을 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 펍지 스튜디오 총괄 프로듀서 장태성님의 뜨거운 박수 모시겠습니다.
हेड ऑफ पबजी स्टूडियोज ये बंदा है ना नहीं ये तो भाई वो है एग्जीक्यूटिव प्रोड्यूसर ये बंदा वो है जिसने रैंगल पे भी काम किया था अब देख लो कितना हम्बल है
역대급 대회였습니다. 매 경기마다 순위 싸움이 정말 치열했습니다. 오늘 최선의 플레이를 다해준 선수분들께 다시 한번 깊은 감사 말씀드리고요. 3위부터 1위까지 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 3위 시상입니다. PNC 2023 3위 팀 배트라. 엄청난 공격성 히마스 하이사키 클로리스 톱 이 선수들이 3위를 차지하게 됐습니다. 자, 이 3위를 차지한 팀들에게는
Red Game Studio, they will. By the way, Red Game Studio, there is another tournament happening in about 2 days. Okay? If you wanna know more, let me know in the chat. It's a 1 lakh tournament, solo, FPP.
그리고 같이 기념
Indian
촬영을
tournament.
진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 앞에 봐주시고요. 활짝 웃어주시고 베테랑 선수들 다음 대회에서 더 멋진 모습으로 팬분들에게 감동을 선사해 주길 바라겠습니다. 다시 한번 최선을 다해준 베테랑 선수들에게 뜨거운 박수를 보내주십시오.
कितने खुश है भाई. $50,000 plus इनको sticker money अलग से मिलेगा.
선수분들 자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 그리고 장태중님
बस top 3 को दिखाएंगे.
이동을 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 이제 2위부터는 장태성님께 직접 시상을 진행해 주시겠습니다. 다음은 2위 시상입니다.
UK होगी ना.
PNC 2023 2위. 지난 시즌 우승팀 이번 시즌 2위.
यार भाई UK का slot तो पक्का हो गया. That's so true अजय.
바드 박세.
Yep, that's true potato. That means you watched the whole tournament.
대회에서 엄청난 극강의 경기를 선보이면서 중하위권에서
That's nice,
2위권까지 올라왔습니다. 다시 한번 대한민국에서 멋진 경기를 보내준 선수분들께
भाई कोई
깊은
difference
감사
नहीं है.
말씀드리겠습니다.
58,000 बस.
이어서 기념 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 앞에 카메라 봐주시고요. 여러분들 뜨거운 박수 다시 한번
Plus
감사드리고요.
crowdfunding तो जबरदस्त है भाई. Double है
작년
भाई.
시즌 우승, 이번 시즌 2위, 그리고 PDC에서 더 멋진 활동할 선수분들
खुशी देख रहे हो लंडो
다시
के
한번
भाई.
감사
खुश नहीं
말씀드리고
यार.
선수분들
First आना था इनको दिख रहा है इनके चेहरे पे.
부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 네. 이제 대망의 우승 시상이 있겠습니다. 여러분들 정말 오래 기다리셨죠? 대한민국 선수들이 이 무대에서 트로피를 들어올리는 그 순간이 이제 펼쳐지겠습니다. PNC 2023 챔피언 다 같이 불러보겠습니다. 대한민국! 자랑스러운 대한민국 신과 함께 김태성, 조기현, 박정현 그리고 나이주 대한민국 수도 서울에서 이제 드디어 우승 트로피가 주어지겠습니다.
PUBG tournaments are one of the best. वही तो यार मतलब क्या tournaments थे भाई. मजा आ गया. पहली बार watch party करके next level हो गया.
뜨거운 박수 바로 부탁드리겠습니다.
कितना कुछ सीखने को मिला है यार in terms of देखने से कितना कुछ सीखने को मिला है 2 दिन में.
오 서울. 자, 그리고 이어서 영원히 추억에 남을 기념
But after
촬영을
और बोलना चाहिए Rachit.
진행하도록
We need
하겠습니다.
more
자,
watch
카메라
parties.
봐주시고요. 활짝 웃어주시기 부탁드리고요. 여러분은 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오. 그리고 이렇게 멋진 게임 그리고 멋진 무대를 만드는 데 있어서 많은 도움을 주신 장태성님에게 다시 한번 큰 박수를 보내주십시오. 고맙습니다. 자, 이제 새로운 출발이 남아 있습니다. 이번 대회는 끝이 아닌 새로운 시작이고요. 대한민국 선수들에게는 PGC가 기다리고 있습니다. 2023년 매듭질 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십 태국에서 다시 인사드릴 것을 약속드리면서 마지막은 대한민국 선수들이 그토록 바래왔던 트로피 세레머니 펼쳐주겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 진심으로 고맙습니다.
Thank you everyone.
어제 오늘 내일 경기
Bouncing in and he's got it done. So much danger, PD. Oh, the car.
I really hope यार अब अपना esports सलमान के लिए खुश हूँ मैं यार, बंदा डिजर्व करता था यार, पांचों डिजर्व करते थे, बट सलमान ने बहुत मेहनत करी यार पिछले 3 साल, लाइक पूरे पबजी को लेके अपना पूरा करियर बिल्ड किया, डिजर्व करता था यार ये बाहर जाना, गॉड इज ड्यू.
น่าเสียดายสุดก็คือเรายังทำได้ไม่เต็มที่มากครับก็ शिट, ये क्या वो दिखा रहे क्या नया वाला मैप?
Copy that, Alpha 1. You're entering uncharted territory. Be ready for anything. Over.
Roger that, HQ. Alpha 1, out. Look alive, survivors. We're at the drop zone. Prepare to jump. On my count. 3, 2, 1.
ये नया मैप है गाइस. Does any of the Indian team stream, guys? Stream? How many? Toretto used to stream. Rexiel does stream. Who else is there? Salman also streams, I believe. Who else is there? Unforgiven and Translucent doesn't stream. But mostly everyone will stream after this tournament, hopefully. Just search their handles on YouTube, no? And Instagram. Just go on Instagram or go on PUBG Esports. You'll find their handles on Instagram. And on Instagram, you'll find their other social handles on their respective profiles. Salman is a coach for Enigma Gaming Mobile. For BGM. यही स्किन्स मिलने वाले हैं हमें. Oh boy, champions baby, champions. So दोस्तों, प्राइस पूल अच्छा 800,000 नहीं पहुंचा, मुझे लगा 750 तक तो पहुंच ही गया था। ओरिजिनल प्राइस पूल बस इतना था, सोचो क्राउड फंडिंग कितनी ज़्यादा है, डबल ही हो गया ऑलमोस्ट प्राइस पूल। अच्छा ये मेगा बंडल मिला ही नहीं यार, मेगा बंडल में सब कुछ था। ये वाली वो भी है, इस पता नहीं कौन सी ये सही है। गाइस क्या बोलते हो, क्या लूं, थोड़ा सा मेरे को हेल्प करो। विल पबजी टू कम और नॉट? इट विल कम ब्रो, डोंट वरी, इट विल कम। कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम क्या है ब्रो सिरजो? कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम क्या है सिरजो? अच्छा छोड़ो, ये बताओ कि अभी पॉइंट से क्या लेना चाहिए मैं? अभी तो हमें पॉइंट्स मिले नहीं है पूरे। आज स्ट्रीम के भी 10,000 और मिलने चाहिए थे शायद। क्या लेना चाहिए? देखो अपने को मिलेगा, कितना मिलेगा? ई स्पोर्ट्स पॉइंट शॉप, विनर्स को बात बात पे तो गूगल खोलने लगा। गेम के अंदर नहीं दिखाते क्या ये? एकदम ओवरव्यू, विनर को कितना मिलेगा? पिक द विनर, प्रिडिक्ट द PNC 2023 चैंपियंस, 300,000 EP is earned for successfully predicting the final winner। बट इसमें तो कुछ आएगा ही नहीं, इसमें बस एक चीज ले सकते हैं, या तो ये स्किन ले लो। यार ये पैन इतना महंगा होने का कोई सेंस है? ये पैन इतना महंगा होने का क्या सेंस है भाई? यार मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ पैन ही ले लेता हूँ, क्या बोलते हो? अच्छा लग रहा है पैन मेरे को, सिर्फ इतना ही देख पाएंगे हम तो। या तो पैन ले लो या फिर ये गन ले लो, गन तो ठीक ही लग रही है। क्या लेना चाहिए गाइस? कॉड वॉरजोन पे है? अरे मतलब है क्या, मैं भी पूछ रहा हूँ सिरजो जी। यार विकास ब्रो मेरे को यार डिनर करना है, एंड आई हैव टू एंड द स्ट्रीम बिकॉज आई हैव टू सेंड माय एनालिटिक्स एंड एवरीथिंग टू क्राफ्टन। मुझे ये बताओ गाइस, इसका क्या करना है? अभी हम खेलेंगे, सोलोस खेलेंगे नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में, बहुत जल्दी करूंगा मैं स्ट्रीम, बस डिनर करना है मेरे को। एट मैक्स आधा एक घंटा लगेगा, यूट्यूब पे करेंगे। आज तो वैसे भी संडे है। बताओ ना गाइस क्या लूँ 300,000 में जो मिलेगा? शुड आई टेक दिस स्किन? और जो बाद में स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो तुम भी बता देना अगर देख रहे हो तो लास्ट तक। और शुड आई टेक दिस पैन? बिकॉज दोनों में से एक ही चीज़ आ पाएगी। 200 यहाँ कट जाएंगे, हेयर स्टाइल का तो क्या ही करेंगे लेके, हेयर स्टाइल तो क्या ही दिखेगा। हाँ मैं सोच रहा हूँ वेस्ट भी आ जाएगी, चलो बढ़िया है। एक वेस्ट तो ये लेने का मेरा मन था, वेस्ट भी ले लूँगा। ये नावी का लोगो है क्या इस पे? ओ यार अच्छा हाँ, नावी के प्लेयर्स भी उधर उधर। पैन लूँ, गन नहीं लूँ? गो फॉर गन। गन ही बना दी भाई, अच्छा प्रोन तो। बैग एंड वेस्ट एक्चुअली बेटर। यार बैग तो दिखेगा नहीं ना, बैग तो यूजलेस है लेना। बैग अच्छा लग रहा है बट दिखेगा नहीं, बहुत ही अजीब सा बैग है वैसे तो। गेम में भी चलो guys, thanks a lot for tuning in. I'll see you guys in the next stream. I'll have my lunch/dinner and then I'll join you guys with some solos. आशा करते हैं आपको वॉच पार्टी मस्त मज़ा आया होगा. एंड फ्रॉम माई एंड तो मैं आपको स्ट्रीम दिखा सकता था, सम कॉमेंट्री, सम एक्सप्लेनेशन एंड सम मैप बीच बीच में. सो आशा करते हैं आपको अच्छा लगा होगा. थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन. अब मैं आपसे मिलूँगा नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आने के लिए.